The air in Leo's apartment tasted faintly of old dust, cheap disinfectant, and the ghost of countless instant ramen dinners. It clung to the back of his throat, a constant reminder of where he was, nowhere much. His apartment, a cramped space carved out of the attic of a decaying brownstone, wasn't just small. It felt temporary, like a forgotten luggage locker in a station no one used anymore. Clutter was less a choice and more an inevitability. Stacks of overdue bills, mismatched socks escaping the confines of a broken dresser, a single chipped mug balanced precariously on a stack of worn paperbacks. Every surface held a story of financial strain and delayed upkeep. Above, the ceiling sloped dramatically, painted a color that might once have been white but had faded to a patchy, indeterminate gray. The single window, small and grimy, offered a view of a grimy brick wall and a narrow alley filled with overflowing bins. The city hummed beyond, a vast, indifferent beast whose rhythm Leo felt keenly but was never truly a part of. The sounds filtered in regardless, distant sirens, the rumble of the subway deep underground, arguments echoing up from the street, punctuated by the rhythmic drip of a leaky faucet in his own bathroom. These were the sounds of his life. Noisy, persistent, and ultimately, out of his control. He peeled himself off the narrow, squeaky cot that served as his bed. The springs protested loudly, a familiar chorus of his discomfort. Another morning. Another day indistinguishable from the last. He shuffled towards the kitchenette, a sliver of counter space with a single, sputtering burner. Instant coffee, black, bitter, and necessary, was his morning ritual. As the water heated with a low, sad hiss, he ran a hand over the rough stubble on his jaw. The mirror above the sink, speckled with toothpaste, showed a face that looked younger than his years but carried the weariness of someone twice his age. Dark circles under his eyes spoke of restless nights, the constant hum of financial anxiety his unwanted lullaby. Leo wasn't unhappy in an explosive, dramatic way. It was a deeper, more pervasive sort of discontent. A quiet, gnawing feeling of being perpetually stuck. His dreams felt impossibly distant, shimmering mirages in a desert of reality. He wanted something more, something vibrant, something meaningful. But how? His job, a soul-crushing position inputting data for a logistics firm that treated its employees like disposable cogs, offered no path forward. It paid just enough to keep the landlord from pounding too loudly and the lights from being cut off, but never enough to save, to plan, to breathe. It was a treadmill set to a speed he could just manage, guaranteeing he'd never fall off, but never letting him get anywhere either. He often found himself staring out that small, grimy window, watching the occasional pigeon strut across the alley floor, envying its simple existence. At least it had the sky. His sky was the grey ceiling and the brick wall. He developed a dark, self-deprecating humor about his situation. Yeah, any day now the family fortune will arrive, he'd sometimes mutter to himself, staring at an empty fridge. Just waiting for my long-lost billionaire uncle to remember his favorite nephew. It was a joke born of pure, unadulterated fantasy, a sarcastic jab at the absurd notion that he, Leo, the king of cardboard box furniture and 2-for-1 meal deals, could ever be connected to wealth. He had no real family to speak of. Parents long gone, distant relations he, never met, if they even existed. He was, as far as he knew, the end of his small, unremarkable line. The dramatic irony of this thought, the quiet joke he played on himself, was profound. Completely unknown to him, the universe was listening, and had a punchline ready. His daily routine was a meticulously choreographed dance of avoidance and endurance. Wake up. Coffee. Work. Endure. Commute. Eat cheap food. Avoid thinking too much. Sleep. Repeat. It was a cycle designed for survival, not living. His wardrobe consisted of clothes bought during long-forgotten sales or, more recently, from charity shops. Worn jeans, faded t-shirts, a single threadbare jacket. He knew the exact amount of change in his pocket at any given moment, a constant tally in his head. The world outside his small orbit felt impossibly vast, filled with people living lives he couldn't even fully imagine, driving cars he'd only seen in movies, eating food that didn't come in a plastic tray. He felt invisible, a glitch in the city's grand design, a ghost haunting his own mundane reality. Leaving the apartment was its own small trial. The stairs leading down from the attic flat were narrow, steep, and badly lit. The banister was loose, groaning under his weight. Each step creaked, announcing his descent. This wasn't just a physical act, it felt symbolic. Every morning, he descended from his isolated perch back into the fray of a world where he had to fight for space and air. He, D, developed a rhythm, a careful tread that minimized the groans and the wobbles. He knew which steps creaked the loudest, which section of the banister was about to give way. It was a small, daily action sequence. Leo versus the stairs. He navigated them with the quiet determination of someone who had no other choice. Reaching the bottom, pushing open the heavy, graffiti-scarred street door, felt like a minor victory each time. A small triumph against the decay and neglect that surrounded him. He took a deep breath of the city air, a mix of exhaust fumes, damp concrete, and roasting peanuts from a nearby cart. He had survived the stairs. The day could begin. The commute was a different kind of battle. Packed subway cars where personal space was non-existent, jostling crowds on the sidewalks, the constant blare of horns and sirens. He blended in, intentionally. Head down, eyes averted, just another anonymous face in the million-strong tide. His invisibility, once a source of quiet despair, was also his shield. One evening, after another long, monotonous day of clicking keys and staring at spreadsheets, Leo decided to break the routine slightly. Instead of heading straight home to his instant noodles, he detoured to the small, independent coffee shop 2 blocks from his building. It was a splurge, a ridiculous extravagance when bills loomed, but the craving for something that tasted real, something made by hand, was overwhelming. He stood in line, feeling acutely aware of his worn jacket and scuffed shoes amongst the more put-together patrons. When it was his turn, he hesitated, the cheap coffee from his apartment flashing in his mind. "Just a small black coffee, please," he mumbled, keeping his eyes on the menu board, mentally calculating the cost against his dwindling funds. The barista, a young woman with bright, curious eyes and a scattering of freckles across her nose, smiled warmly. "Rough day?" she asked, her voice gentle amidst the whir of the grinder. Leo blinked, surprised she even noticed him, let alone spoken. Yeah. Just a day," he managed, feeling suddenly awkward. She nodded, her smile not fading. "Sometimes a good cup of coffee is the only thing that helps. Don't forget the sugar," she added, with a knowing glance at the sugar station. It wasn't a come-on, not overtly suggestive in the way of a cheesy pickup line. It was something much classier, and far more disarming. Simple kindness, a brief moment of being seen. Leo felt a flicker of warmth, immediately followed by the familiar clenching in his chest. Engage. Talk back. Try to make a connection. His mind raced through the impossibilities. What would he even say? "Yeah, my life's kind of a dumpster fire, but thanks for noticing." He just nodded awkwardly, grabbed his coffee when she called his name, and mumbled a hasty thanks. As he walked away, finding a small corner near the window to stand and sip the expensive, delicious liquid, he felt a familiar pang of regret. Another missed opportunity, another potential connection stifled by his own limitations and self-doubt. He finished the coffee quickly, the bitter warmth a sharp contrast to the cold knot in his stomach, and headed towards the familiar ascent of the stairs back to his attic room. The brief exchange with the barista was a tiny, almost insignificant moment, but it highlighted just how much his current reality hemmed him in, even preventing him from accepting simple human warmth. He arrived back at the brownstone, battled the stairs successfully, and unlocked his door. The familiar scent of dust and ramen greeted him. He tossed his keys onto the cluttered table and sighed, the weight of the day settling onto his shoulders. Just another night. Maybe read a bit, something that would transport him away from this room. Maybe just stare at the ceiling until sleep claimed him. But as he turned from the door, his eyes caught something on the floor near the entrance that hadn't been there that morning. It was a large, stiff envelope, thick and cream-colored, unlike the usual junk mail or bills. It bore a single stamp, the address typed with crisp, formal precision. There was no return address. Curiosity warred with apprehension. Had someone delivered something by mistake? Was it another bill, somehow fancier than usual? His mind, conditioned by years of financial precariousness, immediately defaulted to dread. He picked it up carefully. The paper felt expensive, heavy in his hand. The typing was immaculate, almost old-fashioned. The name and address were undeniably his. His gaze fell upon the embossed logo in the top left corner. A complex, almost heraldic design surrounding elegant, formal lettering, Sterling and Vance, attorneys at law. Dee never heard of them. They sounded important, expensive, completely outside his world. He turned the envelope over. No message scrawled on the back, just the perfect seal. He held it for a long moment, the rhythmic drip from the bathroom faucet the only sound in the quiet apartment. His heart began to beat a little faster, a strange, unfamiliar flutter. This felt significant. Out of place. Like a foreign object dropped into his mundane reality. He thought of throwing it away. It must be a mistake. Some weird marketing thing. But the weight of it, the formality, the sheer wrongness of seeing his name on something like this, it held him captive. He carried the envelope to his small, wobbly table, clearing a space amongst the clutter. He sat down on the rickety chair, the wood groaning under him. He ran a finger over the embossed logo, the intricate design strangely compelling. He took a deep breath, the air still tasting of dust. What could this possibly be? A legal summons? A distant relative he didn't know existed? His mind scrambled for logical explanations, all of them feeling inadequate. He picked up the single, blunt letter opener he owned. A cheap plastic one advertising a pizza place. He carefully slit the top of the envelope. The paper inside was as thick and luxurious as the envelope. He unfolded the letter with trembling hands. The first few lines swam before his eyes. Formal address. Date. Then the subject line, bold and prominent, regarding the estate of Mildred Abernathy. Mildred Abernathy. The name meant absolutely nothing to him. Zero recognition. Who was Mildred Abernathy? Was this some kind of scam? He forced himself to read on, his eyes scanning the dense paragraphs. Legalese. Formal phrases. Mentions of last will and testament, beneficiary, executor. And then, amidst the formal language, a phrase that made his blood run cold, not with fear, but with sheer, mind-bending disbelief, concerning your claim as the sole remaining direct descendant. Sole remaining direct descendant. His claim. This was utterly, completely insane. He had no family. He certainly wasn't the direct descendant of anyone named Mildred Abernathy. He had been joking about non-existent fortunes just this morning. Was this a prank? He read the phrase again. Sole remaining direct descendant. The words seemed alien, detached from his reality. Below, the letter requested his presence at the offices of Sterling and Vance at his earliest convenience to discuss a matter of considerable importance pertaining to the aforementioned estate and your potential inheritance. Potential inheritance. The room seemed to tilt slightly. The familiar clutter, the peeling paint, the sound of the dripping faucet. They suddenly felt distant, unreal. Potential inheritance. Mildred Abernathy, sole remaining direct descendant. It was like reading a script for someone else's life. His joke about a long-lost fortune echoed in his mind, no longer funny, but eerie, prophetic. He sat there, the expensive paper rustling slightly in his shaking hands, the formal words on the page stark against the backdrop of his poverty. His ordinary, predictable, stuck life was, in this single, unbelievable moment, dissolving. He hadn't expected anything, didn't believe in miracles, and certainly didn't believe in family fortunes. Yet, here it was, a formal, undeniable invitation to a world he'd only ever glimpsed from a distance, delivered right to his doorstep, shattering the quiet hum of his almost nothing. What was this? Who was Mildred Abernathy? And what in the world was a man like him meant to do with a letter like this? The paper felt impossibly heavy now, not just with its quality, but with the terrifying, exhilarating weight of the unknown future it represented. He held the key to a different life, clutched in his hand, utterly unprepared for the door it was about to open. The letter lay on the wobbly table, a stark white rectangle against the chipped formica surface, looking utterly alien in Leo's cluttered apartment. It pulsed with an energy that felt almost hostile, demanding his attention, refusing to be dismissed as junk or mistake. Mildred Abernathy. Sterling and Vance. Sole remaining direct descendant. Potential inheritance. The words echoed in his head, a chaotic, unbelievable chorus. He picked the letter up again, his fingers tracing the expensive paper. It felt heavy, not just physically, but with the weight of impossibility. This couldn't be real. His mind, trained by years of disappointment and hardship, immediately sought logical, mundane explanations. A scam? Some elaborate phishing attempt? But the formality, the letterhead, the sheer effort that must have gone into finding him, it felt too sophisticated for the usual grifter tactics. A mistake, then? Someone with a similar name? But the address was correct, meticulously typed. He paced the small apartment, the space feeling even more constricting than usual. Every creak of the floorboards, every drip of the faucet seemed to amplify the absurdity of the situation. A potential inheritance. Him. The guy whose biggest financial decision last week was whether to buy the slightly cheaper instant noodles or the ones with the questionable chicken flavoring. The dramatic irony of his earlier dark jokes about family fortunes hit him with a force that was almost nauseating. He'd been laughing at the universe, and it seemed the universe had just delivered the punchline, aimed directly at his stunned face. Sleep was impossible. He lay on the narrow cot, staring up at the grey ceiling, the letter tucked under his worn pillow like a fragile, dangerous secret. Every time he closed his eyes, images swam behind his eyelids: polished mahogany desks, stern-faced lawyers, vast sums of money represented by meaningless strings of zeros. He imagined himself walking into a grand office, looking ridiculous in his ill-fitting clothes, being told it was all a mix-up. The humiliation of that potential scenario was almost enough to make him shove the letter in the bin and try to forget he ever saw it. But beneath the fear and disbelief, a tiny, stubborn flicker persisted. A desperate, hesitant hope he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years. What if? What if, against all logic, against all probability, there was a sliver of truth to it? What if Mildred Abernathy was real? What if he really was connected to her? What if the word, inheritance, wasn't a cruel joke? He spent the rest of the night wrestling with these thoughts. He reread the letter by the dim light of his bedside lamp, scrutinizing every word, searching for the giveaway sign of a hoax. But the language was dense, formal, legal. It spoke of lineage and estates with an authority that was hard to dismiss. As dawn broke, painting the grimy window pane in weak, hesitant light, Leo made a decision. He had to go. Not because he believed it fully, but because he couldn't not go. The uncertainty, the tantalizing possibility, was a weight too heavy to bear unanswered. It was a gamble, yes, but the stakes felt higher than anything he faced before, even if the most likely outcome was walking away empty-handed, perhaps feeling even more profoundly the gap between his life and the world the letter represented. He wouldn't tell anyone, of course. There was no one to tell. This was his secret burden, or perhaps, his secret, impossible chance. Getting ready felt like preparing for an audition for a role he was entirely unsuited for. His wardrobe, a sad collection of faded fabrics and loose threads, offered limited options. He chose the least worn pair of jeans, a plain t-shirt that wasn't stained, and his single, slightly less threadbare jacket. He spent an inordinate amount of time trying to tame his unruly hair with damp fingers, staring at his reflection in the speckled mirror. He looked, well, like Leo. The guy who worked a dead-end job and lived in an attic. Not the sole remaining direct descendant of anyone who might possess an estate. He practiced looking serious, professional, like someone who belonged in a law firm. It felt ridiculous. He ironed his shirt using a cheap, battered iron and a towel on the floor. He polished his scuffed shoes with a tissue until they shone dully. These small acts of preparation were absurdly important. They were his attempt to bridge the vast chasm between his reality and the world he was about to step into. He left his apartment feeling a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He tucked the letter safely inside his jacket pocket, the crisp paper a constant reminder of his destination. Descending the creaking stairs felt different today. Each step felt like a descent into the unknown, not just into the street, but into a potential new life, or a crushing disappointment. The journey to the address on the letter was a trip into a different stratum of the city. As he traveled downtown, the buildings grew taller, sleeker, their glass and steel facades reflecting a sky that seemed cleaner here. The streets were wider, the sidewalks less cracked, the air carried less exhaust and more the subtle, expensive scent of commerce and success. He felt increasingly out of place with every block. People here moved with a different rhythm, purposeful strides, expensive briefcases, hushed phone conversations. He was a pebble in a stream of polished stones. Sterling and Vance occupied the top floors of a modern, imposing skyscraper. Leo stood across the street for several minutes, just staring up at it, his neck craned, feeling dwarfed and insignificant. The building seemed to pierce the clouds, a monument to power and wealth. His old self, the self from just yesterday, would have simply admired it from afar, never imagining stepping inside. He crossed the street, his polished, scuffed shoes clicking hesitantly on the pristine pavement. The lobby was vast, a cavern of cool marble, brushed steel, and discreet lighting. The air was filtered, quiet, smelling faintly of expensive cleaning products and fresh flowers he couldn't see. A uniformed doorman offered a polite nod, and Leo felt an immediate urge to apologize for existing. He approached the reception desk, a long, curved structure of dark wood and glass. Behind it sat a receptionist who seemed carved from ice. Perfectly coiffed hair, immaculate makeup, a serene, unreadable expression. Everything about her, from her tailored suit to the quiet efficiency with which she answered a blinking phone line, screamed exclusive. Leo swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He clutched the letter in his pocket. "Excuse me," he managed, his voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast space. The receptionist turned her cool gaze on him. Her eyes, a pale blue, assessed him quickly, efficiently, and he felt the familiar sting of being judged and found wanting. It wasn't malicious, just factual. He didn't belong here. "Yes?" she asked, her voice smooth, professional, utterly devoid of warmth. He took a deep breath. I have an appointment. Or, I was asked to come here. About a letter?" He fumbled slightly, pulling the cream-colored envelope from his pocket. Her expression remained impassive, but her eyes registered the letterhead. She took the envelope from him with two perfectly manicured fingers, examining it briefly. "Ah, yes," she said, her tone shifting infinitesimally, a faint note of recognition entering her voice. "Mr. Abernathy?" Leo blinked. No. Leo. Just Leo." She glanced back at the letter. "Mr. Leo," she corrected, her voice regaining its professional flatness. "Please wait a moment." She turned to her computer, her fingers flying silently across the keyboard. Leo stood awkwardly, feeling the weight of the quiet lobby and the receptionist's silent scrutiny. He tried to look casual, leaning slightly against the desk, but felt like an imposter. He glanced around, noticing the tasteful abstract art on the walls, the plush, silent carpeting, the complete absence of clutter or mess. It was the antithesis of his life. "Mr. Sterling will see you now," she announced, standing up. She was taller than he expected, her movements graceful and precise. "If you'll follow me." She led him past the reception desk towards a bank of elevators. The elevator car was lined with wood paneling and mirrors. The journey upwards was smooth and silent, the city spreading out below them as they ascended. Leo watched it recede, the familiar landmarks shrinking, feeling like his old life was becoming smaller and smaller with every floor. They exited into another hushed corridor, this one lined with closed doors bearing elegant nameplates. The receptionist stopped outside one marked Mr. Sterling. She knocked softly, then opened the door and gestured for Leo to enter. "Mr. Leo for you, Mr. Sterling," she announced before turning and gliding silently away. Leo stepped inside. The office was large, spacious, and filled with light from a wall of windows offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline. The desk was immense, polished dark wood, meticulously organized. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with leather-bound volumes that looked important. The air here smelled different again. Older, richer, of leather and paper and something else he couldn't quite place. Power, perhaps. Behind the desk sat a man who could only be Mr. Sterling. He was perhaps in his late 50s or early 60s, immaculately dressed in a dark suit. His silver hair was neatly combed, his face lined but kind. He had a calm, intelligent gaze behind wire-rimmed glasses. He rose as Leo entered, extending a hand across the vast desk. "Mr. Leo," he said, his voice deep and measured, a soothing counterpoint to the receptionist's coolness. "Thank you for coming." Leo shook his hand, surprised by the firm grip. Thank you for seeing me, Mr. Sterling." He felt incredibly awkward, unsure where to sit, what to do with his hands. "Please, have a seat." Mr. Sterling gestured to a comfortable-looking armchair opposite his desk. Leo sat down, sinking slightly into the plush fabric. He felt small and out of place. Mr. Sterling returned to his seat, regarding Leo with a calm, professional curiosity. "I appreciate you responding to my letter so promptly," Mr. Sterling began, his voice gentle but authoritative. I understand this must have come as something of a surprise. Surprise? Leo chuckled nervously, the sound brittle and loud in the quiet office. More like complete shock. I've never heard of Mildred Abernathy. And I don't have any family, really. Certainly no one with an estate. Mr. Sterling nodded slowly. Yes, your lack of contact with this branch of the family is precisely why locating you proved somewhat challenging. It took some time, delving into old records, tracing lineage. Mrs. Abernathy was rather private in her later years. Mrs. Abernathy, Leo repeated, trying to make the name feel real. So, she was a relative? Indeed, Mr. Sterling confirmed. Your great-aunt, to be precise. On your paternal grandmother's side. She was the elder sister. For reasons lost to time and perhaps personal disagreements, your grandmother's branch became somewhat estranged from Mrs. Abernathy and her line over the generations. But the lineage is quite clear in our records. Leo just stared. Great-aunt. Estranged branch. Lineage. These were concepts that had no place in his life story. His family tree, as far as he knew, was a single, barren stump. And the estate? Leo asked, barely daring to voice the word. The letter mentioned inheritance. Mr. Sterling leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Mrs. Abernathy passed away 2 months ago. Her will was quite specific, Mr. Leo. After extensive research, you were identified as the sole remaining direct descendant of her bloodline. As such, he paused, letting the words hang in the air, she named you as the primary beneficiary of her estate. The primary beneficiary. It sounded like something from a movie. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. Was this actually happening? Primary beneficiary. Leo repeated, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. What does that mean, exactly? Mr. Sterling gave a small, knowing smile. It wasn't a smile of amusement, but one that acknowledged the vast gulf in understanding between them. In simple terms, Mr. Leo, it means you have inherited a considerable fortune. Considerable fortune. The phrase landed like a physical blow. Leo felt lightheaded. He had mentally prepared for a small sum, maybe enough to pay off his debts, buy a decent second-hand car, maybe even put a down payment on a small apartment that didn't have a leaky faucet. But considerable fortune? How considerable? He whispered, the formality of the office suddenly feeling stifling. Mr. Sterling gestured towards the window, towards the sprawling city below. Mrs. Abernathy was a highly successful investor and held significant interests in various properties and ventures worldwide. Pinpointing an exact liquid figure at this moment is complex, given the nature of her holdings. But to give you a general idea, we are talking, Mr. Leo, about assets valued well into the 9 figures. 9 figures. The numbers didn't even compute. It was abstract, meaningless. $1 million was a number he could barely imagine. $1 billion was science fiction. 9 figures, it was beyond comprehension. His mind flashed to his cramped apartment, his instant noodles, his threadbare jacket. It felt like a different universe. Mr. Sterling continued, his voice calm, walking Leo through the initial details. Mentioning properties in London, a trust fund with intricate clauses, a portfolio of international stocks. He spoke of foundations and endowments. It was a fire hose of information, legal jargon mixed with staggering sums, and Leo struggled to keep up, his head spinning. Now, Mr. Sterling said, pausing, his gaze settling on Leo, Mrs. Abernathy's will is unconventional. Leo blinked. Unconventional? Hadn't everything about this been unconventional? Indeed, Mr. Sterling confirmed, a flicker of something. Respect. Amusement. In his eyes. Mrs. Abernathy was unique. Brilliant, certainly, but with a distinct view on how wealth should be managed and, in this case, inherited. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled on his desk. She didn't simply leave you a ledger and a list of bank accounts, Mr. Leo. While there are significant liquid assets and easily transferable properties, the bulk of her estate, and indeed what she referred to as the true family legacy, is tied to certain conditions. Conditions. Leo felt a slight return to earth. Okay, this made more sense. There had to be a catch. Conditions, he asked, his voice steadier now, the practical part of his brain kicking in. Like, I have to be a certain age. Or married. Mr. Sterling smiled faintly. Nothing so pedestrian, Mr. Leo. Mrs. Abernathy had a deep love for history, for puzzles, and for ensuring her heir possessed a certain tenacity and understanding of the family's origins. The will stipulates that to fully access the core of the estate and understand the true legacy, you must follow a path she has laid out. A path? What was he talking about? A path? Leo echoed, completely bewildered. Yes, Mr. Sterling confirmed. Think of it as a guided discovery. She has left behind a series of instructions, clues if you will, embedded within certain artifacts and documents she specifically bequeathed to you. These clues will lead you to uncover the full extent of her estate and the nature of this true family legacy she valued so highly. It is, in essence, a test. A final, elaborate test from Mrs. Abernathy to her chosen heir. A test from a great-aunt he never knew, who was now deceased. This was getting stranger by the minute. A puzzle. Clues. It sounded less like inheriting a fortune and more like joining a bizarre scavenger hunt. So, I don't just get the money? Leo asked, trying to simplify it. You get substantial assets immediately, Mr. Leo, Mr. Sterling clarified, enough to significantly change your circumstances, needless to say. Enough to live very comfortably. But the heart of the fortune, the properties of historical significance, the key investments, the understanding of the legacy, that requires following her path. It's not mandatory, mind you. You could take the immediate assets and walk away. But the will is quite clear that the full inheritance, the complete control and knowledge she intended to pass on, comes only upon completion of her stipulated journey. He paused, his gaze sharp. And frankly, Mr. Leo, Mrs. Abernathy was a woman who did nothing without a reason. We believe the true legacy she speaks of is of considerable importance, perhaps even more so than the financial assets themselves. This was the clever twist, unfolding before him. The inheritance wasn't just a payout, it was an initiation. An adventure hidden within a will. A test from beyond the grave. Mr. Sterling leaned back, the grandeur of the office seeming to press in on Leo. It is quite unique, he understated. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered a will structured quite like this. Mrs. Abernathy was a formidable woman with a penchant for the dramatic and, it appears, a profound belief in the value of earning one's inheritance through understanding and effort, rather than mere happenstance of birth. He paused, letting Leo absorb this new layer of complexity. The initial shock of vast wealth was now tangled with confusion and the daunting prospect of some kind of quest. The first step on this path, Mr. Sterling continued, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more focused, as outlined in a specific codicil to the will, is to understand and interpret the contents of a particular item Mrs. Abernathy specifically bequeathed to you. It is the key, she states, to unlocking the rest. He reached into a drawer of his massive desk and pulled out a large, antique-looking key. It was made of dark, heavy metal, intricately carved with symbols Leo didn't recognize. It looked like something from a period drama or a fantasy novel, not a legal document. Mr. Sterling held it out to Leo, the key gleaming dully in the office light. His eyes, however, held a different kind of gleam, one of anticipation, perhaps even excitement, rare for a seasoned lawyer. This, Mr. Sterling stated, his voice quiet but resonant, is the key to a secure deposit box. It contains, among other things, what Mrs. Abernathy referred to as the box. And the contents of that box, Mr. Leo, contain the initial instructions and artifacts she intended for you. It is where your journey begins. He slid the key across the polished surface of the desk towards Leo. It landed with a soft clink that echoed loudly in the silent office. Leo stared at it, then at Mr. Sterling, then back at the key. It was real. All of it was real. The fortune, the bizarre conditions, the promise of a journey. The weight of the key felt immense, not just in his hand, but in the potential it represented. His old life, the one defined by scraping by and predictable monotony, felt impossibly far away now. He had walked into this office expecting clarification, perhaps a small handout, maybe even proof of a scam. He was leaving with the knowledge of unimaginable wealth and a mandate to embark on an adventure he was completely unprepared for. The future, moments ago a dull, grey certainty, had just exploded into a kaleidoscope of terrifying, exhilarating possibilities. What was in the box? What kind of journey had his eccentric great-aunt devised? And was he, Leo, the guy who fumbled conversations with baristas and battled creaking stairs, capable of facing whatever this inheritance truly entailed. The simple key on the desk seemed to mock his previous life, a solid, undeniable symbol of the extraordinary path that had just been laid at his feet. He reached for it, his hand trembling slightly, the metal cool against his skin. He had taken the first step, and there was no turning back. The key lay on the polished desk, heavy and cool beneath Leo's fingertips. It wasn't just metal, it felt like a tangible link to the impossible. 9 figures. A considerable fortune. Great-aunt Mildred. A journey. A test. The sheer volume of information, the complete dismantling of his reality in the space of an hour, left him feeling light-headed, adrift. Mr. Sterling watched him with that calm, intelligent gaze, a small, patient smile on his face. He seemed accustomed to such reactions. Overwhelming, I know, Mr. Leo, he said, his voice cutting through the buzzing in Leo's ears. It is a significant amount to process. Leo could only nod, clutching the key. His mind was a chaotic storm. Rent. He still had rent due next week. That worn-out jacket. The instant noodles waiting back in his apartment. These concerns, his entire life's framework, felt both utterly ridiculous and stubbornly real. How could he be thinking about rent when he'd just been told he was worth more money than he could possibly comprehend? The dramatic irony of his situation was so acute, it felt like a physical pain. He, the guy who worried about bus fare, was being handed the keys, literally and figuratively, to a kingdom. Mrs. Abernathy's intentions, while elaborate, were clear, Mr. Sterling continued, seemingly unperturbed by Leo's stunned silence. She wished her heir to understand that true value lies not merely in possession, but in discovery and stewardship. The box, as she called it, contains the initial roadmap. It is the first layer of her design. He reached into a folder on his desk. I've arranged access for you at the bank where Mrs. Abernathy maintained a secure deposit box. It is located at the downtown branch of the First National Trust. This temporary card, he slid a sleek plastic card across the desk, far heavier and more formal than his old library card, along with the key, will grant you access. The relevant staff have been notified of your arrival. Leo picked up the card, his fingers clumsy. It felt like playing dress-up with someone else's life. The bank? Yes. Mrs. Abernathy preferred tangible security for certain sensitive items, Mr. Sterling explained. The box is large. You may need assistance, and I've informed the bank of its approximate dimensions and weight. We can arrange for transport for the contents once you have retrieved them. Transport. Leo pictured bringing a large, heavy box back to his attic apartment. Navigating the narrow stairs, the loose banister. The sheer logistical comedy of it almost made him laugh, a shaky, disbelieving sound. To my place. Mr. Sterling hesitated for the first time. Given the sensitive nature of some of the items, a secure location might be preferable. Perhaps, a temporary arrangement. We can discuss logistics once you have accessed the box. He looked at Leo's jacket, his shoes, the subtle signs of his current circumstances, and a hint of genuine concern softened his professional demeanor. Please, Mr. Leo, do not feel you need to return to your previous living situation immediately. The immediate funds released from a preliminary account are already accessible. Enough to secure suitable accommodation. Suitable accommodation. The words conjured images of places he'd only seen in magazines. The idea felt both absurd and incredibly tempting. A proper bed. A working faucet. Space. Right, Leo mumbled, nodding, though the concept hadn't fully landed. His mind was still grappling with 9 figures and Great-aunt Mildred. Mr. Sterling stood up, signaling the meeting was concluding. I understand this is a great deal to absorb. Take your time. Access the deposit box when you feel ready. My office will be available for any questions you have once you have examined the contents of the box. This is just the beginning, Mr. Leo. He escorted Leo back to the door, his presence calm and reassuring. As they reached the corridor, Mr. Sterling paused, placing a hand gently on Leo's shoulder. Mrs. Abernathy chose you for a reason, Mr. Leo. She saw something, perhaps something you don't yet see in yourself. There will be challenges. Not everyone will be pleased about this turn of events. But you have a dedicated legal team here to support you. Please, lean on us. The not everyone will be pleased hung in the air. Who? The family members he didn't know existed. The idea of potential adversaries, people who might resent his sudden fortune, added another layer of complexity to the already bewildering situation. Leo left the offices of Sterling and Vance in a daze. The cool, filtered air of the skyscraper lobby felt different now, less imposing, more accessible. The city outside, once a vast, indifferent entity, seemed to pulse with new, terrifying potential. He walked out onto the street, the key and the temporary access card heavy in his pocket. He saw the luxury cars, the designer shops, the people moving with purpose, and for the first time, he didn't just see a world he was excluded from. He saw a world he was now, inexplicably, a part of. The dramatic irony was now less a dark joke and more a dizzying reality. His feet carried him almost automatically towards the subway station, the familiar descent into the underground a comforting, if grimy, habit. But as he reached the entrance, he stopped. Did he really need to take the subway? He could take a cab. Or even, he pulled out the temporary card. It had a discreet logo of a premium car service on the back, with account details. He could call a car. It felt impossibly extravagant, ridiculously self-indulgent. But Mr. Sterling had said, suitable accommodation, sufficient funds were accessible. He stood on the sidewalk, hesitating, caught between his ingrained habits of scarcity and the bewildering reality of sudden abundance. After a moment's internal debate, he pulled out his worn flip phone, the screen cracked in one corner, and fumbled with the numbers. Ordering the car felt awkward. He spoke too quickly, stumbled over the details. But within minutes, a sleek black sedan pulled up to the curb. The driver, impeccably dressed, opened the back door for him. Sliding into the leather seat, the interior smelling faintly of new car and expensive air freshener, felt surreal. It was silent, comfortable, a world away from the rattling, crowded subway car he usually endured. He gave the driver the address of the First National Trust downtown branch, feeling a profound sense of displacement. The ride was quiet, allowing Leo to stare out the window, his thoughts racing. Aunt Mildred. Why him? What was this true legacy? It felt less like a gift and more like a riddle wrapped in an enigma, presented with a side of overwhelming responsibility. He thought of the barista from the coffee shop, the brief moment of human connection. Would he ever be able to have a simple interaction again, now that this tidal wave had hit his life? Would people always see the fortune, not him? Arriving at the bank was another step into an alien environment. It wasn't just a local branch, it was a downtown behemoth of marble and glass, even grander than the law firm building. The security was palpable, discreet but ever-present. He presented the temporary card and key at a specialized desk marked Private Client Services. The attendant, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes and a kind, professional smile, greeted him. Mr. Leo, welcome. We've been expecting you. If you'll follow me. She led him to a restricted area, past heavy doors and through quiet corridors. The air here was even more hushed, cooler, smelling faintly of old paper and polished metal. They arrived at a heavy, vault-like door. She inserted her own card into a reader, then used a keypad. There were muffled clunks and whirs of machinery as the lock disengaged. This way, Mr. Leo, she said, opening the door into a brightly lit room lined with rows and rows of secure deposit boxes of varying sizes. The room felt intensely private, steeped in the quiet certainty of immense, hidden wealth. She led him to a specific, larger-than-average slot. Your great-aunt, Mrs. Mildred Abernathy's box, she explained, her voice respectfully low. It's one of our larger units. It required a special handling request. Leo watched as she produced a set of master keys. The process felt ritualistic, solemn. She inserted one key, then gestured to Leo. Your key, Mr. Leo. He held up the antique key Mr. Sterling had given him. It felt heavier now, imbued with purpose. He inserted it into the second lock. There was a distinct click. Now, Mr. Leo, the box itself is quite substantial and heavy, the attendant warned, her tone shifting slightly, becoming more practical. It was a classy, professional warning, acknowledging the physical reality without being condescending. We can have a member of our team assist you in withdrawing it, or would you prefer to do it yourself? It was a subtle offer of help, delivered in a way that left the decision entirely to him. It wasn't quite suggestive dialogue, but it was an interaction that highlighted the new power dynamic and the subtle shifts in how people now treated him. With deference, with offers of assistance he wouldn't have received hours ago. Leo hesitated. The idea of asking for help felt like giving in, admitting he couldn't handle it. But the attendant had said substantial and heavy. He wasn't exactly a bodybuilder. Still, a flicker of pride, a desire to prove to himself he could do this, surged within him. This was his first step. I'll try myself first, he said, his voice firm despite the slight tremor in his hands. She nodded, her smile returning, perhaps with a hint of admiration for his attempt. Very well. Simply turn the handle once both keys are engaged. Leo turned the handle. It moved smoothly, clicking open the heavy metal door. He reached in, his fingers brushing against something cold and hard. He gripped the handle of the deposit box itself and began to pull. It was indeed substantial. The heavy metal box slid out of the slot with a low scrape, requiring significant effort. Leo braced his feet, gritting his teeth, pulling steadily. The metal was cool and unforgiving against his hands. This was his action sequence, perhaps not a car chase or a fistfight, but a genuine physical challenge in this sterile, quiet environment. It was satisfying in a strange way, a test of strength that felt earned, unlike the abstract concept of his inheritance. He pulled it out until it rested on the small metal shelf provided, panting slightly. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He had managed it. A small, physical victory in a day of mental overload. The attendant watched, ready to step in if needed, but she remained silent, allowing him his moment. The box was large, about the size of a large briefcase, made of dark grey metal, heavily constructed. There was a combination lock on the front, and beside it, a keyhole. The keyhole requires the same key, Mr. Leo, the attendant instructed softly. The combination is less straightforward. Mrs. Abernathy provided it in a sealed envelope within the box itself, accessible once the key lock is opened. Leo inserted his key into the keyhole on the metal box. It turned easily. He lifted the heavy lid. Inside, nestled amongst crisp legal documents and padded compartments, was a collection of items. There were stacks of papers, bound with ribbon, looking like old letters or journals. A few small, intricately carved objects. Wooden figures, perhaps. And then, dominating the center of the box, taking up most of the space, was a wooden chest. Not the entire inheritance, as his summary had suggested, but the box within the box. It was antique, made of dark, heavy wood, intricately carved with symbols that seemed vaguely familiar but which he couldn't place. It looked ancient, mysterious, completely out of time and place in the sterile environment of the bank vault. It was roughly the size of a large trunk or a pirate's chest, scaled down to fit in the deposit box, but clearly intended to contain much more. The attendant cleared her throat gently. That is the box Mrs. Abernathy referenced in her instructions, Mr. Leo. It's listed as the primary content. Leo stared at the wooden chest, his breath catching in his throat. This was it. The start of the journey. The key to the clues. The source of the true family legacy. It emanated a strange aura of history and secrets. He reached out, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings. The wood felt smooth and cool under his touch, vibrating with unspoken stories. Inside the deposit box, next to the wooden chest, was a thick, sealed envelope. He picked it up. It was addressed to him, in formal, elegant handwriting that he somehow knew belonged to Aunt Mildred, even though he'd never seen it before. This requires transport, Mr. Sterling had said. Transport to his tiny apartment. The thought seemed even more ludicrous now, looking at this object that belonged in a museum or a grand estate, not crammed next to his rickety cot. The bank attendant, sensing his absorption, spoke again, her voice quiet. We can arrange for secure transport for the wooden chest to a location of your choosing, Mr. Leo. It is quite heavy. We have specialized services for items of this nature. Leo nodded, still mesmerized by the chest. He felt a strange pull towards it, a sense of destiny he couldn't explain. This was no longer about just inheriting money. This was about history, about family he didn't know, about a secret legacy woven into this intricately carved wood. Yes, he said, his voice rough. Please. Arrange transport. He gave them the address of his apartment. He knew it was ridiculous, probably insecure, but some instinct told him the first unpacking of this box needed to happen in his own space, however humble. He needed to bridge the gap between his old life and this new one, literally bringing the mystery home. He left the bank shortly after, having signed the necessary forms, the weight of the key replaced by the weight of anticipation and the strange, heavy presence of the wooden chest he knew was now being transported towards his building. He walked out of the imposing bank, back into the city, the air feeling sharper, the sounds more distinct. His perspective had irrevocably shifted. Arriving back at his brownstone, the ascent of the creaking stairs felt slower, more deliberate. He unlocked his apartment door. It still smelled of dust and ramen, but the smell was now tinged with the faint, almost imperceptible scent of possibility, or perhaps, impending chaos. A few hours later, there was a knock on his door. A firm, professional knock. Two men in smart uniforms stood in the hallway, carefully carrying a large, heavy object between them. It was the wooden chest. They maneuvered it through the narrow doorway, navigating the cluttered space with trained precision, clearly used to handling valuable items in unexpected locations. They set it down gently in the center of his small living area, right on the worn rug next to the wobbly table. The sheer size and presence of it seemed to shrink the already small room. It looked utterly out of place, a piece of ancient mystery dropped into a scene of modern, mundane struggle. The delivery men left, their job done. Leo stood alone with the chest. The setting sun cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the intricate carvings on the wood. He knelt before it, reaching out a hand. It was real. This was the box. This was the start. His heart pounded. What secrets did it hold? What clues had Aunt Mildred left? What was this true family legacy? The questions pulsed in the quiet room, demanding answers. He knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason, that opening this chest would be another irreversible step into the unknown, a pivot even more profound than receiving the letter. He looked at the heavy lid, at the worn metal clasps, and felt a mix of profound fear and exhilarating curiosity. He was about to unlock the next layer of his inheritance, the true test, the beginning of the adventure. And he had no idea what awaited him inside. The chest sat there, silent and imposing, a Pandora's box waiting for his touch, promising revelations that would redefine everything he thought he knew. The wooden chest sat in the middle of Leo's cramped living space like a misplaced artifact from another century. The delivery men had left, leaving behind the faint scent of rain and expensive cologne that felt as out of place as the chest itself. It was larger than it had seemed in the bank vault, dominating the small room, pushing the worn armchair and the stack of precariously balanced books further into the corners. The intricate carvings seemed to writhe in the fading light filtering through the grimy window, hinting at stories etched into the wood itself. Leo circled it slowly, his heart still thrumming from the encounter at the bank and the bizarre journey there. It wasn't just a box, it was a physical manifestation of the impossible turn his life had taken. It felt heavy, ancient, and pulsating with a palpable sense of mystery. This wasn't abstract wealth anymore, just numbers on a page or a key in his hand. This was concrete, tangible, the first piece of Aunt Mildred's puzzle delivered right to his doorstep. He knelt before it, running his hand over the dark, smooth wood. The carvings were complex. Swirling lines, stylized animals he didn't recognize, geometric patterns that seemed to flow into one another. It wasn't merely decorative, it felt symbolic, perhaps even coded. He remembered Mr. Sterling saying Aunt Mildred loved puzzles. This chest certainly looked like one. There were two heavy metal clasps securing the lid. They weren't locked, simply held shut by their own weight and the precision of their design. He hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over one of the clasps. This was it. The moment the next layer of this bewildering inheritance would be revealed. He took a deep breath, the air in the apartment suddenly feeling colder. With a low click, he unfastened the first clasp. Then the second. The lid was heavy. He gripped the edge and slowly lifted. It rose with a low, resonant creak, revealing the contents within. The inside of the chest was lined with dark velvet, plush despite its age. Nestled within this luxurious lining were a collection of items that looked even more out of place than the chest itself. It wasn't filled with glittering jewels or stacks of gold coins, as his childhood fantasies of pirate chests might have suggested. Instead, it contained objects that seemed less like treasure and more like tools. There were rolls of old, yellowed paper, tied with faded ribbon. He carefully lifted one. A map. Not a modern map, but something hand-drawn, with intricate details of coastlines, mountains, and symbols he couldn't decipher. It looked ancient, brittle with age. He unrolled it gently, revealing a section of a coastline he didn't recognize, marked with annotations in a spidery, old-fashioned script. More riddles, perhaps? Next to the maps was a small, leather-bound book. It looked like a journal. He opened it tentatively. The pages were filled with handwriting, again in that same elegant, unfamiliar script. It wasn't a diary, not in the conventional sense. It contained strange entries, lists of dates and places, fragmented notes about constellations, architectural styles, and what looked like chemical formulae or alchemical symbols. It was dense, cryptic, completely baffling. There was a collection of keys, not just one like the one Mr. Sterling had given him, but several. Varying in size and shape, made of different metals, some simple, some as elaborately carved as the chest itself. They looked like keys to different doors, different boxes, different secrets. And then, resting on top of everything, as if placed there specifically to be the first thing he saw, was a letter. Addressed to my dearest heir, in the same elegant hand as the journal. This, he knew, was from Aunt Mildred herself. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly. He sat down on the floor beside the chest, the ancient wood cool against his leg. He unfolded the letter carefully. The paper smelled faintly of lavender and old paper. Aunt Mildred's letter was rambling, eccentric, and utterly captivating. It wasn't a dry legal document. It was personal, filled with asides, anecdotes, and philosophical musings alongside the instructions. Her voice leaped off the page. Witty, intelligent, perhaps a little mad. My dearest heir, if you are reading this, it means you have found the box. Excellent. The first step is taken. No doubt Sterling has already filled your head with talk of fortunes and formalities. Pay him no mind. Lawyers are necessary evils, you see, like tax forms or damp socks. But the true legacy, my dear, is not merely in the counting of coins. That is the dull part. The real treasure is in the tapestry, the weaving of history and family and purpose. And that, my dear, you must discover for yourself. The contents of this box are your tools. The maps are not just geography, but guides to places where echoes of our past still resonate. The journals contain pieces of the puzzle, knowledge gathered over lifetimes, hidden in plain sight for those with eyes to see. The keys. The keys. They open doors, both literal and metaphorical. But a key is useless without knowing which lock it fits, isn't it? That is part of the game, my dear. A game I have orchestrated for you. Life, you see, should not be passively received. It should be actively pursued, explored, understood. Wealth can be a cage, or it can be a passport. I chose to make it a passport, and I hope you will too. Your task now is to unravel these threads. The first clue is woven into the carvings of the box itself, combined with a passage in the main journal. It will point you towards the next key, the next piece of the puzzle. Be wary, my dear. Not everyone desires this legacy to be fully unveiled. There are those who prefer shadows, who profit from ignorance. They may attempt to impede your progress. But do not be discouraged. Tenacity is a virtue, especially when faced with entitled buffoons. This is not merely a test of intellect, but of character, of courage, of discernment. You will need to look beyond the surface, question assumptions, and perhaps, learn to trust sparingly. I have faith in you, my dearest heir. Though we have never met, I have seen glimpses. The resilience, the quiet strength that comes from navigating hardship. Sterling found you because you survived. Now, you must learn to thrive. The first step is the carving, and the entry dated, but that would be telling, wouldn't it? The date is mentioned early in the first journal. Match it to the carving that feels resonant. You will know it when you find it. Good luck, my dearest heir. The adventure begins now. Fondly, your great-aunt Mildred. Leo finished the letter, lowering it slowly. He felt a strange mix of emotions. Awe at the sheer eccentricity of the woman. Confusion at the vague instructions. But also, unexpectedly, a thrill. An adventure. A game. Clues woven into carvings and journals. This was completely insane. And exhilarating. The dramatic irony was no longer painful, but almost humorous. He, wished for something, anything, to break the monotony, and the universe had delivered a full-blown, real-life treasure hunt orchestrated by his deceased, eccentric great-aunt. He looked at the chest, then at the contents scattered around it. The maps, the keys, the journals. This wasn't just a quirky will, it was a legacy built on secrets and discovery. The true family legacy wasn't a simple asset, it was something that had to be found, understood, perhaps even protected. He picked up the leather-bound journal. The pages were thick, creamy paper, the ink faded in places but still legible. He started flipping through, his eyes scanning the elegant script. Dates, places, scientific observations, philosophical quotes, what looked like poetry, interspersed with symbols and sketches. It was a jumble of a brilliant, restless mind. He needed to find the entry dated. What date? Aunt Mildred hadn't given him the date in the letter, just said it was early in the first journal. Another mini-puzzle, right at the start. He carefully put the letter down and picked up the journal, settling back onto the floor. He started reading from the beginning, trying to make sense of the elegant, sometimes spidery, handwriting. The early entries were indeed a mix of observations and cryptic notes. He read about star patterns, tidal movements, geological formations. It felt like the diary of a scientist, historian, and philosopher all rolled into one. He scanned for dates. There were many. Some just numbers, others full entries. He was looking for a date that felt resonant, as Aunt Mildred put it. What did that even mean? He read on, slowly, painstakingly. The language was sometimes archaic, the references obscure. He felt completely out of his depth. He was a data entry clerk, not a scholar of ancient history or celestial navigation. How was he supposed to decipher this? As he read, a theme began to emerge, subtle at first, then more pronounced. References to the source, the foundation, the alignment. Mentions of specific celestial events and their timings. Notes about locations that seemed geographically dispersed but were somehow linked. Aunt Mildred wasn't just rambling, she was building a narrative, albeit a deeply cryptic one. He reached an entry dated September 23, 1789. The date itself didn't immediately strike him as resonant. But the content. The content was more detailed than usual. It spoke of the great work, the securement, and the first charge. It mentioned a specific location, described in terms that were part geographical, part symbolic. And next to the entry, a small, intricate sketch. A symbol, like a keyhole superimposed on a compass rose. He looked back at Aunt Mildred's letter. The date is mentioned early in the first journal. Match it to the carving that feels resonant. You will know it when you find it. He looked at the wooden chest again, at the myriad of carvings. Could this date, September 23, 1789, be the key? He scanned the carvings, his eyes searching for something that matched the sketch in the journal entry, or something that felt connected to the idea of a source or a foundation. His gaze fell upon a particular carving near the base of the chest. It was complex, depicting a central point from which swirling lines radiated outwards, almost like ripples in water, or perhaps stars moving from a central sun. And nestled within the swirling lines, almost hidden, was a small, distinct symbol. A keyhole. He felt a jolt. The keyhole. The compass rose. The entry about the great work and the source. Could this be it? This carving, combined with this date and this journal entry, it wasn't a direct match to the sketch, but the presence of the keyhole, the radiant lines, it felt significant. It felt, dare he say it, resonant. He ran his fingers over the carving. It was deeper than the others, somehow. He looked closer. Was there something different about it? He pressed on the keyhole symbol within the carving. Nothing happened. He pressed harder. Still nothing. Maybe it wasn't just pressing. Maybe it involved one of the keys. He looked at the collection of keys from the deposit box. There were 7 in total, ranging from small, delicate ones to larger, more robust keys. He picked up the one that seemed most likely to fit, a medium-sized key with a uniquely shaped bit. He examined the carving again. There was no visible keyhole in the carving itself, just the symbol of one carved into the wood. Aunt Mildred's letter had said the clue was woven into the carving, combined with the journal entry. He went back to the journal entry for September 23, 1789. He reread it carefully, paying attention to every word, every symbol. He looked at the sketch again. The keyhole over the compass rose. The compass rose implied direction, location. The keyhole implied unlocking something. He looked at the chest again. The carvings. The date. The journal entry. The keys. He needed to connect them. He needed to find the first clue, as Aunt Mildred had promised. He remembered Mr. Sterling saying Aunt Mildred was reclusive in her later years, brilliant but eccentric. This elaborate puzzle was a testament to that. It wasn't about simply inheriting money, it was about proving he had the mind, the patience, and the drive to uncover the legacy she deemed truly important. He spent hours poring over the journal and examining the chest. He read more entries, looking for patterns, for connections to the carvings. He studied the different keys, wondering what locks they might open. He unrolled the maps again, comparing the drawing styles, the markings. The room grew dark, the shadows deepening. The chest seemed to grow larger, more imposing, filled with the weight of centuries of secrets. He forgot about his hunger, about the world outside his apartment. He was completely absorbed in the puzzle. He returned to the September 23, 1789 entry. He read the passage about the first charge again. And then, his eyes caught something he had missed before, a tiny annotation scribbled in the margin, almost invisible against the faint lines of the paper. It was a sequence of numbers and symbols that looked like coordinates, followed by a single word, library. Library? A public library? A private collection? And coordinates. Coordinates for what? A location. A book within a library? He looked at the maps again. Could the coordinates relate to one of the places marked on the old maps? He pulled out his phone, his cracked, old phone, and tried to input the coordinates into a mapping app. The numbers were slightly unconventional, maybe an older system. It took some fiddling, converting, and educated guesses based on the style of the old maps, but eventually, he got a tentative location, a specific point in the city, surprisingly close to where he was now, in an older, more historic district. He cross-referenced the location with the word library. Was there a significant library near those coordinates? He searched online. Yes. An old, distinguished historical library, known for its vast archives and private collections. It fit the description. His heart began to race again. The carving, the journal entry, the coordinates, the word library, they were linking up. This wasn't just a puzzle, it was an instruction. An instruction to go somewhere. To the library. But what was he looking for in the library? The journal entry mentioned the first charge. Aunt Mildred's letter said the clue woven into the carving and journal would lead to the next key. Was the next key in the library? Hidden there? He looked at the collection of keys from the deposit box again. One of them was smaller than the others, made of polished brass, looking almost like a key to a small box or drawer. Could that key be hidden in the library? And how would he find it? Was it linked to something at the coordinates? Something mentioned in the September 23, 1789 entry? He felt a surge of adrenaline, wiping away the fatigue and confusion. This was a real-life quest. He had been given a riddle, a set of tools, and a destination. The weight of the chest, the mystery of its contents. It wasn't just overwhelming, it was a challenge. And against all his expectations, he felt a pull to meet it. He carefully put the journal back in the chest, along with the letter and the maps. He picked up the collection of keys, turning them over in his hand. He looked at the smallest brass key, wondering if it was the one he was meant to find next. He needed to go to that library, to those coordinates, to find the next key, whatever that meant. He had no idea what he was walking into, how he would even begin to search a large library based on cryptic clues and coordinates. But the thought of not pursuing it felt suddenly impossible. His life had been stagnant for so long. Now, it was moving, rapidly, in a direction he could never have predicted. He looked at the wooden chest one last time, sitting silent and stoic in the center of his apartment. It was a threshold. He had opened it, and the adventure had begun. He had the coordinates, the journal entry, the memory of the carving. He had the first piece of the puzzle. The next step lay outside his door, in the heart of the city, within the hushed halls of an old library. He felt a knot of anxiety, but beneath it, a spark of something new. Purpose. He was Leo, the guy from the attic apartment, and he was about to embark on a quest left by his eccentric great-aunt. He stood up, his legs stiff. He looked at the coordinates scribbled on a piece of paper he decopied from the journal. He looked at the time. It was late, but the library might have extended hours, or perhaps he needed to go during the day. He would figure out the logistics later. Right now, the destination was fixed in his mind. He grabbed his jacket, the same worn one he'd worn to the law firm and the bank. It felt somehow less worn now, imbued with the gravity of the day's events. He glanced back at the chest, its presence a powerful anchor in the room. He had no idea what waited for him at the library, what dangers or revelations lay ahead. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that he had to go. He had opened the box, and the riddle demanded an answer. The first charge awaited. The wooden chest sat like a silent, watchful sentinel in the middle of Leo's apartment. Dust motes danced in the weak morning light that filtered through the grimy window, illuminating the intricate carvings on the wood. It was still there. The maps, the journals, the collection of keys. They were real. Aunt Mildred, Sterling and Vance, 9 figures, a journey, a legacy. Real. Leo woke up on his narrow cot, the familiar creak of the springs a jarring contrast to the reality that had slammed into his life. He felt different. Lighter, somehow, and yet heavier. The crushing weight of financial stress had lifted, replaced by a dizzying, terrifying sense of potential and the unknown. He still tasted the dust and cheap ramen of his old life, but the faint aroma of lavender from Aunt Mildred's letter seemed to linger in the air, a whisper of the world that awaited him. He sat up, the movement slow, deliberate. He looked at the chest. It wasn't just a container of secrets, it was a symbol of his transformation. The knowledge gained yesterday, the coordinates, the library, the first charge, pulsed in his mind. The adventure component of Aunt Mildred's will was intriguing, even exciting. But right now, something more immediate, more grounding, called to him. Mr. Sterling's words, significant assets immediately accessible, enough to secure suitable accommodation, do not feel you need to return to your previous living situation immediately. A wave of practicality washed over the bewilderment. He needed clothes. Not just presentable clothes, but clothes that wouldn't scream imposter in the world he was being thrust into. He needed a proper meal. He needed a place to think that wasn't this cramped, cluttered room. He got off the cot, his bare feet silent on the worn rug. He walked over to the chest, touching the carved wood. He carefully picked up the collection of keys, the temporary bank card, and the note he'd scribbled with the library coordinates. He put them in his pocket. He felt a strange sense of leaving something behind, even though the chest remained. This initial step wasn't about the grand quest yet, it was about navigating the immediate, overwhelming reality of having money. He needed cash. Mr. Sterling had mentioned funds were accessible. He didn't know how much, or where exactly, but the bank card felt like the logical next step. The descent down the creaking stairs felt different this morning. He still navigated them with practiced care, avoiding the loosest boards, but there was a lightness in his step, a quiet defiance of the decay that surrounded him. He pushed open the heavy street door and stepped out into the city. The air, usually a harsh mix of exhaust and damp, felt somehow fresher, charged with possibility. His first destination was a bank. A different one from the imposing First National Trust, just a regular branch where he could use an ATM. He found one on a busy street corner. He inserted the temporary card Mr. Sterling had given him, his hands trembling slightly. He selected withdrawal. He hesitated, unsure what amount to enter. Significant assets, Mr. Sterling had said. What did that even mean for a data entry clerk? He decided to start small, tentatively entering a figure that felt huge to him, $1,000. The machine processed the request for a moment. Then, instead of spitting out an error message or an insufficient funds notification, it simply asked if he wanted a receipt. He felt a shock ripple through him. It worked. He withdrew the cash, the crisp bills feeling unreal in his hand. He tried another withdrawal, slightly larger. It worked again. He took a deep breath. It was real. The money was real. The first priority, clothes. He couldn't walk into fancy places looking like he'd slept in a dumpster, even if he could now afford to buy the place. He needed to transform, at least superficially. He thought of the expensive stores he'd only ever walked past, pressing his nose against the glass, intimidated by the polished interiors and the prices displayed in elegant type. Today, he would walk in. He found himself standing outside a well-known high-end department store in the downtown core. The windows displayed impossibly elegant mannequins draped in fabrics that shimmered under subtle lighting. The revolving door looked like a portal to another dimension. Taking a deep breath, he pushed through. The air inside was cool, scented with expensive perfume. The floor was polished marble, reflecting the soft glow of the lights. Everything was hushed, elegant, and intimidatingly quiet. Sales associates, dressed in sharp, dark suits, moved with a quiet grace, their gazes discreetly assessing everyone who entered. Leo felt every threadbare patch on his jacket, every scuff mark on his shoes. He stuck out like a sore thumb. He tried to walk with purpose, to look like he belonged, but felt like a toddler trying to navigate a minefield. This was his action sequence for the day. Navigating the treacherous, unspoken rules of high-end retail. It required stealth, observation, and a surprising amount of internal courage. He headed towards the men's clothing section, a vast expanse of tailored suits, cashmere sweaters, and impossibly neat displays. He wandered among the racks, his eyes wide, his hands hesitant to touch the luxurious fabrics. The prices on the tags made his eyes water. A single shirt cost more than he usually spent on groceries in a month. A suit cost more than a year's rent. A sales assistant, a man with sharp eyes and an even sharper haircut, approached him. His demeanor was polite, but distant, his smile practiced. "May I assist you with something, sir?" His tone suggested he doubted Leo was serious about purchasing anything. Leo felt his awkwardness flare. Yeah. I need some clothes. Suits. Shirts. Everything, really." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the entire opulent department. The sales assistant's eyebrows raised infinitesimally. His gaze swept over Leo, taking in his appearance with practiced speed. The subtle judgment in his eyes was clear. "Everything," he repeated, a note of cool skepticism in his voice. "And what occasion are you shopping for today?" This was the start of the suggestive but classy dialogue. Not suggestive in a romantic way, but in hinting at the layers of service and assumption based on appearance and perceived status. The unspoken question was clear: what could this man possibly need everything for? Leo hesitated. He couldn't say, "I just inherited a fortune from a great-aunt I never knew and need to stop looking like I crawled out of a drainpipe." "Just a change," he said, trying for casual confidence and failing miserably. "A complete change." The sales assistant's smile remained fixed, but his eyes were assessing. He seemed to be deciding whether Leo was a time-waster or a genuinely clueless rich person, a type they likely encountered. He probably leaned towards time-waster. "Perhaps we could start with something simple," the assistant suggested smoothly, guiding Leo towards a display of dress shirts. "Are you familiar with our sizing?" No. Not really. Just medium." Leo felt himself shrinking under the assistant's polite scrutiny. The assistant sighed internally. Leo could almost hear it, but maintained his professional composure. He took Leo's measurements with swift, expert movements, calling out numbers that meant nothing to Leo. As he did, he reached into Leo's jacket pocket to move something out of the way, and his fingers brushed against the temporary bank card from Sterling and Vance. Leo saw his eyes flicker, just for a fraction of a second, as he subtly registered the card. He finished the measurements, his touch still professional, but something had shifted. The cool distance in his demeanor lessened, replaced by a new, focused attention. "Right, sir," the assistant said, his voice now holding a subtle note of deference, carefully modulated to avoid being obvious. "For a complete change, I recommend we start with a foundation of well-tailored suits, and perhaps a selection of our premium shirts and ties. Allow me to show you something truly exceptional." He led Leo to a secluded section of the department, pulling out garments that looked impossibly luxurious. As he draped a jacket over Leo's shoulders, adjusting the fit, he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping just enough to be confidential. "If you have particular preferences, sir, or require items for specific occasions, our bespoke services could be arranged. Or perhaps you prefer privacy while selecting. We have fitting rooms available." The shift was remarkable. The slightly dismissive politeness was gone, replaced by an eagerness to please that was almost unnerving. The casual mention of bespoke services and privacy was the suggestive part, hinting at a level of service and discretion Leo hadn't even known existed, open to him now because of a piece of plastic in his pocket. It wasn't personal connection, it was the power of money, and it was a stark, immediate lesson. Leo felt a strange mix of relief and discomfort. He was being treated with respect, even deference, solely because of the potential spending power he represented. It was a hollow feeling. But it was also incredibly efficient. The assistant, now fully engaged, was guiding him expertly through the process, making suggestions, pulling items, anticipating his needs. It was a crash course in wealthy shopping. He spent a surreal hour trying on suits that fit him perfectly, shirts that felt incredibly soft against his skin, shoes that were both stylish and comfortable. He bought far more than he intended, letting the assistant guide him, too overwhelmed to make his own decisions. The assistant, sensing the sheer scale of the transaction, even offered to have everything delivered. To where? Leo paused. Not the apartment. Not yet. He remembered Mr. Sterling's suggestion. Could you recommend a good hotel nearby? And have it sent there? The assistant's smile widened, his professionalism absolute. Certainly, sir. We have arrangements with several of the city's finest establishments. Might I suggest the Grand Regent? Their suites are particularly well appointed. An hour later, Leo walked out of the department store, carrying only a single small bag containing a few essentials. Behind him, a small fortune in new clothing was being prepared for delivery to a luxury hotel. The contrast between his old, worn clothes and the destination of his new wardrobe was jarring. He felt like he was wearing a costume of his former life, about to step onto a stage as someone else. Next, food. Proper food. He needed something substantial, something that didn't come in a styrofoam cup or a plastic wrapper. He decided to lean into the absurdity of the day. If he was going to experience the world of riches, he might as well go all in. He found a highly rated restaurant a few blocks away, one with a discreet awning and a menu displayed outside that looked like a foreign language. He walked in. The maitre d', a man with impeccable posture and an air of quiet authority, greeted him. "Good evening, sir. Table for one?" "Yes, please," Leo replied, trying to sound confident. Again, a subtle glance, a brief assessment of his appearance. But something in Leo's bearing now, perhaps the confidence from the successful, if awkward, shopping trip, or just the faint scent of new expensive fabric on his old jacket, seemed to shift the maitre d's perception. He didn't get the initial coolness he'd expected. "Certainly, sir. Right this way." He was led to a small, well-situated table. The dining room was elegant, hushed, filled with the quiet murmur of conversation and the clinking of cutlery. The air smelled of expensive food and wine. The menu was enormous, leather-bound, filled with French terms and descriptions that made no sense to Leo. He stared at it, completely lost. A waiter appeared, smiling politely. "May I assist you with your selection, sir?" Leo panicked slightly. He couldn't pronounce anything. He didn't know what half of it was. He remembered his earlier thought. Go all in. He cleared his throat. What's your best dish? And, maybe a bit of everything? The waiter's smile didn't falter, but his eyes widened slightly. "Sir, like, the specials? And maybe, appetizers, some main courses, maybe a bit of fish, some meat, and dessert." Leo elaborated, feeling his face flush. He was clearly ordering enough food for a small army, in the most unsophisticated way possible. The waiter recovered smoothly, a master of handling eccentric requests. "A tasting of our finest offerings. An excellent choice, sir. Perhaps I could suggest a selection curated by our chef. It would provide a comprehensive experience of our cuisine." This was another instance of polished, classy dialogue implicitly dealing with the power dynamic and Leo's status. The waiter didn't question the ridiculous order, he elevated it, reframed it as a sophisticated tasting. "Yeah, that sounds great," Leo mumbled, relieved to hand over the decision-making. The meal that followed was a blur of exquisite tastes and textures he couldn't identify. Tiny portions of incredibly flavorful dishes arrived one after another, presented with artistic flair. He ate with gusto, using the wrong fork half the time, occasionally looking up to catch a fleeting, amused glance from another diner or a server. He probably looked ridiculous, a hungry wolf set loose in a gourmet petting zoo. But the food was amazing. Truly, undeniably amazing. He savored every bite, a silent rebellion against years of bland, cheap meals. Dessert arrived. A delicate, elaborate creation that looked too beautiful to eat. He finished it all. When the waiter presented the bill, presented on a small silver tray, Leo felt a familiar surge of dread, quickly replaced by the knowledge that the number on the slip, however astronomical, was now within his means. He paid using the temporary card, watching the waiter process it with the same quiet efficiency as the sales assistant. The card seemed to be a magic key, unlocking doors he never knew existed. Walking out of the restaurant, full and slightly disoriented, the city lights seemed brighter, sharper. He felt a profound sense of unreality. He had spent more on one meal and one shopping trip than he had earned in months. His old life felt like a distant, faded photograph. He hailed a cab, giving the driver the address of the Grand Regent Hotel. The Grand Regent was everything the department store assistant had promised. Opulent, hushed, with a lobby that smelled of money and power. Checking in with the temporary card felt less awkward this time. He was shown to a suite that was larger than his entire apartment, with a king-sized bed, plush furnishings, and a bathroom equipped with more towels than he owned in total. His new clothes had already arrived, hanging neatly in the closet. He stood in the middle of the suite, looking out the window at the glittering city skyline. This was his now. This wealth was real. The clumsy, comedic attempts to navigate this new world had been a steep learning curve, but they had also instilled a fragile sense of confidence. He hadn't completely messed up. He hadn't been thrown out. He had survived his first foray into the land of riches. He sat down on the edge of the ridiculously comfortable bed. The day had been overwhelming, filled with sensory details that were a universe away from his old life. The smooth glide of the limousine, the scent of expensive perfume, the feel of cashmere, the exquisite taste of food he couldn't name. It was intoxicating, disorienting, and lonely. He pulled out his worn flip phone. No messages. Who would message him? He was still the same Leo inside, the one who lived in the attic. Money changed his external circumstances, but not his core. He looked at the collection of keys he placed on the bedside table, next to his old phone. The key to the deposit box. The small brass key he suspected was the next clue. And the note with the library coordinates. The adventure was waiting. But this new reality, the sheer weight of the wealth and the social chasm it represented, felt just as daunting, if not more so, than any puzzle Aunt Mildred had devised. He decided to take a bath, a long, hot bath in the enormous tub, something he hadn't been able to do in years due to his apartment's unreliable hot water and tiny shower stall. As the hot water filled the tub, steam rising, he felt a sense of weary luxury settle over him. He closed his eyes, trying to process the day. Suddenly, his old flip phone buzzed. A text message. An unknown number. He picked it up, frowning. Who could be texting him? He opened the message. It was short, just a few words. We know about Mildred. We're watching. Leo froze, water running forgotten into the tub. The words were stark, chilling. We? Who was we? Was this the not everyone will be pleased Mr. Sterling had warned him about? The potentially hostile relatives Aunt Mildred had hinted at. The message felt like a cold hand on his shoulder, dragging him out of the days of his new wealth and back into the brewing storm. The dramatic irony of his situation intensified. He had survived the awkwardness of riches, only to be immediately threatened by them. The luxurious hotel suite, the expensive clothes, the promising adventure. It all felt fragile now, overshadowed by the stark reality that his inheritance had painted a target on his back. The cliffhanger was immediate, visceral. The game, it seemed, had just gotten a lot more dangerous, and he was no longer just playing against a deceased eccentric. He was playing against the living, and they were already watching him. The text message, chilling words, "We know about Mildred. We, rewatching," had shattered the fragile peace of Leo's opulent hotel suite. The hot bath water continued to run, forgotten, steam filling the luxurious bathroom, a stark contrast to the sudden cold knot in his stomach. The glittering city lights outside the panoramic window seemed to mock him now, no longer symbols of his new possibilities but beacons that might draw unwanted attention. He turned off the water with a trembling hand. The sheer, mundane terror of a direct threat cut through the lingering awe of the day. Who were we? Was it the greedy relatives Mr. Sterling had alluded to? People who resented his sudden inheritance? Or was it something tied to the true family legacy, something Aunt Mildred's convoluted will was meant to protect? The mystery of the chest and the journey felt suddenly secondary to the immediate, visceral fear that someone was aware of him, watching him, and saw him as a problem. He dried himself mechanically, his mind racing. What should he do? Call the police? What would he even say? Hello, I inherited a fortune, and now someone I don't know sent me a cryptic text message? They'd think he was crazy, or worse, write it off as a simple hoax. His eyes fell on the collection of keys he placed on the bedside table, next to his old, cracked phone. The keys to the bank box, the possible key for the library clue, and the threatening message on the phone screen. This wasn't just a game anymore. The stakes had been raised, dramatically and terrifyingly. He needed advice. Professional advice. He needed Mr. Sterling. It was late, but he didn't care. He grabbed the sleek, unfamiliar hotel phone and called the number for Sterling and Vance listed on the letterhead he tucked into his new wallet, which felt ridiculously heavy with crisp bills. He braced himself for an answering service or a polite dismissal. To his surprise, after only a few rings, a sleepy but alert voice answered. Sterling and Vance. Mr. Sterling's private line. Ah, Mr. Sterling? Leo stammered, his voice rough. It's Leo. There was a brief pause, then Mr. Sterling's voice, immediately sharper, losing all trace of sleepiness. Mr. Leo? Is everything all right? It's quite late. No, not really all right, Mr. Sterling, Leo admitted, the words tumbling out. He recounted the text message, the anonymous number, the chilling words. Mr. Sterling listened intently, his questions precise and calm. You still have the phone? Do not delete the message. We will need to attempt to trace the number, though it is likely prepaid or using a burner phone. His tone was serious, recognizing the validity of Leo's fear without sensationalizing it. This is concerning, Mr. Leo. As I mentioned, Mrs. Abernathy's inheritance, particularly the unconventional nature of it, may attract unwelcome attention. This confirms our suspicion that someone is aware of your position and is displeased. But who? And what do they want? Leo asked, his voice edged with panic. That is what we need to discover, Mr. Sterling replied. It could be a disgruntled relative, someone who believed they had a claim on Mrs. Abernathy's estate. Or it could be something connected to the true legacy itself. Perhaps something someone wishes to keep hidden or control. He paused, a thoughtful silence on the line. Mr. Leo, I believe the best course of action now is counterintuitive. Do not retreat into the shadows. You need to become visible. Establishing yourself publicly as the rightful heir makes you a more difficult target. Operating in secrecy allows those who wish you harm to work undetected. Visible? Leo felt another wave of panic. The last thing he wanted was attention. He spent his life trying not to be noticed. Yes, Mr. Leo. You must step into the world you now inhabit. Begin attending certain functions, make your presence known. It is a form of protection. Sunlight, you see, is the best disinfectant for lurking shadows. Attend functions. Leo thought of the hushed luxury of the department store, the elegant restaurant. Attending a function felt like scaling Everest in flip-flops. Precisely. Thankfully, a prominent charity gala is scheduled for this weekend. It is a significant event, attended by many influential figures in the city's social and business circles. An ideal opportunity for your introduction. Leo swallowed hard. A gala. Him. In his new, still awkward skin. I don't know anything about galas, Mr. Sterling. I'd stick out like I stick out. Mr. Sterling chuckled, a dry, reassuring sound. That is precisely the point, Mr. Leo. You are not meant to be just another face in the crowd. You are the fascinating, unexpected heir of Mildred Abernathy. Your uniqueness can be your strength. We will arrange for your invitation and ensure you are appropriately prepared. Appropriately prepared. Did that mean more shopping? Etiquette lessons? The prospect was daunting, but the alternative, hiding from an unseen threat, felt worse. Maybe stepping into this world, however uncomfortable, was the only way to understand who his enemies were. Okay, Leo said, the word feeling small but resolute. Okay, Mr. Sterling. I'll do it. Excellent, Mr. Leo. Courage is the first step to understanding any new territory. We will be in touch tomorrow with the details. For now, try to get some rest. You are in a secure location. We will begin investigating the origin of that message immediately. Hanging up the phone, Leo didn't feel rested, but he felt a strange sense of purpose mingling with the fear. He was no longer just passively receiving an inheritance or deciphering clues. He was entering a conflict, and his first battlefield was the glittering, treacherous terrain of high society. The next few days were a whirlwind of forced preparation. Sterling and Vance arranged for a discreet delivery of formal wear. A tuxedo that fit him perfectly, crisp shirts, cufflinks he didn't know how to use. They also sent over a thick binder filled with names, faces, and brief biographies of key figures who would be at the gala. It was like studying for a bizarre, high-stakes exam on human connections. He tried reading it, but the names and faces blurred together. He felt like a spy learning about his targets, except his only weapon was, what? His awkwardness. His unexpected fortune. The night of the gala arrived with a nervous energy that vibrated through the luxurious hotel suite. Leo struggled with the cufflinks, fumbling with the tiny studs until he finally managed to secure them. The tuxedo felt stiff, unfamiliar, but also undeniably transformative. Looking in the mirror, he saw a stranger. A man in expensive clothes, standing in a room that cost more per night than his old rent. The dramatic irony of it all was almost unbearable. He was dressed for success, plastered with the signs of wealth, but inside, he was still the same guy from the attic, terrified, bewildered, and carrying a threatening text message in his pocket. A chauffeured car arrived to take him to the venue. The gala was being held at a grand museum in the city center, a building Leo had only ever walked past on the sidewalk, admiring its imposing architecture from a distance. Now, he was walking into it, the red carpet stretching out before him, lined with flashing cameras and murmuring onlookers held back by velvet ropes. Stepping out of the car felt like stepping onto a stage. The flashes were blinding, the whispers of the crowd a disorienting murmur. He plastered on what he hoped was a confident expression, but which felt more like a deer caught in headlights. He was acutely aware of his every step, every glance. He saw people pointing, whispering. News of his inheritance must have leaked to the press. He was a spectacle. The entrance hall of the museum was breathtaking. Soaring ceilings, marble columns, priceless artwork lining the walls. It was filled with hundreds of people, all impeccably dressed, holding champagne flutes, their laughter and conversation creating a resonant, constant hum. The air smelled of expensive perfume, champagne, and a faint, underlying scent of old art. Leo felt a wave of intimidation wash over him. He was utterly alone, surrounded by a sea of polished faces and knowing smiles. He clutched the small card with his table number, a flimsy life raft in this ocean of unfamiliarity. He tried to blend in, to navigate the crowd towards his assigned table. But blending in was impossible. He was new, he was the subject of whispers, and his internal awkwardness, despite the tuxedo, radiated outwards. He stumbled over a discarded champagne flute, catching himself before he fell, but drawing a few amused glances. He tried to make small talk with a group standing nearby, asking a question about the painting they were admiring, only to be met with polite but dismissive answers that clearly signaled he was interrupting an exclusive conversation. His attempts at conversation were predictably cringeworthy. He didn't know the unwritten rules. He asked one man, who had been talking about his yacht, if he actually lived on it. The man stared at him as if he sprouted a second head. He complimented a woman on her dress by asking if it was comfortable for sitting. Her smile froze. He felt the weight of judgment, the polite but palpable disdain from people who saw him as an interloper, someone who had stumbled into their world through blind luck, not earned right. He encountered groups of socialites who seemed to glide through the crowd, their conversations a mix of subtle boasts and insider gossip. They greeted each other with air kisses and murmured pleasantries, their eyes constantly scanning, assessing. When Leo was introduced to them, often by a well-meaning but perhaps slightly mischievous acquaintance of Mr. Sterling, their smiles were polite but brittle. Their questions were often pointed, probing. Such a sudden inheritance, wasn't it? From Mildred Abernathy? We hadn't heard she had any direct relations left. Must be quite the adjustment, coming into such considerable assets. The subtext was clear. Who are you? And why are you here? They saw his lack of Polish, his hesitations, and they judged him harshly, seeing him as an upstart who didn't deserve his place. The dramatic irony was that these people, judging him for his lack of social grace, were potentially the very entitled buffoons Aunt Mildred had warned him about, completely unaware of the true, mysterious legacy he was meant to uncover. Lost and feeling increasingly overwhelmed, Leo retreated towards a quieter corner, near a velvet rope that cordoned off a priceless exhibit. He needed a moment to breathe, to gather himself. He felt a hand on his arm. He turned, expecting another polite dismissal or a condescending question. Instead, he saw a woman. She was older, perhaps in her late 60s, dressed in an elegant, understated gown that seemed to defy fashion trends, simply emanating timeless style. Her hair was silver, swept up gracefully. Her eyes, a striking shade of blue, were sharp and intelligent, but held a spark of genuine amusement as she looked at him. "Lost, are we?" she asked, her voice a low, warm alto, like aged scotch. It wasn't a question delivered with judgment, but with a kind, knowing understanding. Leo felt his guard drop slightly. Yeah. A little. A lot, actually. She smiled, a genuine, crinkling smile that reached her eyes. "This world can be a maze if you don't have a map." She gestured around the room with her champagne flute. "Everyone knows everyone, and everyone knows exactly where they stand. And if you're new, well, you're immediately charted. Assessed. Categorized." Her tone was light, but there was a subtle, cynical edge to it. She took a sip of her champagne, her gaze still fixed on him, but not in an assessing way. More, intrigued. "You are Leo, aren't you? The unexpected Mr. Abernathy heir?" Leo nodded, feeling exposed. "That's me. The unexpected one. Mildred," she mused, shaking her head slightly. "Always one for the dramatic gesture, that Mildred. And a penchant for the unconventional." Her eyes twinkled. "Leaving her empire to someone no one knew existed? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Leo was taken aback by her reaction. Most people had treated his inheritance as vaguely scandalous or suspicious. Her view was refreshing. You knew her?" "Only by reputation, mostly," she said. "Our paths crossed occasionally in certain circles. She was a force. Eccentric, yes, but sharp as a tack. And she collected interesting things. And people." She paused, her gaze turning more thoughtful. She didn't suffer fools gladly. Anyone she chose as an heir would have to be extraordinary in their own way. Extraordinary? Leo almost laughed. He was the guy who couldn't pick out a suit without help. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping, becoming more intimate, though still perfectly audible in the surrounding hum. "Ignore the peacocks, dear. They flutter and preen, but there's often not much beneath the feathers. Find your own perch. And watch. This room is filled with information, if you know how to listen. And deception." This was the suggestive but classy dialogue. Not sexual, but intellectually suggestive, hinting at layers of meaning and power dynamics Leo hadn't perceived. Her eyes held a knowing gleam, suggesting a shared understanding of the superficiality around them. It was a moment of genuine connection, a lifeline thrown to him in this alien environment. "Deception?" Leo asked, his mind flashing to the text message. She smiled faintly. "Wealth attracts all sorts, Mr. Leo. Not all of them benevolent. Some people feel entitled. Others have secrets they wish to keep buried. And Mildred's legacy was rumored to be tangled with more than just money." She looked at him, her gaze direct. "Be careful, Mr. Leo. More careful than you think." Before Leo could ask who she was, or what she meant by secrets and tangled legacies, a man approached, interrupting their conversation. He was tall, imposing, with a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Ah, Eleanor," he said, his voice smooth, but with an undercurrent of something hard. "Always holding court. And who is your charming new acquaintance?" He looked at Leo, his smile not reaching his eyes. Leo felt an instant, prickling sense of unease. This man felt dangerous. He vaguely recognized him from the binder Mr. Sterling had given him. Marcus Thorne. A distant relative of Mildred Abernathy, a powerful figure in finance, mentioned as someone who might have expected a larger share of the estate. Eleanor's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Marcus. Just introducing myself to Mr. Leo. He seems a little lost in the grandeur." Her tone was cool, polite, a stark contrast to the warmth she'd shown Leo. Marcus's smile widened, but it didn't touch his eyes. "Lost? I'm sure Mr. Leo will find his feet quickly, especially with Mildred's generous assistance. His gaze lingered on Leo for a moment too long, sharp and assessing. It's quite the story, isn't it? This unexpected heir appearing from nowhere. Life is full of surprises, Marcus, Eleanor said dryly, her tone cuttingly polite. Marcus ignored her, focusing on Leo. I must say, I was rather surprised myself. One hears so little about Mildred's estranged branches, especially one quite so far removed from the family's established circles. The disdain in his voice was thinly veiled. He was measuring Leo, finding him wanting. I'm full of surprises, I guess, Leo said, managing a weak smile. Marcus chuckled, a low, humorless sound. Indeed. Well, enjoy the evening, Mr. Leo. The museum is exquisite. Though I'm sure you'll soon have access to collections far more private. He let his gaze sweep over Leo's tuxedo, a subtle gesture of judgment. One must learn to navigate these waters, mustn't one? They can be treacherous for the unprepared. The last word hung in the air, a clear, veiled threat. He nodded curtly to Eleanor, his smile dropping, and then turned and walked away, melting back into the crowd. Leo watched him go, the prickling sense of unease solidifying into fear. That was it. That was the threat. He wasn't just being watched, he was being circled. Eleanor watched Marcus go, her expression thoughtful. She turned back to Leo. See what I mean about deception? And sharks? Leo nodded, his throat tight. That was subtle. Marcus Thorne is rarely subtle when he believes something is rightfully his, Eleanor said quietly. He felt entitled to Mildred's fortune. Your sudden appearance is a considerable inconvenience to him. She paused. He is a dangerous man, Mr. Leo. Ruthless. And well-connected. The conversation was interrupted again, this time by the announcement that dinner was being served. People began moving towards the dining hall. Eleanor gave Leo another sympathetic look. Go. Find your table. And remember what I said. Watch and listen. And be careful. She gave his arm a gentle squeeze before turning and joining the flow of people. Leo walked towards the dining hall, his mind reeling. Marcus Thorne. The text message. The warning from Eleanor. He felt the weight of the threat pressing down on him. He found his table, seated amongst strangers who offered polite nods of acknowledgement. He ate the exquisite food, the taste now muted by anxiety. He tried to make conversation, but his mind was elsewhere, replaying the encounter with Marcus. As the evening progressed, Leo tried to follow Eleanor's advice. He watched the people around him, listened to the snippets of conversation he could catch. He saw the intricate web of connections, the power dynamics at play. He felt like an anthropologist observing a strange, alien tribe. Later, during a break between courses, as he stood up to stretch his legs, he was approached again. This time, it was a younger man, impeccably dressed, with an arrogant swagger. He bumped into Leo slightly as he passed, just enough to be noticeable, but not enough to seem overtly aggressive. It was a deliberate, physical nudge in this controlled environment. The subtle action sequence. Oh, excuse me, the man drawled, though he didn't sound apologetic. He looked at Leo, his eyes running over him with a sneer. Didn't see you there. New around here, are we? His tone was mocking. He was clearly trying to provoke a reaction, to make Leo stumble, literally and figuratively. Leo felt a surge of anger, but he remembered Eleanor's words, Marcus' warning. He took a deep breath. He could react like his old self, get defensive, maybe even physically push back. But that wasn't the game here. This was about control, about projecting an image. He looked the man calmly in the eye. Easy to miss me, Leo replied, his voice quiet but steady. I haven't quite mastered the art of demanding attention. Unlike some. It was a subtle jab, a quiet refusal to be intimidated, using his awkwardness as a shield and a weapon. It was his street smarts adapting to this new, bizarre environment. The man's smirk faltered for a second, surprised by the lack of expected reaction and the understated retort. He recovered quickly, but the moment was lost. He clearly hadn't expected the upstart to have a quiet wit. Perhaps you'll learn, the man said, his voice hardening slightly. Or perhaps not everyone is cut out for these circles. He glared for another moment, then turned and walked away, seemingly frustrated that Leo hadn't reacted as predicted. It wasn't a dramatic fight scene, but it was a satisfying action sequence in its own way. Leo hadn't thrown a punch, but he had deflected the intended jab, maintained his composure, and subtly turned the tables. It was a small victory, a sign that his transformation wasn't just external, he was learning to adapt, to fight with the tools of this new world. He spent the rest of the evening navigating the social minefield, armed with Eleanor's advice and his growing awareness of the hidden currents beneath the polished surface. He met more people, some pleasant, some indifferent, some clearly sizing him up as a potential asset or obstacle. He felt the constant pressure to conform, the awkwardness of not knowing the codes, but beneath it all, the quiet determination to understand this world and the threat it contained. As the gala wound down, people beginning to depart, Leo stood near the entrance, waiting for his car. He felt exhausted, mentally drained. He had survived his social debut, but the cost felt high. He had glimpsed the glamour and the power, but he had also seen the cynicism, the judgment, and the underlying danger. He checked his phone. No new messages. But as he looked up, waiting for his car to be announced, his eyes scanned the crowd one last time. Across the grand hall, near the museum's entrance, he saw him. Marcus Thorne. Standing slightly apart from the dispersing crowd, looking directly at Leo. There was no smile on his face now. His expression was cold, hard, utterly devoid of warmth. He raised his hand slightly, not in a wave, but in a slow, deliberate motion that ended with him pointing two fingers at his own eyes, then pointing them back at Leo. "I'm watching you." The message was clear, unmistakable, delivered silently across the crowded room. It was a physical echo of the text message, a terrifying confirmation of the threat. Leo felt a shiver run down his spine, despite the warmth of the elegant room. Surrounded by hundreds of people, dressed in a suit worth more than his old rent, standing in a monument to culture and wealth, Leo had never felt more isolated, more exposed, or more profoundly in danger. Marcus's gaze held his for a long moment, a silent promise of conflict. The cliffhanger wasn't just a question of what would happen next, it was a stark, terrifying realization that the game had already begun, and his opponent was powerful, ruthless, and already had him in his sights. The silence of the hotel suite was thick and heavy after the gala. Leo stood in the middle of the sprawling room, the crisp white shirt of the tuxedo feeling suddenly constricting, the silk tie like a noose. The grandeur of the space, moments ago a source of bewildered awe, now felt sterile and isolating. The scent of expensive cologne and hairspray still clung to him, a faint, alien aroma clinging to the familiar smell of his own skin. He looked at himself in the full-length mirror. The man in the reflection was a stranger. The tailored suit, the polished shoes, the neatly styled hair, it was a disguise. Beneath the fade, he was still Leo from the attic apartment, the guy who ate instant noodles and worried about bus fare. The dramatic irony was no longer funny, it was a suffocating presence in the room. He had spent the evening performing a role he didn't understand, speaking a language of social codes he hadn't mastered. And then there was Marcus Thorne. The cold eyes, the deliberate pointing gesture. "I'm watching you." The text message lay on the bedside table, a stark, digital echo of that silent threat. The fear that had been a distant rumble was now a cold, hard knot in his gut. He had stepped into the light, as Mr. Sterling advised, and the shadows had immediately found him. He peeled off the tuxedo, letting the expensive fabric pool on the floor. It felt good to be out of it, to shed the costume. He put on a pair of his new, soft lounge pants and a simple t-shirt. More comfortable, but still not him. Not completely. He picked up his old flip phone, the cracked screen glowing faintly. The threatening message was still there. He looked at the other phone, the sleek, new one the hotel had provided for guest use. Another symbol of the divide. His old life, tangible in the worn plastic of the flip phone, his new life, represented by the polished technology he barely knew how to use. He paced the suite, the thick carpet muffling his steps. The gala. The people. The forced smiles, the probing questions, the thinly veiled judgment. It had been a crash course in a world built on appearances, on unspoken rules and subtle power plays. He thought of the disdainful socialites, their polished exteriors hiding calculating minds. Their small talk about yachts, summer homes, and private collections felt like a foreign language, a lexicon of privilege that excluded him. His attempts to engage, his awkward questions about their seemingly frivolous lives, had met with polite but definite walls. He had been a curiosity, an object of gossip, not a person. And then there was Eleanor. Her kindness, her sharp insight, her warning. She saw the game, and she saw him struggling within it. She had been a surprising island of genuine warmth in a sea of cool professionalism and veiled hostility. He wished he'd asked her more about Marcus, about the secrets and the tangled legacy. But the moment had passed, brutally interrupted by Thorn himself. Marcus. The name tasted like ash on his tongue. He wasn't just a face in a binder anymore, he was a living, breathing threat, a man who radiated power and resentment. He wasn't interested in Leo's awkwardness, he was interested in what Leo possessed. And he was making it clear he intended to do something about it. Leo felt utterly unprepared. He had the money, the potential for adventure from Aunt Mildred's will, but he also had a target on his back. He was a rookie suddenly thrown into a game with seasoned, ruthless players, and he didn't even know the rules. He knew he needed to contact Mr. Sterling again, but it could wait until morning. For now, he was alone with his thoughts and his fear in this oversized, impersonal room. He tried to distract himself, flipping through channels on the large flat-screen TV, but the images blurred meaningless. He looked at the room service menu, the prices exorbitant even to his newly wealthy eyes, and felt a strange reluctance to order anything. The novelty of endless funds was still there, but it was overlaid with a sense of unease, the uneasy weight of an unwanted crown. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful, filled with disjointed dreams of chasing riddles while being pursued by cold eyes and silent threats. The next morning, the suite felt less like a prison, but still not home. He called Mr. Sterling's office as soon as it was a reasonable hour. Mr. Leo, Mr. Sterling's voice was calm and steady. How was the gala? Eventful, Mr. Sterling, Leo replied dryly. He recounted the night, the awkward encounters, the judgmental stares, the brief, welcome conversation with Eleanor, describing her without knowing her full name, and the chilling interaction with Marcus Thorn, including the silent threat at the end. Mr. Sterling listened without interruption. Eleanor Vance, he said when Leo finished describing her. A formidable woman. Disconnected herself from certain family matters some years ago. A good ally, if you gain her trust. Sharp and insightful. And Marcus Thorn. His voice hardened slightly at the name. As we suspected. His reaction is not surprising. He is accustomed to getting what he believes is his. He sent me a text message too, Mr. Sterling, Leo added, describing the message again. Yes, my colleague is working with the police to trace it, Mr. Sterling confirmed. Likely a dead end, but necessary procedure. For your immediate safety, Mr. Leo, we are arranging for discreet security personnel. They will not be intrusive, but they will be nearby. Consider it a necessary precaution given Mr. Thorn's reputation. Security personnel. Leo felt another layer of the surreal piled onto his life. From worrying about locking his flimsy apartment door to needing bodyguards. And the social events? Leo asked, picturing another night like the gala. Crucial, Mr. Leo, Sterling insisted. Visibility remains your best defense against the kind of maneuvering Marcus is capable of. He thrives in the shadows, using rumor and insinuation. By being present, by being seen as the legitimate heir, you cut off some of his avenues. We'll arrange introductions to key individuals who were close to Mrs. Abernathy, those who understood her eccentricities and perhaps her intentions better than most. They might offer insights into her will and the legacy that Marcus is so eager to control. This was the strategy, fight back by playing the game. By stepping fully into the world he felt so alien in. It was daunting, but it also felt proactive. The following days were a continuation of Leo's awkward immersion into high society. Sterling and Vance arranged for him to attend various events. A charity auction luncheon, a private viewing at an art gallery, a small, exclusive dinner party hosted by one of Mrs. Abernathy's former acquaintances. Each event was another test, another opportunity to stumble or, perhaps, to learn. He still felt like an imposter. At the charity auction, he accidentally bid an astronomical sum for a painting he thought he was just admiring, leading to a moment of wide-eyed panic and hurried intervention from a discreet Mr. Sterling associate who was shadowing him. The experience was mortifying and highlighted his complete lack of understanding of the rules of this world. At the art gallery viewing, surrounded by people discussing brushstrokes and provenance with casual expertise, Leo felt lost. His attempts to engage were met with polite but vacant smiles. He asked a man who was pontificating about a sculpture if he thought it looked heavy. The man gave him a look of profound pity. At the dinner party, hosted by a woman named Mrs. Claremont, a friend of Aunt Mildred, Leo sat awkwardly, listening to conversations that referenced people and places he didn't know. He tried to contribute, offering observations based on his old life, which usually resulted in uncomfortable silences or condescending smiles. He mentioned how spacious the dining room was, compared to his old place. The host simply patted his hand and said, "You'll adjust, dear." He was a constant source of quiet amusement or polite dismissal. The disdainful socialites were still there, circulating like elegant sharks, their eyes assessing, their smiles brittle. They were a living embodiment of the Chapter 7 summary's themes, judging his lack of polish, his awkwardness, his perceived lack of inherent class. They saw the fortune, but they didn't see him. Or rather, they saw him as an amusing novelty, a temporary disruption to their established order. One afternoon, trying to make sense of Aunt Mildred's journals back in the solitude of his hotel suite, he received a delivery. A new phone. A sleek, modern smartphone, preloaded with apps and contacts, including Mr. Sterling's direct line and the number of his security detail. It was another step in his transformation, a necessary tool for navigating this new world. But learning to use it felt like mastering another foreign language. He fumbled with the touchscreen, accidentally calling people, sending garbled texts. Even technology was mocking his transition. The absurdity of his situation wasn't lost on him. He had access to unlimited resources, but he was spending his days struggling with cutlery, trying to decipher polite snobbery, and learning how to send a text message without triggering an international incident. The comedy was a thin veneer over the underlying drama and danger. He started to notice things, though. Observing the interactions, listening to the nuances of conversation, he began to see the subtle power plays, the hidden agendas. He saw how people used charm as a weapon, how reputations were built and destroyed with a casual remark, how every interaction was a negotiation of status and influence. He was still clumsy, still awkward, but he was learning. Slowly, painfully, he was beginning to understand the treacherous social landscape. He also noticed the security personnel. Discreet figures in the background, always present but never intrusive. They were a constant, silent reminder of Marcus's threat. Their presence added a layer of tension to his already stressful social outings. He felt like an exhibit under guard, trapped in a golden cage. He tried to reach out to Eleanor Vance, calling the number Mr. Sterling had provided. Her assistant informed him she was traveling. Another potential ally, temporarily out of reach. The stress of constant performance, of navigating a world where he felt fundamentally ill-equipped, began to wear on him. The initial thrill of the money was overshadowed by the pressure and the danger. He longed for the simple anonymity of his old life, even with its hardships. One evening, while attending another charity benefit, this one for a prestigious historical society, perhaps a subtle nod from Sterling and Vance towards Aunt Mildred's potential interests, Leo found himself standing alone near a display of ancient artifacts. He was trying to decipher a small plaque when a voice spoke beside him. "Remarkable, isn't it? The weight of history. Some things are meant to be preserved, others, uncovered." Leo turned. Standing beside him was a woman. She was younger than Eleanor, probably in her early 30s, with striking eyes and an air of quiet competence. She wasn't dressed in the flashy, attention-grabbing way of many of the socialites. Her dress was elegant and sophisticated, yet seemed practical. She held a glass of water, not champagne. She looked grounded, real. Her gaze was direct, intelligent, assessing, but not with judgment. With genuine interest. "You must be Leo," she said, her voice clear and steady. "I'm Isabella Vance." Leo felt a jolt of recognition. Vance. Like Sterling and Vance. Eleanor's last name? Or connected to the firm? And she looked nothing like the superficial people he'd been surrounded by. There was a quiet strength about her, a hint of humor in her eyes that suggested she saw the absurdity of the scene around them, just like he did. He managed to smile. "Yeah. That's me. The unexpected Leo." She returned his smile, her expression warm. Unexpected often makes for the most interesting stories. She glanced at the artifact they were standing near. "Are you interested in history, Leo?" Or is this part of the Abernathy Legacy Grand Tour? Her question was insightful, cutting through the pretense. It wasn't accusatory, but curious. Both, I guess, Leo admitted, feeling surprisingly comfortable talking to her. Trying to make sense of both. The history, and everything else. He gestured vaguely around the room, encompassing the gala, the wealth, the people, the underlying tension. Isabella nodded, her expression understanding. It's a lot to take in. Like being dropped into a foreign country without a phrasebook. Exactly, Leo said, feeling a surge of relief that someone seemed to understand. This wasn't the stilted, guarded conversation he'd been having all week. This felt easy. Mildred Abernathy was known for her layered interests, Isabella continued, her voice thoughtful. History, art, architecture, science, and puzzles. She believed everything was connected. And that the most valuable connections were often hidden. She was talking about Aunt Mildred, about the legacy, in a way that felt knowledgeable, perhaps even personally connected. Could she be the Vance in Sterling and Vance? Mr. Sterling's daughter? A partner? You seem to know a lot about her, Leo ventured. My family has had a long association with the Abernathy family, Isabella confirming his suspicion of a connection to the law firm. And with Mrs. Abernathy's unique pursuits. She smiled wryly. Let's just say I grew up surrounded by discussions that sounded suspiciously like treasure hunts. A treasure hunt. That's exactly what Aunt Mildred's will felt like. Here was someone who spoke the same language, who seemed to understand the bizarre reality he was navigating. A treasure hunt is about right, Leo said, a genuine smile touching his lips for the first time in days. Right now, I'm trying to figure out the first step, according to her instructions in the box. Isabella's eyes lit up with interest. The box? You found it. Excellent. What did she leave you? Maps? Journals? Cryptic riddles? Her enthusiasm was infectious, a stark contrast to the jaded cynicism he'd encountered. Leo found himself opening up, describing the wooden chest, the maps, the journals, the cryptic letter, the coordinates, the library clue, even mentioning the sketch of the keyhole and compass rose. He didn't mention the text message or Marcus directly, not wanting to burden her with the danger immediately, but he hinted at the complexity and the stakes. Isabella listened intently, asking questions that were insightful, revealing a keen mind and a surprising familiarity with the kind of puzzles Aunt Mildred seemed to favor. She asked about the style of the maps, the nature of the symbols in the journal, the context of the library she thought he needed to visit. The date you mentioned, she said, her brow furrowed in thought. September 23, 1789. That date is significant. I believe it relates to a specific historical event tied to the city's founding, something involving one of the early Abernathy family members. And a certain clandestine society. A clandestine society? Leo stared at her. This was getting deeper and stranger than he'd imagined. Aunt Mildred was fascinated by hidden histories, Isabella explained. And she believed the Abernathy legacy was inextricably linked to certain events and groups that operated outside of public knowledge. She looked at him, her eyes serious. If the clue involves a library and that date, it's likely related to a historical archive. Not just any archive, but one that might contain records of this society, or the Abernathy family's involvement in it. This conversation was more valuable than all the social functions combined. Isabella wasn't just a friendly face, she was a potential key to understanding the puzzle. And the keyhole symbol? Leo asked, recalling the carving on the chest and the sketch in the journal. Aunt Mildred used symbols extensively, Isabella mused. A keyhole over a compass rose suggests unlocking a path, perhaps a direction. And if you match it to the carving on the chest itself might be a map, or a key in a different sense. Their conversation flowed easily, moving from the abstract puzzle to the practicalities of navigating a historical archive. Isabella offered practical advice. How to access restricted collections, who to speak to at such institutions, even suggesting specific types of documents that might be relevant. She was knowledgeable, grounded, and incredibly helpful. I could help you with this, if you like, Isabella offered, her tone genuine. I have some experience navigating archives, and frankly, she smiled, a flash of shared amusement between them, Aunt Mildred's puzzles have always intrigued me from a distance. It would be fascinating to see them up close. Leo felt a wave of relief. He didn't have to do this alone. He had found an ally, someone who wasn't interested in his money or his awkwardness, but in the mystery itself. Someone who seemed to understand the game. I'd really appreciate that, Isabella, he said, his voice filled with gratitude. I feel like I'm completely out of my depth. We all start somewhere, she said gently. Besides, she added, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful challenge, someone has to make sure you don't accidentally buy another museum. Leo laughed, a genuine, uninhibited sound that felt alien in this opulent room. It was the first real laughter D had since this all began. He had survived the social gauntlet, faced the threat, and in the process, he had found an unexpected connection. They exchanged numbers. His new, sleek smartphone receiving her contact details with a satisfying digital click. As the event began to wind down, they made tentative plans to meet soon to delve into Aunt Mildred's clues. Leaving the Historical Society event, Leo felt a profound shift. The fear of Marcus and the discomfort of the social scene were still there, but they were now balanced by a sense of purpose and the exhilarating prospect of having a companion on his quest. He still had to navigate the treacherous waters of high society, still had to deal with the lingering threat, but he wasn't utterly alone anymore. He had met Isabella Vance, and in her, he sensed not just an ally for Aunt Mildred's puzzle, but perhaps a connection to something deeper, something more real than the polished surfaces of this new world. As he got into the waiting car, the security detail subtly positioning themselves nearby, Leo looked back at the building. The Historical Society, full of preserved secrets and hidden histories. He had come looking for clues to Aunt Mildred's will, and he had found not only a promising lead but also a kindred spirit. The adventure was truly beginning, and while the dangers were real, he no longer felt quite so isolated. He had taken another step out of the shadows, and this time, he had encountered light, not just a threat. He felt a renewed determination. He wouldn't just survive this, he would solve it. He would understand Aunt Mildred's legacy, face down Marcus Thorne, and perhaps, in the process, discover who Leo Abernathy truly was. The key to the library clue felt less intimidating now, the cryptic journal entries less impenetrable. He had help. And as the car pulled away, leaving the glittering lights and hushed elegance behind, Leo knew that meeting Isabella Vance was, in its own way, as significant a discovery as anything hidden in Aunt Mildred's mysterious box. The path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, but for the first time, he felt a flicker of confidence that he might just be able to walk it. The memory of Isabella Vance's laugh, genuine, clear, like a small bell cutting through the din, stayed with Leo long after the Historical Society gala had ended. In a world populated by polished surfaces and brittle smiles, she felt like something real, something rooted. She had seen him, truly seen him, beyond the tuxedo and the whispers of inheritance. She had seen the puzzle, the history, the sheer bewildering adventure of it all, and her eyes had lit up with a shared curiosity, not a calculating greed. Back in the luxurious, sterile hotel suite, the threat from Marcus Thorne still lingered like a bad taste, a cold hand on his shoulder. The security detail provided by Sterling and Vance remained a quiet, constant presence. A silent car parked down the street, a discreet nod from a man in the lobby. They were a necessary shield, but also a stark reminder that his wealth had come with a price, a dangerous adversary who believed Leo was an obstacle to be removed. The fear hadn't dissipated, but now, a fragile counterpoint had emerged, the hope sparked by meeting Isabella. He looked at his new smartphone. Isabella's number was saved there, a beacon in the sea of corporate contacts Sterling and Vance had preloaded. He debated calling her immediately, but restraint, a habit forged in his old life, held him back. He needed to gather his thoughts, to figure out how to articulate the chaotic reality he was living. He spent the next day trying to make sense of Aunt Mildred's box. He laid out the maps on the floor of the spacious suite, comparing them to modern online maps. He reread the journals, poring over the elegant script and cryptic entries, trying to find more connections to the September 23, 1789 date and the concept of the first charge. The task felt less daunting now that he had the possibility of sharing it with someone else, someone who seemed genuinely interested and knowledgeable. When he finally called Isabella, his voice was a little shaky at first. "Isabella? It's Leo. Leo. Good to hear from you." Her voice was warm, exactly as he remembered it. "Survive the rest of the evening?" "Barely," he admitted, a small smile touching his lips. "It's a lot." I can imagine, she said, a note of sympathy in her voice. It's quite the ecosystem. Listen, I'd love to see the box contents, if you're comfortable. Maybe we can make some sense of this together. My office is downtown, near your lawyer's actually. Or we could meet somewhere neutral. Leo hesitated. Bringing Aunt Mildred's ancient, possibly significant box to a public place felt risky, especially with Marcus Thorne knowing he existed. His hotel suite, despite its impersonal nature, felt secure, thanks to the security detail. Would you be able to come here? To my hotel? He asked, feeling slightly awkward about the request. It feels safer. Certainly, she agreed without hesitation, her tone professional and understanding. Just let me know when and I'll be there. Perhaps tomorrow afternoon? Arranging the meeting felt like a minor espionage operation. He informed Mr. Sterling, who approved and coordinated with the hotel security. He gave Isabella the hotel details, feeling a strange mix of anticipation and nerves. He was letting someone else into the heart of his bizarre secret. The next day, Isabella arrived, announced by the discreet hotel staff. When she walked into the suite, she brought a fresh energy with her. She was dressed in smart, practical clothes. Tailored trousers, a crisp shirt, a blazer. Looking every bit the sharp architect. She didn't gawk at the suite, didn't comment on the luxury. Her focus was immediately on him, and then on the object Dee brought out for her to see. The wooden chest sat on the polished coffee table, a stark contrast to the modern furnishings. Leo had laid out some of the maps and journals beside it. Wow, Isabella breathed, walking towards the chest, her eyes wide with genuine awe. She knelt beside it, running her hand over the carvings just as he had done. It's magnificent. The craftsmanship, it's incredibly old. The symbols, they look almost alchemical, combined with some kind of cartography. This was it. The beginning of their collaboration on the puzzle. They spent the next few hours immersed in the contents of the box. Leo showed her the maps, the keys, the journals, and Aunt Mildred's letter. He pointed out the September 23, 1789 entry in the journal, the coordinate annotation, and the keyhole compass rose carving on the chest that he believed was the linked clue. Isabella was a whirlwind of focused energy. She handled the fragile journals with expert care, her architect, SI seemingly able to pick out details Leo had missed. She recognized certain geographical features on the old maps, pointed out archaic units of measurement, and debated the possible interpretations of the symbols. She asked probing questions, encouraging Leo to think about the context of the entries, the possible intentions behind Aunt Mildred's eccentric design. So, the coordinates and the library note, she said, tapping a manicured finger on the page of the journal. And the date. September 23, 1789. That was a pivotal year, historically. Post-revolution unrest, shifting political landscapes, and a time when many old families were consolidating their power, often through less than transparent means. She looked at the coordinates. And this location, it's right in the heart of the old financial district, isn't it? Where many of the city's oldest institutions are located. Leo nodded. I looked it up. There's that historical library there, the one known for its archives. The Atherton Archives, Isabella confirmed. Impressive place. Very old, very private collections. If this clandestine society existed, records of it, or its members, could certainly be hidden there. Especially if the Abernathy family was involved. She looked at the collection of keys. And Aunt Mildred said the clue would lead to the next key. Perhaps it's not a physical key hidden in the library, but information about a key. Or the location of another key. They debated possibilities, brainstorming theories. Leo found himself surprised by how easily his thoughts flowed with hers, how she listened intently to his ideas, even the half-formed ones, and helped him refine them. His street smarts and intuition, honed by years of having to figure things out for himself, complemented her academic knowledge and analytical mind. Their conversation drifted between the historical puzzle and getting to know each other. She asked him about his life before, not in a pitying way, but with genuine curiosity about his experiences. He found himself talking about the challenges, the monotony, the feeling of being stuck. He spoke about the small victories, like successfully navigating the treacherous stairs in his old building. He even told her about the embarrassing incident at the department store, and she laughed, a warm, understanding sound that made him feel less foolish. He, in turn, asked her about her life, her work as an architect. She spoke with passion about design, about building things that lasted, about finding beauty and function in structure. She was grounded, real, and immensely capable. She wasn't defined by her family name or her social standing, but by her talent and her genuine character. It's really different, this world, Leo admitted, gesturing around the suite. All the galas, the money, the people, it feels like everyone's performing. Except for you. Isabella's smile softened. It can feel that way. It's a world built on perception and history. My family has been in it for generations, but I've always found more satisfaction in building something new, something tangible, than just circulating in existing structures. She looked at him directly. You have an honesty about you, Leo. Don't lose that. This world could use more of it. That conversation, simple as it was profoundly moving for Leo. She saw the struggles, the awkwardness, the fish-out-of-water aspect, but she validated his core self. She wasn't judgmental, she was accepting. They decided the Atherton archives were the next logical step. Isabella used her connections, navigating the labyrinthine world of research permits and restricted access with ease. She explained that while his status as an Abernathy heir would certainly open some doors, accessing specific, potentially sensitive historical records required proving a legitimate research purpose. Aunt Mildred's will provided that purpose. Their visit to the Atherton archives was an adventure in itself. The building was imposing, filled with the hushed reverence of old institutions. The air smelled of aged paper and beeswax polish. They were met by a stern-faced archivist who, despite the formal introduction from Sterling and Vance, regarded them with suspicion. The Abernathy collection is extensive, and certain sections require special authorization, the archivist informed them dryly, her tone suggesting they were embarking on a fool's errand. Leo felt a flicker of his old intimidation, the feeling of not belonging. But Isabella stepped forward, her demeanor polite but firm. We understand completely. We are particularly interested in records pertaining to the late 18th century, specifically documents related to the family's activities around the time of the city's post-revolution reconstruction. Our research is directly linked to the terms of Mrs. Mildred Abernathy's will. The archivist's expression softened slightly at the mention of Mrs. Mildred Abernathy. It seemed even in the hallowed halls of academia, Aunt Mildred's reputation preceded her. Ah, yes. Mrs. Abernathy. A most dedicated patron of the historical arts. Very well. We have a specific collection from that period. However, accessing it requires the use of a particular ledger to cross-reference indices. It's located in the restricted vault. Restricted vault. The words felt suitably dramatic. It was a quiet action sequence. Gaining access, navigating the bureaucracy, the subtle tension of the search. They followed the archivist through echoing corridors, past heavy, locked doors, into a section of the archives that felt colder, older, filled with row upon row of heavy, metal shelving units holding ancient documents. The archivist led them to a specific shelf and pulled out an enormous, leather-bound ledger, its pages yellowed and brittle. This is the master index for the late 18th century private collections. You may consult it here. Photography is not permitted without express permission. Please handle the documents with extreme care. She left them alone in the hushed room. The only sounds the gentle were of the climate control system and the distant echo of footsteps. Leo and Isabella stood before the ledger, a palpable sense of anticipation in the air. This was it. Aunt Mildred's clue had led them here. Following Isabella's lead, they carefully opened the ledger, the ancient pages rustling softly. They began searching for entries related to the Abernathy family, the date September 23, 1789, or any mention of the source or the first charge they had found in Aunt Mildred's journal. The writing in the ledger was cramped and faded, requiring careful scrutiny. They worked together, leaning over the heavy book, their heads close, occasionally brushing shoulders. The physical proximity, combined with the shared focus on the puzzle, created a subtle intimacy. Look, Isabella whispered, pointing to an entry in the ledger. Here. Abernathy family. September 23, 1789. Cross-referenced with Project Chimera. Project Chimera. It sounded intriguing, mysterious. Next to the name, a cryptic symbol. The keyhole symbol they had seen on the chest and in the journal. And beside the symbol, not coordinates this time, but a reference number. Collection 7B, Box 14, Folio 36. That's it, Leo breathed, the pieces clicking into place. The date, the family name, the symbol, and a reference number pointing to a specific location within the archives. This was the next key. Not a physical key, but the key to locating a specific collection of documents. They carefully noted the reference number. Isabella then searched the index for Project Chimera itself. There were only a few scattered references, always accompanied by the keyhole symbol. One entry listed it as being associated with the Society of the Golden Ratio. The Society of the Golden Ratio. The clandestine society Isabella had mentioned. They requested collection 7B, Box 14 from the archivist. It took some time, involving more forms and cautious handling. Finally, a smaller, sturdy archival box was brought to them and placed on a reading table. With the archivist watching from a distance, Leo and Isabella carefully opened the box. Inside were bundles of documents, tied with ancient string. They carefully untied the first bundle, revealing brittle, handwritten pages. The documents were fascinating. Minutes of meetings, correspondence, diagrams, financial records, all related to the Society of the Golden Ratio and Project Chimera. The language was formal, sometimes coded. They read descriptions of philosophical pursuits, alchemical endeavors, and discussions of a great work intended to shape the future of the city and beyond. It seemed the society wasn't just a social club, they were involved in something far more ambitious and secretive. They found the specific document referenced by Folio 36. It was a single, heavily guarded page within a collection of related documents. It was written in a different hand, more formal, almost like a manifesto. It spoke of the society's core purpose, their belief in a hidden source of power or knowledge, the source from Aunt Mildred's journal, and their efforts to protect or control it. It detailed the first charge, a specific responsibility assigned to the Abernathy family line regarding this source and Project Chimera. It was a commitment to guardianship, to keeping this secret hidden and protecting it from those who would misuse it. This was the true family legacy Aunt Mildred had spoken of. Not just wealth, but a centuries-old secret, a hidden responsibility tied to a clandestine society and a mysterious source. The Abernathy family wasn't just a wealthy dynasty, they were guardians of something extraordinary, something tied to the very fabric of the city's hidden history. As they read further, the document became more specific, detailing a location where a crucial component of Project Chimera or the source was hidden or stored. It wasn't the ultimate location, but an interim one, a place where an important key to the next stage was secured. The description was in the form of another riddle, blending architectural details with astronomical alignments, similar to the language in Aunt Mildred's journal. Isabella leaned closer, her finger tracing the lines of the ancient script. This sounds like an architectural riddle. It describes elements of a building, but with symbolic meaning. Where the sun touches the hidden spire on the equinox, guarded by the twin lions, beneath the gaze of the silent patron. Leo looked at her, a sense of excitement building. This was her world. Architecture. Can you figure it out? Isabella was already pulling out a small notebook, sketching possible architectural elements based on the descriptions. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, her mind working rapidly, connecting the historical context with potential locations in the city. The twin lions. Many old buildings have lion statues, she murmured. The silent patron could be a specific statue, or a symbol carved into the building's facade. The hidden spire, tricky. And the equinox alignment, that implies a specific time of year, or a building designed to capture the sun at that angle. It was a complex puzzle, requiring knowledge of the city's history, architecture, and perhaps even astronomy. But Isabella was clearly in her element. As she sketched and theorized, Leo felt a growing admiration for her intelligence and passion. She wasn't just helping him, she was genuinely invested in solving this historical riddle. Their conversation shifted again, moving back and forth between the dense, ancient document and their own growing connection. You know, Leo said, watching her sketch, this is way more interesting than galas and small talk about yachts. Isabella smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes. Definitely more interesting. And feels a lot more real. She paused, looking up at him, her gaze holding his. You're handling this, Leo. All of it. The money, the weird inheritance, the puzzles, and the other stuff too, I imagine. It was a subtle acknowledgement of the dangers, the unspoken threat they hadn't discussed in detail. Trying to, Leo admitted. It's a lot. You've got a good head on your shoulders, she said softly, her voice low. And a good heart. That's worth more than any fortune. The compliment hung in the air, simple and sincere. It wasn't suggestive in a conventional romantic sense, but it was deeply personal, validating, hinting at a growing connection that went beyond solving puzzles or navigating social circles. It was classy, understated, and resonated deeply with Leo. He felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling of being truly seen and appreciated, not for his inherited wealth, but for who he was, or who he was becoming. He held her gaze for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of the connection blooming between them in the hushed, dusty air of the archive vault. It felt like a pivotal moment, a quiet anchor in the storm of his new life. Just as Isabella seemed close to identifying a potential building based on the architectural clues and historical context, a soft chime echoed from the archivist's desk outside. They had run out of time. The archives were closing. They carefully rebundled the documents, the archivist supervising their every move. They thanked her, feeling a mix of frustration and exhilaration. They had found something huge, the nature of the legacy, the name of the society, and a new riddle pointing to a specific location in the city. As they walked out of the archives, back into the late afternoon light, the air felt different. The city seemed to hold its breath, filled with hidden secrets. Okay, Isabella said, taking a deep breath. I have a few buildings in mind based on that description. We need to do some cross-referencing with historical maps and architectural records. See which one fits the description perfectly, especially the equinox alignment. So, what's the plan? Leo asked, feeling a surge of purpose. This was concrete. This was a mission. We meet tomorrow, Isabella said decisively. My office. I have the resources there to narrow down the possibilities. Then, we go to the building. Whatever it is. She looked at him, her eyes serious. The document said this location holds a crucial key to the next stage. A key to something significant. This isn't just about uncovering history anymore, Leo. It's about retrieving something important. Something powerful, perhaps. Retrieving something important. The excitement of the puzzle was now tinged with the potential for danger. If this key or component was powerful, others might want it too. Like Marcus Thorne. As they walked towards the street, where Leo's discreet security detail was waiting, Isabella received a call on her phone. She spoke briefly, her expression turning serious. That was my office, she said, hanging up. Something unexpected came in. Regarding a property transaction linked to a shell corporation that's been buying up old buildings in the financial district. The corporation's name, it's registered to an offshore account we've been tracking. Leo felt a chill. Tracking? Why? Isabella's gaze met his, her eyes narrowed with concern. Because that account has been used by Marcus Thorne. She paused, the implications hanging heavy in the air. And one of the buildings this corporation just acquired. It matches one of the primary locations I just identified based on the architectural riddle from the archive document. The one with the twin lions and the hidden spire. The blood drained from Leo's face. Marcus Thorne wasn't just watching him. He was actively pursuing the same legacy, following his own path, and he was already steps ahead. He knew about Project Chimera, about the source, about the locations mentioned in the historical documents. The clue they had just deciphered, the location of the next key, was now under Marcus's control. He's going after it, Leo said, his voice barely a whisper. He knows. Isabella nodded, her face grim. He knows. Or he knows enough to connect the dots. He's not just trying to stop you, Leo. He's trying to claim the legacy for himself. And it seems he's already secured the first key. She looked at the grand old buildings around them, suddenly seeing them not just as architecture, but as potential hiding places, battlegrounds for a secret war. We need to get to that building, she said, her voice urgent. Now. Before he does. If he finds that key, we don't know what he's capable of. Or what that key can unlock. The city hummed around them, oblivious. Leo looked at Isabella, her face set with determination. The thrill of the puzzle had abruptly collided with the brutal reality of the threat. Their promising investigation had led them directly into the path of their enemy. They had found the location of the next key, but it was already in Marcus Thorne's hands. The adventure had just taken a dangerous, immediate turn. What waited for them at that building? And could they possibly get there before Marcus secured the key and potentially unlocked a power they didn't understand? The next step on Aunt Mildred's path was clear, but it led straight into the lion's den. The opulent hotel suite, with its thick carpets and hushed atmosphere, felt less like a sanctuary and more like a stage under siege. The chilling certainty of Marcus Thorne's gaze across the gala ballroom, the stark words of the text message, and Isabella's revelation about his acquisition of the key building, they were all constant, humming threats beneath the surface of Leo's new reality. He paced the spacious living area, the luxurious silence amplifying the frantic thoughts in his head. The mystery of Aunt Mildred's legacy, once a thrilling puzzle, was now a dangerous race against a powerful, ruthless opponent. But as if the universe hadn't piled enough onto his plate, another, equally bewildering consequence of his sudden wealth began to manifest: family. The phone, his new phone, the sleek, complicated device that still felt foreign in his hand, had started ringing almost incessantly since the news of the Abernathy inheritance hit the society pages after the gala. Calls from numbers he didn't recognize, messages filled with tentative greetings, veiled congratulations, and increasingly, thinly veiled inquiries about his well-being and, inevitably, his plans. "This is quite common," Mr. Sterling had explained during their morning call, his voice as steady as ever. "News of significant inheritances, particularly one as unexpected as yours, tends to bring people out of the woodwork. Distant relations, forgotten connections. Some are genuinely curious, others, less so. My office is fielding many inquiries. We are verifying identities, of course, but several individuals have established their lineage connection to Mrs. Abernathy and, by extension, to you." Sterling and Vance had provided him with a brief list, names and relationship structures that meant nothing to him. A third cousin twice removed on his grandmother's side named Eleanor Vance, Isabella's mother, he realized with a jolt, a second cousin, a string of grandnieces and nephews of Aunt Mildred from a branch he didn't even know existed. It was a family tree that had suddenly sprouted leaves after decades of dormancy, all pointing towards the unexpected new growth at its tip, Leo. Meetings were scheduled. Formally, through Sterling and Vance, setting times for these newly discovered relatives to meet him. Leo dreaded them. He was still struggling to navigate basic social cues with seasoned high society types, facing people who claimed a blood connection, some likely with expectations or resentment, felt like a whole new level of terrifying awkwardness. His first meeting was with a woman named Beatrice, introduced as a second cousin. She arrived at the hotel looking impeccably groomed, carrying a small, antique-looking gift box tied with a silk ribbon. She greeted him with an air of graciousness that felt almost performative. "Leo, darling, it is simply marvelous to finally meet you," she gushed, taking both his hands in hers, her grip surprisingly firm. "We were all so utterly astonished, but utterly delighted, to hear the news about dear Mildred's will. Such a unique woman, wasn't she?" Leo mumbled a reply, feeling completely out of sync with her effusiveness. He didn't know anything about dear Mildred, let alone her uniqueness. Beatrice settled into one of the plush chairs, accepting a cup of tea offered by the discreet hotel staff. She chatted easily, filling the silence with anecdotes about distant family gatherings Leo had never attended, mentioning names he, Dee never heard. It was a flood of forced familiarity. She steered the conversation subtly towards Aunt Mildred, asking veiled questions about the will, the conditions Mr. Sterling had mentioned, and whether Leo had had a chance to settle in properly. "Code," he suspected, "for how much money have you actually got access to?" She spoke of family duty, of keeping the legacy alive, and how important it was for the family to support each other in times of change. Her eyes, though smiling, held a shrewd, assessing glint that reminded him uncomfortably of some of the people at the gala. "I do hope you'll consider reconnecting with everyone, Leo," she said, her voice warm. "We have a rather lovely family estate upstate, you know. Perhaps you could visit. A chance to see some of our shared history, and for the cousins to really get to know you." The invitation felt less like genuine hospitality and more like an opening move, a way to get him on her territory. Leo navigated the conversation awkwardly, trying to be polite while revealing nothing about the true nature of Aunt Mildred's will or the quest it entailed. He felt a crushing sense of dramatic irony. These people were circling, drawn by the scent of money, completely oblivious to the hidden history, the clandestine societies, and the dangerous adversary who was now actively hunting for the same prize they coveted. They wanted his inherited wealth. Marcus Thorne wanted the actual legacy, something far more abstract and potentially powerful. After Beatrice left, leaving behind the expensive scent of her perfume and the antique gift, which turned out to be a silver letter opener he suspected was meant as a not-so-subtle hint, Leo felt drained. That was just the first one. The next few days brought more visitors. A couple, his supposed third cousins, arrived with photo albums, eager to show him pictures of people he didn't know, constantly referencing shared ancestors and family traits they saw in him. They seemed genuinely curious, perhaps even a little starstruck by his sudden fortune. But even with them, there was an underlying tension, a quiet expectation that perhaps this newfound family connection might translate into opportunities. Then there was the outright hostile relative. A man named Arthur, a grandnephew of Aunt Mildred, arrived without an appointment, pushing past the discreet security personnel in the lobby with a furious glare. He was a large, florid-faced man who looked permanently angry. He stormed into the suite, his voice booming. "Leo! You're Leo? The kid from nowhere who Mildred gave everything to?" His tone was accusatory, dripping with resentment. "My grandmother was her favorite niece. I spent years trying to get a loan from the old woman, and you just waltz in and get the lot. It's an outrage. A complete travesty." This was the open hostility Mr. Sterling had warned him about. Arthur didn't bother with pleasantries or veiled inquiries. He was direct, aggressive, and clearly believed he had been robbed. He ranted about his own financial troubles, his perceived right to Aunt Mildred's money, his belief that Leo was an undeserving, unqualified nobody who would squander the fortune. "You don't know anything about this family, kid," Arthur bellowed, pounding a fist on the coffee table, making the empty teacups rattle. "You don't know anything about Mildred, about the history, about what that money means." Leo, though intimidated, felt a strange calm settle over him in the face of such raw anger. He didn't know anything about the family, not in the way Arthur meant. But he was starting to know about Mildred, about the history, and about what her legacy really meant. Far more than money. The dramatic irony was thick enough to choke on. "Mr. Arthur, I understand you're upset," Leo began, trying to keep his voice level. "Upset? I'm furious," Arthur interrupted. "And you think you can just sit here in your fancy hotel suite, living off my family's money? You need to do the right thing, kid. You need to share it. Distribute it among the actual family." He took a step towards Leo, his face red, his fists clenched. It was a genuinely tense moment. Leo's instinct screamed to back away, to placate, as he would have in his old life when faced with confrontation. But something had shifted. He wasn't just defending himself, he was defending something larger now. "This isn't just money, Mr. Arthur," Leo said, standing his ground. "And Aunt Mildred's will has conditions." "Conditions? Don't give me that nonsense," Arthur roared. Mildred was mad. She probably put some idiotic clause in there. Money is money, and it belongs to the family. My family. He lunged forward, reaching across the table, as if to grab Leo or perhaps something on the table. This was his action sequence. It wasn't a high-octane chase, but a sudden, visceral confrontation in a confined, elegant space. Leo reacted instinctively, stepping back quickly, knocking over a delicate vase in the process. The vase shattered on the floor, the sound sharp and loud in the quiet suite. Arthur paused, startled by the noise and the sudden movement. In that split second, the door to the suite opened, and two figures entered quickly but calmly. His security detail. They moved with silent efficiency, positioning themselves between Arthur and Leo, their presence a clear, non-violent barrier. "Sir, please calm down," one of them said, his voice firm but low. "You need to leave the premises." Arthur sputtered, looking from the security personnel to Leo, his face a mask of rage and frustration. He clearly hadn't anticipated this. He wanted to unleash his anger on Leo, to physically intimidate him, but these trained professionals were blocking his path, radiating quiet authority. "This isn't over, kid." Arthur spat at Leo, his eyes burning with hatred. "You can't keep this. It's not yours." He glared for another moment, then, seeing he couldn't get past the security, turned and stomped out of the suite, muttering threats under his breath. Leo stood shaken, looking at the shattered vase on the floor. That could have been him. The experience was terrifying, a brutal reminder of the potential dangers swirling around his inheritance, not just from the sophisticated threats of Marcus, but from the raw, desperate greed of his newly discovered family. It was a satisfying action sequence in that Leo, protected by his new resources, the security, was able to survive the immediate threat without having to resort to his old survival instincts of avoidance or retreat. He had stood his ground, albeit with backup. Later that day, Isabella came back to the suite. They needed to continue their research on the building Marcus had acquired. Leo told her about Arthur, the incident with the vase, the unsettling parade of relatives. Isabella listened with a mixture of sympathy and professional assessment. "It's exactly as Mr. Sterling warned," she said, sighing. "Wealth acts as a magnet. And unexpected wealth, it draws the most intense reactions. Marcus, of course, operates on a different level than an Arthur. Arthur wants the money. Marcus, he wants the legacy, or whatever power it might bring." They spread out architectural plans and historical maps on the coffee table, working to pinpoint the exact location within the building that matched Aunt Mildred's cryptic riddle from the archives. Isabella, in her element, talked about load-bearing walls, historical modifications, sun angles, and the likely placements of decorative or structural elements like the twin lions and the hidden spire. Based on the 18th century plans and the records of renovations, combined with the solar alignment mentioned for the equinox, Isabella said, tapping a spot on a blueprint, the most likely location for the silent patron and what it guards is in a hidden recess within the foundation, directly beneath what was originally a very specific astronomical marker on the roof spire. It was obscured during a renovation in the late 19th century, making the spire seem hidden. Leo stared at the spot she indicated. A hidden recess in the foundation? How would they even access that? And how could Marcus get to it if he was already there? It would likely require structural access, Isabella confirmed, reading his mind. Or a pre-existing, secret entrance. Given the nature of this society and their secrets, a hidden entrance is highly probable. One that would only be known to members or guardians. This led them back to Aunt Mildred's journals and the collection of keys. Could one of the keys in the box be for a hidden entrance at that specific building? They carefully examined the keys again, comparing their designs to sketches and notes in the journals that mentioned specific locks or mechanisms. Amidst their focused research, a moment of quiet connection emerged. They had been working for hours, the suite silent except for the rustling of papers and their murmured conversation. Isabella looked up from the blueprints, stretching her neck. "Long day," she said, smiling tiredly. "Yeah," Leo agreed, rubbing his eyes. "Thanks for putting up with all this. The relatives, the craziness. It's fascinating, Leo," she said genuinely. "Truly. And frankly, a lot more engaging than most of the projects on my desk lately." She paused, her gaze lingering on him. "You have a unique perspective on all of this. You're seeing it fresh, without the baggage of generations. It makes you observant." This was another instance of sophisticated, understated dialogue, acknowledging his unique position and validating his inherent qualities, building their bond on shared experience and mutual respect rather than conventional flirtation. He met her gaze, feeling a warmth spread through him. He wasn't just the awkward, unexpected heir to her. He was someone worth observing, someone with valuable perspective. "You're the one who's figuring it all out," Leo said. "The archives, the architecture. I'd be completely lost without you." "We make a good team," Isabella said softly, her smile deepening. The historian detective and the unexpected architect. The connection in that moment was palpable. It wasn't overtly suggestive, but it was charged with a growing mutual respect and attraction, a recognition of their shared journey and their complementary strengths. Suddenly, Leo's phone buzzed. An email notification. From Sterling and Vance. The subject line was stark, urgent, property status update, building address. He opened it immediately, his hands shaking slightly. The email confirmed Marcus Thorne's acquisition of the building and noted unusual activity had been detected there in the last few hours. Increased security presence, limited access, and a surge in power consumption in a specific, previously dormant section of the building. Isabella leaned closer, reading over his shoulder. Her eyes widened as she saw the address and the details of the activity. "That's it," she whispered, pointing to the spot on the blueprint she'd identified as the likely location of the key. The section with the power surge, that's directly beneath the obscured spire. It must be related to whatever is hidden there. Marcus is in the building. He's found the location. Leo felt a jolt of cold adrenaline. Marcus wasn't just sitting on the property, he was actively trying to access whatever Aunt Mildred had hidden there. The next key. The crucial component of Project Chimera, or the source. He's going to get it, Leo said, the realization hitting him hard. All their research, all their efforts. Marcus was already there, potentially moments away from uncovering the very thing they were trying to find and understand. We have to go, Isabella said, her voice urgent. Now. Before he unlocks it. Whatever it is. Go. To a building Marcus Thorne just secured. With increased security, Leo's pragmatic side, the one that had kept him surviving for years, screamed at him. It sounded like walking into a trap. We can't let him get it, Leo, Isabella insisted, her eyes blazing with conviction. Aunt Mildred didn't set up this elaborate puzzle for someone like him to gain control of her legacy. We don't know what it is, but if Marcus is involved, it can't be good. She was right. He thought of Arthur, the greedy relative, focused only on money. And then he thought of Marcus, the man who sent threats and acquired properties with shell corporations. He wasn't just after money, he was after something Aunt Mildred had gone to extraordinary lengths to hide and protect. He looked at Isabella, at her determined expression. He looked at the blueprint, at the location marked beneath the hidden spire. He looked at his phone, at the email confirming Marcus' activity. The stream of relatives and social events felt suddenly trivial. The real game, the dangerous game, was happening now. Okay, Leo said, making a decision. The fear was still there, a tight coil in his stomach, but it was overridden by a sense of urgency, of purpose forged in the archives and reinforced by Isabella's conviction. We go. He grabbed the collection of keys from the bedside table. Could one of them be the key to that hidden entrance Isabella suspected? They didn't know for sure, but it was their only hope. As they left the suite, informing the security detail of their unexpected departure and destination, Leo felt a strange sense of stepping off a cliff. He was leaving the relative safety of the hotel, leaving behind the chaos of the money-hungry relatives, and heading directly into the path of Marcus Thorne, towards a building that held the next piece of Aunt Mildred's dangerous puzzle. They were walking into a situation they knew was controlled by their enemy, armed with little more than an educated guess, a set of old keys, and the growing, fragile trust between them. The building loomed in their minds, a dark shape in the city, holding a secret that could change everything. The chase was on, and they were starting from behind. The sleek black car provided by Sterling and Vance glided through the city streets, a hushed, luxurious cocoon separating Leo and Isabella from the noise and bustle outside. But the silence inside was thick with tension. They were heading towards a building owned by Marcus Thorne, a place that, according to their research and Sterling and Vance's intel, likely contained the next crucial piece of Aunt Mildred's legacy. The building loomed in Leo's mind, a physical manifestation of the danger that had entered his life. They sat in the back seat, the collection of keys from Aunt Mildred's box spread out on the leather upholstery between them. The keys, ancient and intricate, looked utterly incongruous in the modern car. They were the only physical link they had to accessing whatever was hidden in that building. Okay, Leo said, his voice low. So, recap. We think the location is a hidden recess in the foundation, beneath the obscured spire. The document in the archives hinted at a specific entry point, probably hidden. And that entry point might require one of these keys. He gestured at the collection. Isabella nodded, her eyes scanning the keys. That's our working theory. Aunt Mildred's puzzle structure suggests that each major clue leads to the means of accessing the next. The journal and the carving led us to the archives. The archives led us to the building and the hidden location within the building. Logically, one of these keys should provide access. She picked up a key, turning it over in her fingers. It was larger than the small brass one they initially speculated about. It was made of dark, heavy iron, with a complex, almost skeletal bit. This one, she murmured. The design, it has elements that echo some of the symbols in the archive documents related to the Society of the Golden Ratio. It's purely speculative, but it feels connected. Leo picked up the key she indicated. It was cold and heavy. It felt significant. So, we get to the building, Find the hidden entrance based on the architectural clues, and try this key? Essentially, Isabella confirmed, though her expression was grim. But we know Marcus is already there. And he has security. We can't just walk in the front door and start poking around the foundation. This was the reality check. They were going into a potentially hostile environment controlled by a dangerous man. The playful excitement of solving a historical puzzle had evaporated, replaced by the cold logic of infiltration and evasion. Sterling and Vance's security detail is with us, Leo pointed out, glancing at the car in front of them, which held his security team. But they're not an assault team. They're protection. Exactly, Isabella said. They can keep us safe if we're discovered, but they can't get us into a secured building without causing a major incident. This needs to be subtle. Like Aunt Mildred's puzzle. Subtle. The word felt ironic given the circumstances. They were armed with old keys and a map of architectural riddles, going up against a man with corporate resources and private security. Isabella pulled out her tablet, a sleek, modern device that contrasted sharply with the ancient keys. She had accessed the building's historical blueprints and recent permit applications through her firm's resources. Based on the original plans and what Sterling and Vance's email mentioned about the power surge location, the hidden entrance isn't likely in the main lobby or anything obvious. It's probably along one of the less used sides of the building, or possibly connected to the old utility tunnels beneath the district. The riddle mentioned beneath the gaze of the silent patron. In 18th century architecture, patron could refer to a statue, or a significant architectural feature, sometimes a gargoyle or a figurehead. We need to find that feature on the exterior and see if there's a hidden entrance nearby. As their car approached the financial district, the buildings grew older, grander, their stone facades steeped in history. The target building rose before them, a formidable structure of grey stone, adorned with intricate carvings and statues. The twin lions guarding the main entrance were easily identifiable, but where was the silent patron? The car circled the block discreetly. The security detail's car remained close behind. Leo and Isabella scanned the building's exterior, guided by Isabella's architectural knowledge and the cryptic clues. There, Isabella pointed, her finger tracing a line on the building's facade above the second story. See that figure? High up, almost overlooked. It's a carving of a robed figure, looking down. It's not a typical decorative element for this period. Could that be the silent patron? Leo followed her gaze. The figure was indeed high up, partially obscured by recent scaffolding erected on that side of the building. Likely Marcus's doing, providing cover for his activities. It was a stern-looking figure, carved from the same grey stone as the building, its gaze directed downwards. And if the entrance is beneath its gaze? Leo murmured. It would be somewhere along the base of the building on that side. The car continued to drive slowly. As they passed the side of the building where the scaffolding was erected, they saw more security guards than were usually present on a construction site. They were discreetly positioned, but their presence was undeniable. Marcus was serious about keeping people out. We can't just walk up there, Leo stated, the reality of the situation hitting him. No, Isabella agreed, already thinking. We need a distraction. Or another way in. Are there any adjacent buildings? Any access points from an alley or a side street? Isabella consulted her tablet, zooming in on the area surrounding the building. There's an alleyway runs behind it, she noted. Connects to a smaller street. Less likely to be as heavily guarded as the main entrance. And there's an old service entrance there, according to the plans. Locked, probably, but maybe less reinforced than the others. They directed the driver towards the alleyway. It was narrow, smelling of damp and refuse, lined with overflowing dumpsters and scarred brick walls. The air felt thick, a stark contrast to the polished elegance of the car. They had deliberately left the world of galas and luxury, venturing into the city's less glamorous underbelly, the place where Leo had felt more at home just days ago, but which now felt like a different kind of unknown territory. The driver stopped at the entrance to the alley. The security car pulled up behind them. This is as far as we can take you without drawing attention, the driver said, his tone professional. Leo and Isabella exchanged a look. This was it. The plan was rudimentary, bordering on reckless. Go down a dark alley, try to find a hidden entrance based on an architectural riddle and a potential key, all while a dangerous man and his security were likely inside, perhaps already accessing the secret. "We need to be quick," Isabella said, gathering the keys. "And quiet." This was their action sequence. Not a choreographed fight or a car chase, but a tense, high-stakes infiltration based on deduction and hope. They got out of the car. The alley was darker than the street, the only light coming from a few weak, flickering bulbs and the distant city glow. The air was cold and damp. The security personnel from the other car approached them. "Mr. Leo, Ms. Vance," one of them, a burly man named Frank, said quietly. "Our instructions are to ensure your safety. We can wait here, or we can follow discreetly. But entering the building is outside our current parameters without police involvement." "We understand, Frank," Leo said. "We need you to wait here. If we're not back in, say, 30 minutes, call Mr. Sterling. And maybe the police. Tell them we think we've stumbled onto something related to the Abernathy estate that someone might be trying to remove." It was a vague instruction, but hopefully enough to trigger a more official response if they didn't reappear. Frank looked uncertain, but nodded. "All right, Mr. Leo. 30 minutes. Leo and Isabella walked into the alley, leaving the security personnel behind. The scent of garbage was strong. The walls were rough brick, covered in graffiti. They kept close to the side, their footsteps muffled by debris on the ground. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every distant sound seemed closer. The dramatic irony was potent. Here they were, heirs and associates of immense wealth, crawling through a dirty alley like common criminals, all for the sake of a centuries-old secret. They reached the back of the building. It was a sheer, imposing wall, much like the front, but lacking the ornate decorations. They looked up, trying to orient themselves. Above them, barely visible against the night sky, was where Isabella estimated the silent patron carving to be, hidden behind the scaffolding. Beneath its gaze, Isabella whispered, shining a small penlight Dee brought along onto the base of the wall. They were looking for anything unusual. A seam in the stone, a slightly different texture, a hidden panel, perhaps a keyhole. They worked meticulously, running their hands over the rough stone, tapping gently, listening for hollow sounds. The air was cold, carrying the faint rumble of the city. The tension was thick, every rustle of wind, every distant siren felt like a sign they were about to be discovered. This was a quiet action sequence, relying on stealth, observation, and shared knowledge. "Here," Leo said, his voice barely audible, his fingers tracing a line in the stone. "There's a seam here. It doesn't match the mortar lines." Isabella joined him, examining the spot with her light. "You're right. It's incredibly well concealed. Almost invisible." They pressed along the seam, feeling for a latch, a button, anything that might indicate a hidden mechanism. Nothing seemed to move. The key, Isabella remembered. Maybe it's not a button. Maybe there's a hidden keyhole near here. They searched the stone face around the seam, looking for any subtle indentation or disguised opening. It was painstaking work in the dim light. "Isabella," Leo whispered, pointing near the baseboard. "Look." Almost perfectly camouflaged within the rough texture of the stone, was a tiny, circular indentation. It looked like a small hole, almost like a decorative divot, but Leo's intuition screamed that this was it. The keyhole, disguised to look like part of the stone. They looked at the collection of keys from Aunt Mildred's box. Which one would fit? They tried a few, tentatively inserting the tips, feeling for the right shape. Most were too large, too small, or didn't fit the subtly disguised opening. Then Leo picked up the heavy, skeletal iron key Isabella had pointed out in the car, the one she thought looked connected to the Society of the Golden Ratio. He held it up, aligning its bit with the tiny indentation in the stone. It seemed to match. With a shared look of tense anticipation, Leo carefully inserted the key into the hidden keyhole. It slid in smoothly, with a soft click. He turned it slowly. There was a low, grinding sound from within the wall, a sound of old stone moving against stone. A section of the wall, about the size of a small door, began to slide inwards, revealing a dark opening behind it. The air that wafted out was cold, damp, and smelled of dust and earth. The scent of something ancient, buried beneath the city. They had found it. The hidden entrance. They exchanged a look, their faces illuminated by the faint light from the alley. The risk was immense. Marcus Thorne was likely inside, probably close to discovering whatever lay beneath the obscured spire. But the pull of the mystery, the responsibility of the legacy, and the shared determination between them propelled them forward. "Ready?" Leo asked, his voice low. Isabella nodded, her expression resolute. "Ready." Stepping through the hidden doorway felt like stepping back in time, or into another world entirely. The passage was narrow, unlit, the air thick with dust. They pulled out their phones, using the flashlights to illuminate the way. The passage was clearly artificial, the stone walls cut with a precision that suggested deliberate, skilled construction, but it was clearly ancient, the stone worn smooth in places, the air heavy with centuries of stillness. They moved cautiously, listening for any sounds, any indication that someone else was nearby. Their footsteps echoed faintly in the confined space. The passage sloped downwards, leading them deeper beneath the building. The temperature dropped noticeably. They followed the passage for what felt like an age, the darkness pressing in on them. Finally, the passage opened into a larger space. A chamber carved out of the earth, its walls lined with rough-hewn stone. In the center of the chamber stood a large, stone pedestal. And resting on the pedestal, something covered by a heavy, dark cloth. The air in the chamber felt different. Colder, somehow heavier, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible hum of energy. It was the source, or a part of it, or perhaps the Project Chimera component described in the archive document. This was what Aunt Mildred had sought to protect. This was what Marcus Thorne was after. They approached the pedestal, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. As they got closer, they heard sounds. Not just their own breathing and the faint hum in the air, but other sounds. From somewhere nearby. Sounds of movement. Voices. Someone was in the building. Someone was close. They froze, listening intently. The sounds were muffled, but distinct. Footsteps, the scrape of something heavy being moved, hushed voices speaking. They were coming from beyond the chamber, perhaps through another passage connected to this one, a passage that led deeper into the building's foundation. Marcus Thorne. He wasn't just in the building, he was here, in the hidden levels, close to whatever lay on that pedestal. Leo and Isabella exchanged a look of shared alarm. They had found the location, found the hidden entrance, but they were too late. Marcus was already here. They ducked behind a large, rough-hewn stone column at the edge of the chamber, extinguishing their flashlights. The darkness was absolute. They could still hear the sounds, closer now. The hushed voices grew clearer, identifiable as men speaking in low tones. And Marcus Thorne's voice, distinct, sharp, giving orders. "Hurry it up. I want this secure. Whatever the old woman hid down here, it's ours now." Leo and Isabella listened, hidden in the darkness, the blood pounding in their ears. Marcus was here. He knew about the hidden chamber, about the object on the pedestal. He was taking it. Aunt Mildred's carefully guarded legacy was about to fall into his hands. They were trapped. Entering the hidden passage was one thing. Confronting Marcus and his likely armed security detail in the pitch black of an underground chamber was quite another. But sitting there, hidden, letting Marcus take whatever was on that pedestal, it felt wrong. It felt like a betrayal of Aunt Mildred's trust, of the adventure she had set them on, of the responsibility of the legacy they had uncovered. They heard the sounds of movement approaching the chamber entrance. Heavy footsteps. The beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness from the passage they hadn't used. Marcus and his men were entering the chamber. Leo looked at Isabella in the darkness beside him. He couldn't see her face, but he could feel her presence, her tension. He knew they were both thinking the same thing. This was it. The confrontation. They had followed the clues, navigated the social minefield, and infiltrated the building, only to find themselves face to face with the very threat they had been trying to understand. They were vastly outnumbered and outmatched. But they couldn't hide forever. And they couldn't let Marcus just walk away with whatever was on that pedestal. As the flashlight beam swept into the chamber, illuminating the pedestal and the covered object, Leo knew they had a choice to make. Fight or flight. Hide and hope for a chance later, or make a move now, however reckless. The beam of light moved across their hiding spot. They held their breath, hoping the deep shadows cast by the column would conceal them. Marcus's voice echoed in the chamber. "Over there. Secure the object." Heavy footsteps moved towards the pedestal. The cloth was roughly pulled back, revealing the object beneath. Even in the sweeping flashlight beam, it was clear it was something unlike anything Leo had ever seen. Intricate, glowing faintly with an inner light, humming with the same energy they felt in the air. Marcus laughed, a low, triumphant sound that sent a chill down Leo's spine. Finally, he murmured, "Mildred's little secret. And now, it's mine." Leo looked at Isabella. Her face was barely visible in the reflected light, but her eyes were wide with alarm and determination. He knew what they had to do. It was insane, it was dangerous, but they couldn't let this happen. With a shared, silent understanding, they prepared to move from behind the column. The quiet action sequence of infiltration was about to explode into a full-blown confrontation. They were in the heart of the lion's den, and the lion had just found his prize. Stepping out of the shadows was the most dangerous move they had made yet, but the alternative, letting Marcus Thorne claim Aunt Mildred's legacy, felt infinitely worse. The chamber was filled with tension, with the hum of the mysterious object, and with the imminent collision between Leo, the unexpected heir, and Marcus, the ruthless pretender. The next few seconds would determine everything. The air in the hidden chamber was thick with dust, the low hum of the glowing object on the pedestal, and the palpable tension of their discovery. Leo and Isabella crouched behind the stone column, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They could hear Marcus Thorne's triumphant voice, the movement of his men securing the object. They were moments away from losing everything Aunt Mildred had fought to protect. Finally, Marcus gloated, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. "Mildred's little secret. And now, it's mine." The light from his men's flashlights played across the object. It was an intricate device, made of polished metal and glowing crystals, humming with a quiet energy. It looked like something out of science fiction, utterly alien in the ancient chamber. This was Project Chimera, the source, the first charge of the Abernathy family legacy. And Marcus Thorne, the entitled relative who had threatened Leo and acquired properties with shell corporations, was about to take possession of it. Isabella's hand found Leo's in the darkness, a silent communication. There was no time for elaborate plans. Their only advantage was the element of surprise. However brief. It was a reckless, desperate move, but staying hidden and letting Marcus walk away was unacceptable. With a shared, silent understanding, they moved. It wasn't a coordinated tactical maneuver, it was pure, raw instinct. Leo burst from behind the column, shouting, anything to draw attention, to create a distraction. Isabella was right beside him. "Hey, stop!" Leo yelled, his voice cracking slightly, but loud enough to startle Marcus and his men. The flashlight beams immediately swung towards them, momentarily blinding them. Marcus and his two security personnel spun around, caught completely off guard. "Who the hell?" Marcus roared, his triumph turning instantly to fury. "You, the Abernathy brat! How did you get down here?" This was the satisfying action sequence. It wasn't just physical, it was a clash of intentions, a collision of the unexpected heir against the entitled aggressor in a hidden, ancient space. It wasn't planned combat, but a desperate attempt to disrupt Marcus's plan. One of Marcus's men, a hulking figure, reacted first, lunging towards Leo. Leo, fueled by adrenaline and the desperate need to stop Marcus, dodged to the side, his old street smarts, honed by avoiding trouble, kicking in. He wasn't a fighter, but he was agile. He grabbed a loose piece of stone from the chamber wall, heavy and rough, and swung it blindly, connecting with the man's arm. The man grunted in pain, momentarily recoiling. At the same time, Isabella moved with surprising speed and agility. She didn't engage the security men directly. Her focus was on the pedestal, on the glowing object. She darted past the second security guard, who was momentarily stunned by Leo's sudden appearance, heading straight for the device. Her goal wasn't to fight, but to secure or disable the object before Marcus could take it. Marcus, furious, pointed at Leo. "Get him. And the girl. Don't let them touch it." The second security guard moved towards Isabella. Leo, seeing her in danger, reacted again. He didn't think, he acted. He grabbed a chain hanging from the wall, perhaps a leftover from the chamber's original purpose, and swung it, aiming for the second guard's legs. The chain wrapped around the guard's ankles, tripping him. He went down with a curse, flashlights clattering on the stone floor. The chamber was plunged back into near darkness, illuminated only by the faint, pulsing glow of the object on the pedestal and the one remaining flashlight beam held by Marcus. Marcus was no fool. Seeing his men momentarily incapacitated, He moved decisively. He grabbed the glowing object from the pedestal. It was smaller than it had seemed, designed to be portable, but still substantial. "You meddling fools," he snarled, backing away towards the passage they had used to enter. "You won't stop me." Leo knew this was their only chance. He couldn't let Marcus escape with the legacy. He launched himself towards Marcus, tackling him around the waist. The impact was jarring, sending them both crashing to the stone floor. The glowing object flew from Marcus's grasp, skittering across the floor into the darkness. Marcus was stronger than Leo, fueled by rage and privilege. He thrashed, trying to throw Leo off. They wrestled in the darkness, the sounds of their struggle echoing in the chamber, mingling with the groans of the security guards trying to get back on their feet. "Get off me, you common thug," Marcus snarled, punching wildly. Leo gritted his teeth, holding on, trying to prevent Marcus from retrieving the object or reaching the exit passage. He took blows, felt the rough stone scraping against his skin, but he held on with a desperate tenacity born of his old life, of fighting for every scrap. Meanwhile, Isabella was searching the floor in the darkness, guided only by the faint glow that emanated from the object. She crawled on her hands and knees, her architectural knowledge perhaps helping her navigate the uneven floor. "The object," she called out, her voice tense. "I need to find the object." The first security guard, having recovered, was staggering towards the sound of Leo and Marcus's struggle. The second was still untangling himself from the chain. Marcus managed to knee Leo in the stomach, hard. Leo gasped, his grip loosening. Marcus scrambled away, heading towards where he thought the object had fallen. Just then, Isabella cried out. "Found it." Marcus spun around, his flashlight beam sweeping towards Isabella. She was kneeling on the floor, the glowing object clutched in her hands. Its light intensified slightly as she held it, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to match the hum in the air. "Let go of that," Marcus yelled, lunging towards her. Leo, still winded from the blow, pushed himself up. He saw Marcus moving towards Isabella, and a surge of protective adrenaline coursed through him. He threw himself at Marcus again, tackling him just as he reached Isabella. This time, their fall was more controlled, but it sent them crashing into the stone pedestal. It wobbled precariously. The collision sent reverberations through the chamber. The pedestal, it seemed, was part of Aunt Mildred's design too. As Marcus and Leo tangled near its base, a section of the pedestal's stone surface shifted. It wasn't a hidden mechanism, it was a reaction to the impact, or perhaps a timed trigger. A small compartment slid open, revealing a dark recess within the stone. Isabella, still holding the glowing object, saw the opening. Her eyes widened. "Leo, the pedestal. There's something inside." Marcus, momentarily stunned by the impact, saw the opening too. His eyes narrowed with fierce determination. He understood. This wasn't just a pedestal, it was another layer of the puzzle, another hiding place. He lunged towards the opening in the pedestal, desperate to reach whatever was inside. Leo, despite his exhaustion, grabbed Marcus, pulling him back. "It's part of the legacy, Marcus." Leo gasped, wrestling with him. "It's not just about taking it. It's about power." Marcus roared back, his face contorted with rage. "And it belongs to me, not some nobody who stumbled into it." While they struggled, Isabella made a split-second decision. She didn't know what was in the pedestal compartment, but she knew it was important. And she knew she had to keep it out of Marcus's hands. With the glowing object still pulsing in her hand, she reached into the dark recess in the pedestal. Her fingers closed around something small and metallic. She pulled it out. It was another key. This key was different from all the others in Aunt Mildred's box. It was made of a smooth, dark metal that seemed to absorb the light, and its design was simpler, more elegant, less ornate than the antique keys. It felt significant, radiating a subtle coolness. Just as Isabella withdrew the key, Marcus broke free from Leo's grasp. He scrambled towards the pedestal, his hand reaching for the open compartment. "No," he yelled, seeing Isabella with the key. "Give me that." He shoved past Leo, lunging at Isabella. But Isabella was faster. She knew what this key likely represented. The next step, perhaps the actual key to understanding or controlling the glowing object she held. Without hesitation, she made another bold move. She hurled the small, dark key towards the open passage they had used to enter the chamber, throwing it with surprising force into the darkness. "Go get it, Marcus," she yelled, her voice defiant. "If you think you're worthy." The key sailed through the air, a small, dark projectile disappearing into the blackness of the passage. Marcus froze for a second, his rage turning into a desperate calculation. The glowing object was important, but the key was the next step. It was the prize he had been chasing, perhaps the means to unlock the true power of the object. "You little fool," he screamed at Isabella. He hesitated for a split second, looking from the object she held to the passage where the key had landed. The object was within reach, but the key had vanished into the darkness. The strategic advantage of securing the next critical piece outweighed the immediate possession of the first. "Find the key," he roared at his security guards, who were slowly making their way towards the passage. "Find that key, now." Marcus didn't waste time trying to grab the glowing object from Isabella. He turned and sprinted towards the passage, disappearing into the darkness in pursuit of the key. His security guards, still recovering and disoriented, followed his orders, stumbling towards the passage entrance, flashlights sweeping erratically, searching for the small, dark key. Leo and Isabella were left alone in the chamber, the faint glow of the object in Isabella's hands illuminating the space. The sounds of Marcus and his men receding down the passage were the only things that broke the humming silence. They had stopped Marcus, at least temporarily. They had prevented him from immediately securing both the object and the next key. But they had also thrown the key into the darkness, into a passage that Marcus and his men were now searching. And they were still trapped in the chamber, deep beneath the city, with Marcus likely blocking their only known exit. Isabella looked at the glowing object in her hands, its light pulsing faintly. It was warm to the touch, emanating a strange energy. Leo looked at her, his chest aching, his body bruised. "Are you okay?" he managed, his voice rough. "Yeah," she whispered, her eyes wide, staring at the object. "I think so. Are you?" "Define okay," Leo said, a small, shaky laugh escaping him. They were alive. They had the object. But Marcus had the key. And they were trapped. The satisfying action sequence of preventing Marcus from taking the legacy had immediately escalated into a terrifying new problem. They heard the sounds of the security guards returning down the passage. They hadn't found the key yet. "We need to move," Isabella said urgently. "He'll realize we're still here. He'll block the exit." But where could they go? The hidden passage was their only way out, and Marcus controlled it. They looked around the chamber, their flashlight beams sweeping the walls. Were there other passages? Other secrets Aunt Mildred had built into this place? As the sounds of Marcus and his men grew closer, searching the passage just outside the chamber, Leo noticed something on the far wall. Another carving. Different from the ones on the chest, but similar in style to the symbols in Aunt Mildred's journal. And next to the carving, a small, circular indentation in the stone, exactly like the hidden keyhole that had opened the entrance. Another keyhole. Aunt Mildred's twist. The dramatic irony. The solution to being trapped lay within the trap itself. She hadn't just provided one way in and out, she had planned for contingencies. But which key? They had the collection of keys from the box, and the small, dark key Isabella had thrown away. Which one would fit this new lock? The sounds of Marcus's men were almost at the chamber entrance now. They could hear their frustrated voices. Isabella looked at the collection of keys scattered on the floor near the pedestal. She grabbed them, her hands moving quickly. They had seconds, maybe a minute at most, before Marcus realized they were still in the chamber and blocked the passage. Leo scrambled towards the second keyhole, his heart pounding. Isabella joined him, holding out the collection of keys. "Which one?" Leo breathed, his fingers fumbling with the keys. The security guards were entering the chamber, their flashlights sweeping, their eyes searching for the small, dark key, unaware that Leo and Isabella were still there. Isabella held up a different key from the collection. A small, intricately carved silver key that looked almost decorative. "This one," she said, her voice urgent. There was a note in the journal, a reference to the second guardian and a symbol that matches the bit on this key, near a passage marked with a similar carving. It was a desperate guess, based on a fleeting memory of reading the journal. But it was their only hope. Leo took the silver key, his hand trembling. He inserted it into the hidden keyhole. It fit. He turned it. There was a click, fainter than before. and a section of the far wall, also disguised, began to slide open, revealing another dark passage. "There," Isabella pointed, grabbing the glowing object more securely. "They're here," one of Marcus's guards shouted, his flashlight beam sweeping towards them. They had been spotted. "Go," Leo yelled, shoving Isabella towards the newly opened passage. "Go." She hesitated for a split second, looking at him, then scrambled into the dark passage, the glowing object a strange beacon leading the way. Leo turned back to face the approaching guards. He had bought Isabella time, but now he was exposed, trapped between Marcus and his men. He wasn't a fighter, he wasn't armed, but he had to give Isabella a chance to escape, to protect the legacy. He braced himself, standing between the open passage and the advancing guards. They were closing in, their flashlights blinding, their faces grim. From the passage where he had disappeared, they heard Marcus's voice, enraged. "They're still in there. Block the exit. Don't let them out." The guards were now directly in front of Leo, blocking the passage Isabella had just entered. Leo was trapped. He was in the ancient chamber, the glow of the object fading as Isabella moved deeper into the new passage, and the cold, hard reality of his situation pressed in on him. He had saved the legacy, for now, but at what cost? The guards lunged for him. He braced for the impact, the fear momentarily overriding the adrenaline. This was it. He was caught. The thrilling adventure had turned into a terrifying trap, and he was facing the consequences alone. The chamber was silent except for the sounds of the approaching guards and Marcus's furious shouts from the passage. Leo stood his ground, the improbable heir, facing down the greedy pretender's men, with only his courage and a rapidly fading hope of escape. The fate of Aunt Mildred's legacy, and his own, hung precariously in the balance. The cliffhanger was immediate and brutal, trapped, outnumbered, and facing the wrath of a dangerous man. The cold, damp air of the ancient chamber closed in on Leo. The glow of the object Isabella carried had faded into the darkness of the new passage. He stood alone, trapped between the open passage and the two approaching security guards, their flashlights blinding, their faces grim and determined. Marcus's enraged shouts echoed from the passage behind them. "Block the exit. Don't let him out." The guards moved in, cutting off his access to the passage Isabella had entered. Leo braced himself, his mind racing. He wasn't a fighter. His brief, desperate struggle with Marcus had been pure adrenaline and luck. He was about to face trained professionals. He couldn't fight them. But he had to buy Isabella time. Time to get away, to secure the object, to understand its secrets. He didn't have a weapon. His only tools were the collection of keys still clutched in his hand, remnants of Aunt Mildred's puzzle, and his own wits. The first guard reached him, grabbing his arm. Leo reacted instinctively, not fighting back directly, but twisting his body, making himself difficult to hold, just enough to throw the guard off balance for a split second. The second guard moved to flank him. "Don't fight, kid. It's over," the first guard snarled. But Leo wasn't fighting, he was evading. He pulled free from the first guard's grip with a sudden, desperate lurch, stumbling backwards towards the center of the chamber. The move was clumsy, ungraceful, but it was enough. It forced the guards to adjust, to pursue him into the open space. This was his action sequence. A desperate, improvised game of keep away in the dark, dusty chamber. He dodged around the stone pedestal, using the heavy object as cover. The guards followed, their movements more controlled and practiced than his, but they were operating in unfamiliar territory, in the dark except for their own lights. He heard Marcus shouting from the passage, his voice growing closer. "What's taking so long? Get him." Leo knew he couldn't evade them indefinitely. He needed another distraction. His eyes darted around the chamber. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beams. The pedestal stood solid. The walls were rough stone. He saw the shattered remains of the vase he knocked over during Arthur's outburst. Sharp pieces of ceramic lay scattered on the floor. A long shot, but maybe. As one of the guards lunged at him again, Leo ducked and scrambled towards the scattered shards. He scooped up a handful of the broken ceramic, sharp edges digging into his palm. Stop him. He threw the shards blindly towards the guards, aiming for their faces, their lights. It wasn't an attack, just a desperate attempt to cause momentary confusion. The shards scattered, some hitting the guards, some hitting their flashlights with sharp clicks. One guard swore, raising a hand to his face. Another's flashlight beam wavered wildly. It was a small victory, but it bought him a precious second. He scrambled further into the chamber, putting more distance between himself and the guards. He could hear them regrouping, their movements more cautious now. "He's got something," one of them yelled. "Careful." Marcus appeared at the entrance to the passage he had taken, his own flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He saw Leo dodging around the chamber. "Forget the key for a moment," Marcus roared. "Get the boy. He knows too much." The security guards advanced on Leo, their movements coordinated, closing in. Leo was trapped, cornered against the rough stone wall. He could see the determination in their eyes, the grim set of their jaws. They weren't playing anymore. Just as they were about to reach him, a muffled boom echoed from the passage Isabella had taken, followed by a shower of dust and the sound of shifting stone. It wasn't a natural sound. It was deliberate. Leo froze, glancing towards the passage. The guards hesitated too, momentarily startled by the noise. From the passage, they heard Isabella's voice, distant but clear. "Go, Leo. I've collapsed the passage. He can't follow you." She had used the glowing object, or something related to it, to create a controlled collapse, sealing off that exit and buying him time, at the cost of trapping herself within. The dramatic irony was profound. They had found 2 escape routes, only for one to be sealed off to protect the other. Marcus roared in frustration from his passage. "The girl, she's trapped herself. No matter. The boy is here. Get him." The guards, their brief hesitation over, renewed their advance on Leo. But now, Leo had a new urgency. Isabella had sacrificed her escape for his. He had to get away, not just for himself, but for her. He had to find help. He looked at the passage Isabella had sealed. Dust was still settling, the sound of shifting stone fading. He was truly alone in the chamber with Marcus's men. He needed to get out. He looked frantically around the chamber again, his eyes searching the walls, remembering Aunt Mildred's penchant for puzzles, for hidden mechanisms. Were there more secrets? More exits? His gaze fell on the stone pedestal that had revealed the hidden compartment. He and Marcus had crashed into it. Had that impact triggered something else? He scrambled towards the pedestal, ignoring the approaching guards. He ran his hands over the rough stone, feeling for any subtle shift, any seam, any hidden keyhole like the one he'd found earlier. The guards were almost on him. He could hear their heavy breathing, see the determined glint in their eyes behind the flashlight beams. He found it. A small, almost imperceptible symbol carved into the base of the pedestal, near where he and Marcus had fallen. It wasn't a keyhole, but it looked like a lever, disguised as a decorative element. He pressed it. There was a soft click, quieter than the others. And the pedestal, slowly, majestically, began to sink into the floor, revealing a circular opening beneath it, a dark shaft leading downwards. Another twist. Aunt Mildred's legacy wasn't just about wealth or hidden history, it was a labyrinth, a test of survival built into the very architecture of the city's hidden spaces. "Down there!" Leo yelled to himself, a desperate gambit. The guards were right behind him. He didn't hesitate. He threw himself into the dark shaft, trusting it would lead somewhere, anywhere, away from Marcus and his men. He fell for a short distance, landing roughly on a pile of soft, damp earth. Above him, he heard the shouts of the guards, the sound of the pedestal returning to its original position, sealing the opening. He was trapped again, but in a new, unknown level of the labyrinth. His phone was still in his pocket. He pulled it out, turned on the flashlight. He was in a narrow tunnel, clearly artificial, dug through the earth. The air was heavy, smelling of damp soil and something metallic. The walls were reinforced with old timber supports, showing signs of age. He was beneath the building. Perhaps in an old utility tunnel, or part of the Project Chimera network Isabella had alluded to. He had escaped the immediate threat, but he was lost, alone, and had no idea where this tunnel led. He could still hear muffled sounds from above. The frustrated shouts of Marcus, the movements of his men. They wouldn't give up easily. He had to move. He started walking along the tunnel, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The tunnel seemed to stretch indefinitely in either direction. He chose one randomly, plunging deeper into the unknown. The tunnel was silent except for his own footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. His mind raced. Isabella was trapped somewhere above him, in a collapsed passage, with the glowing object. He was alone, pursued, in a labyrinth beneath the city. The wealth, the galas, the awkward social encounters felt like a distant dream. This was the reality of Aunt Mildred's legacy: danger, secrets, and a desperate fight for survival. He walked for a long time, the tunnel twisting and turning. He saw signs of previous activity, old tools left behind, faded markings on the walls that might have been directions or warnings. They were too cryptic to understand, written in symbols that might relate to the society of the Golden Ratio. He was deep underground now. The city was a distant, unimaginable world above him. He thought of his old apartment, the leaky faucet, the worn rug. It felt like another lifetime. He was a millionaire now, theoretically, but he was crawling through dirt tunnels, pursued by men who wanted what he had stumbled upon. The dramatic irony was stark and unforgiving. He reached a junction in the tunnel. 3 paths branched off into the darkness. Which one? There were no signs, no clues he could recognize. He felt a wave of despair. He was lost, without a map, without Isabella's knowledge. He remembered Aunt Mildred's journal, her words about tenacity. He remembered fighting Arthur, standing his ground at the gala. He had to keep going. He couldn't give up. Isabella was counting on him. He chose the middle tunnel, taking a guess, relying on instinct. He continued walking, the air growing colder, the tunnel narrowing in places. He passed abandoned equipment, rusted pipes, and strange, sealed doors set into the tunnel walls. More secrets, more locked parts of the labyrinth. He reached another junction, then another. The tunnel network seemed vast, sprawling beneath the city. He felt completely disoriented, lost in the darkness. The silence was broken only by his own ragged breathing and the pounding of his heart. He was about to give up, to sink down onto the damp earth and admit defeat, when he heard something. A faint sound, far off, but distinct from the dripping water or his own footsteps. Voices. Distant, muffled voices. And the rhythmic thud of footsteps. Someone else was in the tunnels. Not Marcus or his men, he hoped. But who? Could it be part of the society of the Golden Ratio? Or someone else entirely? The sounds seemed to be coming from one of the branching tunnels ahead. He extinguished his flashlight, plunging himself into absolute darkness. He held his breath, listening. The voices were clearer now, 2 people talking in low tones. Not Marcus. Not his guards. The voices sounded familiar. He crept forward cautiously, moving towards the source of the sound. His heart hammered against his ribs. Were they friend or foe? He reached the mouth of the tunnel the voices were coming from. He peered around the corner, the darkness concealing him. In the faint glow of a handheld lantern, he saw 2 figures. One was Isabella. Relief, so powerful it almost buckled his knees, washed over him. She was safe. She had found another way out of the collapsed passage. And the person with her. He recognized her immediately, even in the dim light. Eleanor Vance. Isabella's mother. The elegant woman from the gala who had warned him about Marcus Thorne. They were talking quietly, Isabella holding the glowing object from the pedestal, its light pulsing faintly, illuminating their faces. Eleanor was looking at it with a mixture of awe and concern. "It's the chimera," Eleanor said, her voice grave. "I feared it was real." Mildred always hinted at its existence, at the Abernathy family's charge. "It was hidden in the pedestal, just like the document said," Isabella replied, her voice still tight with adrenaline. "Marcus was right there. He almost got it." Leo distracted them. "He's back in the chamber, Mom. I had to seal the passage to stop them." Eleanor's expression was etched with worry. "He's trapped. With Marcus's men. I hope he found another way out," Isabella said, glancing towards the tunnel network, her voice filled with anxiety. "There was another keyhole I saw, a silver key." Leo couldn't wait any longer. He stepped out of the darkness. "Isabella, Eleanor." They both spun around, startled. Isabella's face broke into a look of immense relief. "Leo, you're okay. You found the other passage." Eleanor stared at him, her elegant composure momentarily shaken. "Barely," Leo said, walking towards them. "I used the key from the pedestal compartment to open another exit from the chamber. It led down here." He glanced behind him, into the dark tunnel. Marcus and his guards are still up there. They're trapped by your collapse, Isabella, but they know I'm down here. They'll be looking for a way down. Isabella ran towards him, throwing her arms around him in a spontaneous, powerful hug. Relief and gratitude poured from her. Thank God. I thought you were caught. Leo returned the hug, holding her tightly. It felt incredibly real, incredibly important, after the isolation and terror of the past hour. Eleanor watched them, a complex expression on her face. Relief, certainly, but also a hint of concern, a recognition of the deepening bond forming between them amidst the danger. The silver key, Leo, Isabella said, pulling back slightly but still holding his hands. You found it? Yeah, he confirmed, patting his pocket. It opened a passage from the pedestal. But I don't know where we are now. This tunnel network is huge. Eleanor approached them, her gaze fixed on the glowing object in Isabella's hands. This network, it is indeed vast. It was built by the Society of the Golden Ratio centuries ago. Part of Project Chimera. They were ambitious, visionaries, and they hid their work well. She looked at Leo. Mildred knew. She understood the true nature of the legacy. That the fortune was merely a means to protect this. She gestured to the glowing object. The Chimera. It's not just an artifact, Leo. It's a power source. Or a key to one. A power source. A key. The mystery was deepening, its implications becoming more profound and more dangerous. This wasn't just about money or history anymore. Marcus wants it, Leo said, his voice grim. He wants to control it. Of course he does, Eleanor said dryly. Marcus sees power in any form, and he believes it is his right to wield it. He knows enough of the old family stories, the whispers of the Society and Project Chimera, to pursue this. But he doesn't understand the first charge. He only understands acquisition. She looked at the tunnel Leo had come from, then towards the direction she and Isabella had been heading. We need to get out of here. And we need to secure the Chimera. The tunnel network has multiple exits, but they are also hidden, disguised. We need to find the one that leads to safety, not into another trap. Isabella said you knew about this. Leo asked Eleanor, remembering their conversation at the gala. My family, the Vance line, were also associated with the Society, generations ago, Eleanor explained. Guardians, of a different sort. We maintained knowledge of certain aspects. My daughter, she placed a hand on Isabella's arm, has taken a keen interest in our family's history. We were actually here tonight, independently, following a line of research related to the Society's architecture, when Isabella received your call about the building. A clever twist. Isabella hadn't just been a helpful contact, she was already linked to this hidden world, already on her own parallel path of discovery, guided by her own family's legacy. The dramatic irony was that Leo had sought her out as a knowledgeable stranger, unaware of her deep, inherited connection to the very secrets he was uncovering. Their meeting at the gala hadn't been mere chance, it was the convergence of two paths laid out by their ancestors. So, you were already. Leo started. We were already close to finding the entrance to this network, Isabella finished for him. My research into the Society's architecture led us to this area. Your arrival, your discovery of the box and Aunt Mildred's clues, accelerated everything. Mildred must have known, Eleanor mused. She didn't just choose an heir, she orchestrated a convergence. Your path, our knowledge, it was all part of her design. Aunt Mildred's genius, and perhaps her playful, dramatic nature, was clearer than ever. She hadn't just left a treasure hunt, she had created a complex, multi-layered game involving multiple players, ensuring that the right combination of knowledge and action was needed to uncover the truth and protect the legacy. They were in this together now, the unexpected heir, the architect-historian, and the guardian from a related line. They had the Chimera, they had the knowledge gained from Aunt Mildred's clues and the archives, and they had each other. But they were deep beneath the city, pursued by Marcus Thorne, who now knew about the Chimera and was hunting for the next key. We need to get out of here, Leo reiterated, the urgency returning. Where's the nearest exit? Eleanor looked at the glowing object in Isabella's hands, then at the branching tunnels. The network is vast, Leo. But there is an exit. It's ancient, rarely used, tied to the Society's original escape routes. It should be relatively secure, unlikely to be known to many outside of those with the deepest knowledge. She pointed down one of the tunnels. That way. It's a long path, and there will be other obstacles, other tests of the network. But it leads to safety. They began moving down the tunnel Eleanor indicated, Isabella still holding the chimera, its faint glow casting an eerie light on their faces. Leo walked close beside them, feeling the weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders. He wasn't just protecting money anymore, he was protecting a legacy, a power source, a secret history tied to his family name. As they moved deeper into the tunnel network, the sounds of Marcus and his men searching the other passages seemed to fade, but the sense of being hunted remained. They encountered more obstacles. Sealed gates requiring specific keys from Aunt Mildred's collection, proving Isabella's earlier theory correct, passages filled with ancient, unstable mechanisms, chambers that seemed designed as puzzles or tests. It was a real-life adventure, blending historical investigation with physical challenges and the constant threat of capture. Isabella's architectural knowledge was invaluable in navigating the structure of the tunnels, Eleanor's historical knowledge shed light on the symbols and mechanisms they encountered, and Leo's adaptability and street smarts helped them overcome unexpected physical barriers. They were a team, their strengths complementing each other, their bond forged in shared danger and discovery. There was a quiet, unspoken understanding between Leo and Isabella, a connection deepened by the night's events. They reached another chamber, larger than the first, filled with strange machinery and symbols carved into the walls. In the center, a large, circular stone mechanism embedded in the floor, surrounded by what looked like slots for keys. This, Eleanor said, her voice hushed with reverence, is a primary junction. A security mechanism of the society. It requires multiple keys to activate. Keys linked to the different branches of the society. To pass, you must activate it. Leo looked at the slots. They were shaped like some of the keys from Aunt Mildred's box. This was another test, another layer of the puzzle. And they had the keys. All of them, except the one Isabella had thrown to Marcus. They placed the chimera on a nearby stone bench. Carefully, they inserted the keys they had into the corresponding slots in the mechanism. Each key turned with a soft click, activating glowing lines that spread across the stone surface. There were 5 slots. They had 5 keys from the box. They fit perfectly. As the 5th key turned, the central part of the mechanism began to rotate with a low rumble, revealing a dark opening beneath it. This was clearly the path forward. But as the mechanism turned, they heard something else. From one of the tunnels leading into the chamber, not the one they had entered from, but another, they heard footsteps. Louder, closer, more purposeful than before. And Marcus's voice, clear and triumphant. "He's down here. I found a way into the lower levels. I know you're in here, Abernathy. And I know you have the chimera." He had found another entrance to the lower network. He was close. Leo, Isabella, and Eleanor froze, their eyes darting towards the tunnel entrance where Marcus's voice echoed. They had activated the exit, but their actions had also alerted Marcus to their location within the labyrinth. "Go," Eleanor urged. "Take the chimera. I'll hold them off." "No," Leo protested. "We're not leaving you. This is my legacy too, in a way," Eleanor said, her voice firm. "I know these tunnels better than you. Go. Protect the chimera. Your path is clear." The sounds of Marcus and his men were getting closer, their footsteps echoing in the tunnel. "Go, Leo," Isabella urged, her hand on the glowing object. "We have to. It's the only way." Leo looked at Eleanor, at her determined expression. He looked at Isabella, at the urgency in her eyes. He knew she was right. They had to prioritize the legacy, the mission Aunt Mildred had set them on. He grabbed the chimera from Isabella, its warmth pulsing in his hands. "I'll come back for you, Eleanor," he promised, his voice raw. "I know you will, Leo," she said, giving him a strong, reassuring look. Leo and Isabella scrambled into the opening beneath the mechanism. It was another dark passage, leading downwards. Just as they entered, they heard the shouts of Marcus and his men entering the chamber behind them, followed by the sounds of struggle, of Eleanor engaging them. "Down here, you fools," Marcus roared, realizing they had escaped through the opening. Leo and Isabella plunged into the darkness of the new passage, leaving Eleanor to face Marcus Thorne and his men alone in the chamber. The sounds of the struggle faded behind them as they descended, the chimera glowing faintly, their only guide in the dark. They were deeper in the labyrinth than ever before, carrying the key to Aunt Mildred's legacy, with their pursuer close behind, and an ally left behind to buy them time. The journey was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. The cliffhanger was acute. Could they navigate the rest of the labyrinth, protect the chimera, and escape? And at what cost to Eleanor? The fate of a centuries-old secret, and the lives of those who sought to protect it, hung precariously in the balance of the hidden tunnels. The passage felt less like a path and more like a throat, swallowing Leo and Isabella into the absolute darkness beneath the city. Behind them, faintly at first, then cut off by the closing stone mechanism, came the sounds of struggle, of Marcus Thorne's enraged shouts, and the metallic clang that suggested Eleanor Vance was indeed making good on her promise to delay him. The air was cold, damp, and smelled of ancient earth, metal, and a hint of something sharp, ozone-like. The lingering presence of the chimera. Leo held the object tightly, its faint, intermittent pulsing glow the only light in the suffocating blackness. It felt warm, almost alive, in his hands, a strange contrast to the chilling reality they had just escaped. Isabella was close beside him, her hand occasionally finding his in the dark, a silent reassurance in the terrifying unknown. They moved cautiously down the sloping passage, feeling their way along the rough-hewn stone walls. The passage wasn't consistently dug, some sections were narrow and cramped, others opened slightly into small, rough-walled chambers. It was a labyrinth, built not for comfort, but for secrecy and defense. Every few steps, they paused, holding their breath, listening. Were Marcus and his men finding a way through Eleanor? Were they already pursuing? The silence stretched, broken only by their own ragged breathing and the occasional drip of water. The sounds of struggle, and Marcus's fury, faded. Had Eleanor held them off? Had she found her own escape? The thought gnawed at Leo. He had promised to come back for her. The weight of that promise settled heavily on his shoulders. He was deeply grateful for her sacrifice, and the fear for her safety added another layer to the tension. The passage twisted and turned, never in a straight line. It felt disorienting, a deliberate design to confuse any pursuer. Isabella, despite the darkness and the stress, used her architectural instincts, occasionally running her hands over the walls, feeling the direction of the cut stone, murmuring about stress points and potential fault lines. She was navigating not just a tunnel, but a structure, deciphering its hidden logic. Their progress was slow. The chimera pulsed erratically in Leo's hands, sometimes brightening enough to cast a faint, ethereal glow, other times dimming to a mere flicker. Its light was beautiful, mesmerizing, but unreliable as a sole source of illumination in the pitch-black tunnels. They encountered obstacles. A section of the tunnel that had partially collapsed, requiring them to scramble over unstable rubble. A narrow crawl space that forced them to push through, the stone scraping against their clothes. A section where the passage seemed to end in a solid wall, only for Isabella to find a cleverly disguised handle hidden amongst decorative carvings, opening a small, almost invisible door. It was Aunt Mildred's game continuing, played out in the hidden architecture of the Society's network. After what felt like hours, but was likely only a fraction of that time, the tunnel began to slope upwards. The air grew slightly fresher, losing the heavy, damp scent of deep earth. The faint rumble of the distant city became audible again, no longer muted by tons of rock and soil. Hope flickered. They were nearing an exit. They reached a dead end. A solid, reinforced metal door set into the stone wall. No obvious handle, no keyhole. Just a smooth, unyielding surface. Panic began to rise. Had they taken the wrong turn? Was this a trap? Isabella examined the door, running her hands over the cool metal, tapping it gently. "It's a vault door," she murmured. "Heavy duty. Probably requires a specific mechanism. A key. A combination." Leo looked at the collection of keys he still held. They had used 5 to open the main junction mechanism. He still had 2 left, plus the large iron key that opened the hidden entrance from the alley. Could one of these be for this door? He tried inserting the bits of the remaining keys into any subtle indentation he could find in the door. Nothing seemed to fit. Isabella, meanwhile, was looking at the chimera in Leo's hands. Its glow had intensified as they approached the door, pulsing more strongly, more steadily than before. She looked from the glowing object to the door, back to the object. "Leo," she said, her voice hushed. "The chimera, it's reacting to the door. Or to something behind it." She carefully took the object from him. Holding it near the surface of the metal door, the object's glow intensified further, casting a strong, steady light. Isabella moved the chimera slowly across the door's surface, like a scanner. As she moved it, the light seemed to react to certain points, dimming slightly, then flaring brighter. "There's something here," she said excitedly, her finger tracing a pattern of faint energy pulses detected by the chimera's glow. A pattern. It's like a code, or a sequence. This was a clever twist, leveraging the properties of the mysterious object itself as a tool to solve the puzzle, linking the abstract source or power source to the practical mechanics of navigating the labyrinth. The chimera wasn't just a treasure, it was also a key, a guide. Isabella focused, watching the chimera's reaction, her architectural mind likely seeing patterns or structures even in the energy pulses. She traced the pattern several times, committing it to memory. "It's a sequence of touches," she deduced. "Like a combination lock, but activated by energy proximity, not physical pressure." She handed the chimera back to Leo. "I'll try it. Tell me if the chimera reacts differently when I touch the points." With Leo holding the glowing object steady, Isabella carefully touched the surface of the metal door at the points she had identified, following the sequence revealed by the chimera's light. Her fingers brushed the cold metal, pausing at each point. Leo watched the chimera. On the third touch, the object pulsed strongly. On the fifth, it emitted a faint, high-pitched whine. As she completed the sequence, there was a soft click from within the door. A small panel slid open, revealing a keyhole. "The silver key?" Leo asked, remembering the small, elegant key Isabella had thrown towards Marcus in the chamber, the one she'd identified as possibly linked to the second guardian and the new passage. "No," Isabella said, looking at the exposed keyhole. "This is different. This isn't the silver keyhole." She looked at the remaining keys Leo held, the antique ones from the box, and the large iron key that opened the alley entrance. "It's one of these." They tried the remaining keys from the collection. The large iron key didn't fit. One of the smaller, antique brass keys fit perfectly. It was the key they had debated throwing away in the chamber, thinking it was for the library clue. Another piece of dramatic irony, the key they almost discarded was their way out. Leo inserted the brass key and turned. With a heavy, grinding sound, the immense metal vault door swung inwards, revealing not another dark passage, but a small, dusty room filled with old furniture and covered in sheets. And beyond the room, through a normal-looking door, a hallway with fluorescent lighting. They had found an exit. They stepped through the opening, the heavy vault door swinging shut behind them with a final, echoing thud. They were in a forgotten storage room, part of a larger building above. The air, though dusty, felt miraculously fresh compared to the tunnels. They could hear the distant sounds of the city, the faint traffic noise, the hum of electricity, the mundane sounds of the world they had left behind. They stumbled out of the storage room, finding themselves in a nondescript hallway. It was late at night, the hallway empty and silent. They had emerged into an old building, likely connected to the Atherton Archives or another historical institution in the district. They had escaped the labyrinth. They were out. Relief washed over them, powerful and disorienting. They leaned against the wall, catching their breath, their bodies aching, covered in dust and grime. Leo still held the chimera, which had dimmed its light now, merely pulsing faintly. "We made it," Leo said, the words rough with exhaustion and emotion. Isabella nodded, tears tracking paths through the grime on her cheeks. "We made it." They looked at each phones. No signal deep underground, but now? Signal bars appeared. Leo's new phone, the one from Sterling and Vance, buzzed with a flurry of missed calls and messages. All from Mr. Sterling. Urgent. He called the number immediately. It was late, but Mr. Sterling answered on the first ring, his voice sharp with concern. "Mr. Leo? Isabella? Thank God. We've been trying to reach you for hours. Are you all right? Where are you?" "We're out, Mr. Sterling," Leo said, his voice shaky. "We're out of the tunnels. We're safe. For now." "The tunnels?" Sterling sounded surprised. "Beneath the Abernathy building? We had police there hours ago after your security team reported you missing and indicated potential illegal activity. They found Marcus Thorne and his men, trapped in an upper-level chamber due to a structural collapse. They are in custody. One of my colleagues is handling the initial interviews." Leo felt a surge of relief. Marcus was caught. Eleanor's sacrifice had bought them not just time, but capture. Eleanor. Was Eleanor Vance with them? Is she okay? Eleanor? Mr. Sterling paused. No, she wasn't among those found, Mr. Leo. Neither was the object they were pursuing. Marcus and his men are being questioned, but they haven't revealed anything about Eleanor or whatever they were searching for. The chamber is being secured for forensic examination. Not among those found. That could mean anything. She escaped. Or Leo's heart sank. He had promised to come back for her. The weight of that promise felt heavier than the chimera in his hands. She collapsed the passage to help us escape, Mr. Sterling, Isabella explained, her voice tight with worry. She stayed behind to face them. I saw another passage open in the chamber. She might have found another way out before the police arrived. Let us hope so, Mr. Sterling said gravely. We will initiate a search immediately, discreetly. But there are many levels down there, many old passages. Finding someone could be difficult. He paused, then shifted his tone, becoming more urgent. Mr. Leo, Isabella, where are you now? You need to get somewhere safe immediately. Marcus may be in custody, but he has resources. And frankly, him being caught may have triggered contingencies. Contingencies? Leo asked, dread creeping in. Yes, Mr. Sterling's voice was grim. Marcus Thorne, anticipating potential legal challenges should he succeed in acquiring certain Abernathy assets, has initiated a preemptive legal action. A major challenge to Mrs. Abernathy's will. He is leveraging an obscure clause related to lineage and proving direct connection to the core legacy assets, claiming you are not the rightful heir according to the Society's ancient protocols, only by Mildred's unconventional interpretation. It's a complex, aggressive legal maneuver, filed anonymously through shell corporations just hours ago. It freezes access to a significant portion of the Abernathy estate, specifically those assets tied to properties and entities that date back centuries. The very heart of the true legacy you've been uncovering. He couldn't get the physical object, but is attacking your claim to everything it represents. This was it. The major setback. Not a physical blow, but a legal and financial one that struck at the very core of his inheritance and the journey he was on. Marcus, thwarted in the tunnels, had used his resources and cunning to launch a devastating attack from the shadows. He had hit Leo where he was most vulnerable. His legitimacy as the heir, his understanding of this complex world, his access to the very resources needed to fight back and continue the quest. His trying to claim it all, legally, Leo said, the words flat. His using the system. Precisely, Mr. Sterling confirmed. And his legal team is top-notch. They are arguing that Mrs. Abernathy's will contradicts ancient tenets tied to the first charge of the Society of the Golden Ratio. Tenets that only a genuine, initiated Abernathy heir, one who understands the legacy's true nature, could possibly fulfill. He is painting you as an outsider, an interloper, unworthy of inheriting the core assets. The dramatic irony was biting. Marcus was claiming Leo was unqualified based on the very legacy Leo was risking his life to uncover in the tunnels Marcus had just been caught in. He was using the secrets of the Society, the ancient protocols he likely only had a superficial understanding of, as weapons against Leo. He knows about the Society? Isabella asked, her voice sharp. He knows enough to be dangerous, Ms. Vance, Sterling replied. Enough to weaponize their history against Mr. Leo's claim. This lawsuit will tie up the estate for years, potentially freezing the very assets you need to continue exploring the legacy and understanding its true nature. It is a significant blow, Mr. Leo. He has used his resources to attack your standing, your access, your very right to the inheritance. Leo felt the weight of the news settle over him. All the danger in the tunnels, the physical escape, Isabella's courage, Eleanor's sacrifice. It had prevented Marcus from getting the chimera, but it hadn't stopped his attack. Marcus had failed in the physical pursuit, but he was winning the war on a different front, leveraging his power and knowledge of the system to undermine Leo's claim entirely. He looked at the chimera in his hands. Its light was barely visible now, a faint pulse against the grime on his skin. It was a power source, a key, the heart of the legacy, but was it enough to fight this? To fight Marcus in a courtroom, to unlock the legal labyrinth he had just created? Where should we go, Mr. Sterling? Leo asked, his voice weary but resolute. He wouldn't give up. He couldn't. Not after everything. Not after Eleanor. To my office, immediately, Mr. Sterling instructed. We need to assess the full scope of this legal challenge and begin formulating a response. Do you still have the object? Yes, Leo confirmed, looking at the chimera. It was safe. But Marcus had found another way to strike, and this time, his attack was sophisticated, calculated, and aimed at dismantling Leo's entire future. Mr. Sterling arranged for a car to pick them up. As Leo and Isabella waited in the dusty storage room, the sounds of the city filtering through the old building, Leo held the chimera. Marcus had caused a major setback, leveraging his resources to create a complex legal challenge that threatened to strip Leo of everything Aunt Mildred had intended. He had proven himself a formidable adversary, operating not just in the shadows of hidden tunnels, but in the polished, dangerous world of high-stakes litigation. Leo felt the crushing weight of the challenge. He was back in the world of polished surfaces, but this time, he wasn't just awkward, he was under siege. The adventure hadn't ended in the tunnels, it had just changed battlefields, moving from the physical labyrinth to the legal one. And Marcus, the serpent from the shadows, had just delivered a devastating strike. How could he possibly fight this? He was the kid from the attic, facing down a powerful, ruthless man armed with lawyers and loopholes, threatening to take away not just the fortune, but the very legacy that had changed his life. The cliffhanger was the daunting, almost insurmountable legal battle looming before him, a challenge that would require more than just courage. It would require cunning, understanding, and a way to turn the secrets of the legacy into weapons in a world of law and money. The marble floors of Sterling and Vance felt impossibly solid beneath Leo's feet, a stark contrast to the unstable rubble and damp earth of the tunnels they had just escaped. The air, cool and filtered, smelled faintly of lemon polish and old money, a universe away from the dust, metal, and palpable fear of the labyrinth beneath the city. He stood in the elegant reception area, covered in grime, his clothes torn in places, the faint, intermittent pulse of the chimera a warm presence against his chest beneath his jacket. Isabella, equally disheveled, stood beside him, her face streaked with dirt but her eyes bright with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. Mr. Sterling himself met them, his usual composed demeanor showing a flicker of undisguised relief and concern. He took in their appearance with a sharp, assessing gaze, then quickly ushered them into a private conference room, a place of polished mahogany, high-backed leather chairs, and windows overlooking the glittering, oblivious city. "Mr. Leo, Isabella," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Thank heavens you're safe. We've been in a panic since Frank reported you missing and the police contacted us about the situation at the building." He gestured towards the chairs. "Please, sit. My assistant is arranging for some refreshments, and, perhaps a change of clothes." His gaze lingered on their dirt-stained appearances. They sank into the plush chairs, the luxury feeling alien after their ordeal. Leo gently placed the chimera on the polished conference table. Its glow was faint now, almost imperceptible in the well-lit room, but its presence was undeniable, a silent, powerful artifact in this bastion of legal power. Mr. Sterling looked at it, his professional curiosity warring with something akin to awe. "So, this is the object the chimera Marcus was pursuing?" "Yes," Isabella confirmed, her voice hoarse. "It was in a hidden chamber beneath the building. It's some kind of power source, or related to one. And a key to something else." "And Eleanor?" Mr. Sterling asked, his expression turning grave. "Frank mentioned she might have been with you, or involved." Leo and Isabella quickly recounted what happened in the chamber. Finding the chimera, the confrontation with Marcus, the fight, Isabella throwing the key, Eleanor's arrival, her quick understanding of the situation, and her sacrifice in collapsing the passage to buy them time. Mr. Sterling listened intently, his face etched with concern. "Eleanor," he murmured. "Typical. Always more courage than sense when it comes to the old family business." He picked up the phone. "I'll have my contacts with the police redouble their efforts in the lower levels. We need to find her." He spoke briefly into the phone, giving quiet, urgent instructions. He hung up, turning back to them, his gaze now sharp and focused on the legal battle that had just erupted. "While you were otherwise engaged, Mr. Leo," Marcus Thorne initiated his challenge. "It's comprehensive and aggressive. He's not disputing Mildred's right to leave you the general assets, but he's claiming that the core of the Abernathy estate, the ancient properties, the legacy investments, The less tangible assets Mrs. Abernathy spoke of can only be inherited by an heir who fulfills the first charge as outlined in the historical charters of the Society of the Golden Ratio. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. He is arguing that Mildred's will, while legally sound on the surface, fundamentally misunderstands the nature of the first charge and the criteria for true succession according to the Society's ancient protocols. He claims you, as someone completely outside this history, cannot possibly understand or fulfill this charge, and therefore, the core legacy should revert to the nearest claimant who does understand it, namely, him. He's citing fragmented documents and historical interpretations to build his case, twisting the history you've been uncovering to serve his own ends. The dramatic irony was almost overwhelming. Marcus was using the very history Leo had risked his life in the tunnels to understand, the secrets of the Society and the first charge, as weapons against him. He was banking on Leo's perceived ignorance to win, while Leo now held the physical manifestation of that legacy, the chimera, and had begun to piece together its true nature. He doesn't understand the first charge, Leo said, his voice firm despite the exhaustion. He just wants the power. He called it Mildred's little secret, something to own. And what is the first charge, Leo? Mr. Sterling asked, looking from Leo to the chimera, then to Isabella. You've been delving into the archives, the journals, you've found the chimera. You must have a clearer picture now than Marcus does. This was the moment of culmination for this chapter's core theme. The scattered pieces of the puzzle, Aunt Mildred's eccentric will, the cryptic journals, the ancient maps, the archive documents mentioning the Society and Project Chimera, the discovery of the labyrinth, the chimera itself, Eleanor's knowledge, and Marcus's twisted interpretation, all began to click into place, forming a coherent picture of the true family legacy. Isabella took a deep breath, looking at Leo, then at the chimera. Aunt Mildred's journals and the archive documents, when you piece them together, reveal that the Society of the Golden Ratio wasn't just a philosophical or alchemical group. They were architects of influence. They believed there were hidden currents of energy in the world, perhaps even in the city itself, tied to ley lines, celestial alignments, and collective human activity. Project Chimera was their grand design to tap into or regulate this energy. She gestured to the chimera. This object, we believe it's a key component of that project. A focus for that energy, or a device to interact with it. The source mentioned in the journals and archives wasn't just knowledge, it was this energy itself, or the origin point of it. Leo picked up the chimera, its surface smooth and cool. So, it's not just a power source. It's connected to the city, to something bigger. Yes, Eleanor had said it was a power source or a key to one. Isabella's interpretation, informed by her architectural background and the Society's history, added another layer. It was tied to the city, to its hidden structure, its unseen energy. And the first charge, Isabella continued, her voice gaining strength, was the responsibility assigned to the Abernathy family line by the Society. Not to control this energy or the chimera, as Marcus seems to think, but to be its guardians. To ensure it was never misused, never fell into the wrong hands, never disrupted the balance they believed was crucial for the city's prosperity and progress. It was stewardship, not ownership. This was the core of the legacy. Not just inherited wealth, but a centuries-old responsibility to act as protectors of a hidden power or influence tied to the city's unseen fabric, a responsibility passed down through the Abernathy line, masked by the outward appearance of mere financial wealth. The true legacy was a duty, a stewardship of a secret that required understanding and vigilance, not just legal ownership or physical control. Mr. Sterling listened intently, his lawyer's mind absorbing the information, seeing how it could be used. So, Marcus's claim that you don't understand the first charge is true, in a historical sense, he mused. You weren't raised with this knowledge. But you are actively uncovering it. You have located the chimera, the central object of this charge. That is a powerful counterargument to his claim of your unworthiness. He thinks he can twist the Society's history to disqualify me, Leo said, looking at the chimera, its faint glow now feeling like a beacon of responsibility. But he doesn't understand what the legacy actually is. He sees power. We see stewardship. Precisely, Isabella said, her gaze meeting Leo's. Aunt Mildred didn't set up this puzzle just to see if you could find money. She set it up to see if you had the curiosity, the tenacity, the integrity to uncover the true legacy and accept the responsibility it entails. Finding the chimera, understanding the first charge, that is you proving your worthiness, not to Marcus or the court, but to Mildred's design. The dramatic irony was potent. Marcus, in his greed and entitlement, was unknowingly emphasizing the very criteria, understanding and fulfilling the first charge, that Leo was now actively demonstrating he could meet, while Marcus himself clearly couldn't. His legal challenge, intended to disqualify Leo based on his lack of understanding, was actually giving Leo the framework to prove his superior understanding, forged through action and discovery rather than inherited privilege. "This changes things," Mr. Sterling said, standing up and walking towards the window, looking out at the city lights, a city he now knew held deeper, hidden layers. Marcus's legal argument relies on the court accepting his interpretation of ancient, obscure society protocols and proving your lack of understanding. But if we can demonstrate that you have located the central component of Project Chimera, that you are actively deciphering the society's true purpose, and that his own actions demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of the first charge, that it is about guardianship, not control, we can dismantle his case. He turned back to them, his expression resolute. "This isn't just a legal battle over assets, Mr. Leo. It's a battle over the interpretation of a legacy. Marcus is fighting on the grounds of inherited right and superficial understanding. We will fight on the grounds of demonstrated worthiness and true understanding." This was the path forward. The legal challenge was daunting, a complex labyrinth in itself, but they now had the key, the true nature of the legacy, the responsibility of the first charge, and the physical proof in the form of the Chimera. They had to use this knowledge, and Aunt Mildred's remaining clues, not just to fight Marcus legally, but to fully understand the legacy and fulfill the first charge he claimed Leo was incapable of. "So, the next step isn't just about the lawsuit?" Leo asked. "No, Mr. Leo," Sterling confirmed. "The lawsuit is a critical threat, but it is also a stage. We must fight it with every legal tool we have. But simultaneously, you must continue Mildred's journey. You must fully understand the first charge and what stewardship of the Chimera truly entails. Your continued discoveries will strengthen our legal position, proving your genuine engagement with the legacy, contrasting starkly with Marcus's attempt to merely seize it." He looked at the Chimera. What else did the box contain? What other clues did Mildred leave about the first charge and the Chimera? Leo remembered the maps, the journals filled with obscure notes and symbols. More journals, maps, other keys. "We need to go through everything," Isabella said, stepping forward, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. "Every journal entry, every map, every symbol." Aunt Mildred left a path to understanding, not just finding. "The answers to the lawsuit, and maybe even to finding my mother, are in those clues. They'll tell us how to truly be guardians of the Chimera, how to fulfill the first charge, and potentially, where the network's true exits are, or who else is connected." This was the realization of Chapter 14's theme. The legacy was responsibility, and the discovery of its true nature gave them the means to fight back. It wasn't about the money anymore, not primarily. It was about protecting something ancient and significant, a duty passed down through generations, now unexpectedly resting on Leo's shoulders. His transformation was complete. From a man adrift to a guardian with a purpose, armed with an improbable inheritance and a dangerous secret. Mr. Sterling nodded, a plan forming in his mind. "My office will handle the legal defense. We will file our response, challenging Marcus's premise. In the meantime, Mr. Leo, Isabella, you will continue deciphering Mildred's clues. Use the resources the estate still allows access to, discreetly. We need to understand the full scope of the first charge, the true power of the Chimera, and how it connects to the Abernathy lineage and the society." He looked at the Chimera on the table, its faint light a silent testament to the hidden world they had entered. "This object, keep it secure. Perhaps it contains more secrets. Perhaps activating it fully requires something only a true heir, guided by the full knowledge of the first charge, can do. That knowledge, Mr. Leo, is your greatest weapon against Marcus." He turned back to the daunting task of the legal battle, his phone already ringing with updates from his team. Leo and Isabella were left in the conference room, the Chimera between them, Aunt Mildred's box waiting back at the hotel, filled with the remaining fragments of her puzzle. They had escaped the physical labyrinth, but they were now facing a legal one, constructed by Marcus Thorne to strip Leo of his inheritance and control the legacy they had just uncovered. The discovery of the true legacy, the responsibility of guardianship, had armed them with purpose, but the path ahead was steep and uncertain. They had to fight Marcus in court, decipher the remaining clues to understand the chimera and the first charge fully, and find a way to rescue Eleanor. The legacy wasn't just wealth, it was a challenge, a duty, and a war that had just entered a new, dangerous phase. Leo looked at Isabella, his partner in this unfolding drama. Their connection, forged in shared danger and discovery, was a quiet strength in the face of the daunting task ahead. They had the chimera, they had the clues, they had a clearer understanding of what they were fighting for, and they had each other. But Marcus had the legal system, he had resources, and somewhere in the darkness, he had a key to the tunnels they had just escaped. The fate of the Abernathy legacy, and potentially something much larger, rested on their ability to outwit him, understand their ancestors' design, and fulfill the first charge before it was too late. The next steps were unclear, fraught with peril, but one thing was certain. The quiet hum of the chimera called them forward, demanding action, demanding understanding, demanding stewardship. The next chapter would be a race against time, both in the courtroom and in the continued deciphering of Aunt Mildred's intricate, dangerous game. The sterile air of Sterling and Vance's conference room did little to soothe the raw edges of Leo and Isabella's recent ordeal. Despite the expensive refreshments and offers of fresh clothes, the scent of the tunnels, damp earth, metal, and fear, seemed to cling to them. The chimera rested on the polished mahogany table, a silent, glowing enigma that was both the heart of the legacy and the catalyst for the storm raging around them. Mr. Sterling, despite his calm exterior, emanated a controlled urgency. He had listened intently to their harrowing escape and the revelation of Eleanor's bravery, his face etched with concern for his colleague and Isabella's mother. The search for Eleanor was underway, conducted with the firm's considerable resources and discretion, but the vast, complex nature of the tunnel network made the task daunting. Then, the conversation turned to Marcus Thorne's legal challenge. Mr. Sterling laid out the details with chilling precision. Marcus isn't claiming the entire estate, Mr. Leo. That would be too broad, too easily dismissed. He's specifically targeting the assets he believes are tied to the true legacy, the ancient properties, the legacy trusts, the holdings linked historically to the Society of the Golden Ratio. He's arguing that Mildred's will, in leaving these to you, violates the original tenets of the Society and the first charge lineage protocols. He claims those protocols dictate that only an heir who fully understands and can fulfill the charge is worthy of this specific portion of the legacy. And he's arguing that your background, your lack of prior connection to this history, disqualifies you. He paused, his gaze sharp. His legal team is formidable. They are using fragmented historical texts, interpretations of society rituals, even esoteric concepts of worthiness tied to lineage and knowledge. It's a complex, almost theatrical legal strategy, designed to paint you as an outsider, an unqualified claimant who stumbled onto something sacred and should not be allowed to control it. Leo listened, a cold dread settling in his stomach. This wasn't a fistfight or a chase in dark tunnels. This was a battle fought with paper and words, in a world of intricate rules and precedents he knew nothing about. He was the kid from the attic, trying to understand legal jargon that felt as alien as the symbols in Aunt Mildred's journals. The dramatic irony was potent. Marcus, caught red-handed in the tunnels, was now using the very framework of the legacy he sought to steal to legally strip Leo of his inheritance. He's using the Society's rules against me, Leo said, the unfairness of it all burning in his chest. Precisely, Sterling confirmed. And his argument is based on the premise that you have no understanding of those rules, no connection to the first charge. Our defense, as we discussed, must prove the opposite. That you are uncovering the legacy, that you do understand the first charge through your actions and discoveries, and that his actions demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of guardianship. This meant diving deeper into Aunt Mildred's remaining clues. With renewed urgency, despite their exhaustion, Leo and Isabella returned to the hotel suite, the chimera secured in a discreet, high-tech vault provided by Sterling and Vance. The suite no longer felt luxurious, it felt like a temporary command center. They spread out the remaining contents of Aunt Mildred's box on the vast coffee table, more journals, filled with observations on history, astronomy, and what looked like architectural diagrams intertwined with energy flows, more maps, detailing locations both known and unknown, marked with symbols and dates, a few small, intricately carved wooden objects, and the 2 remaining antique keys. Aunt Mildred didn't just leave us a treasure hunt, Isabella said, carefully handling a brittle map. She left us a syllabus. A curriculum for understanding the first charge and the chimera. They worked for hours, fueled by lukewarm coffee and a desperate need to find answers. Isabella, with her architectural and historical expertise, could decipher the meaning behind certain symbols and structural sketches. Leo, with his street smarts and ability to see patterns others missed, often spotted connections in dates or locations that seemed unrelated. Their partnership, forged in the tunnels, deepened in the quiet intensity of the suite. They found more references to the source, to celestial alignments, to specific structures in the city that seemed to be nodes in a network. They learned that the first charge was not just a historical duty, but an active responsibility, a vigilance required to ensure the source's energy remained in balance, not exploited or disrupted. The Abernathy family, as guardians, had been tasked with understanding and potentially regulating this energy. They also found hints about other keys, other hidden locations, perhaps even other components related to the chimera or the source. Aunt Mildred's puzzle was far more extensive than they had initially imagined, spanning centuries and woven into the very fabric of the city. Amidst the historical revelations, the search for Eleanor continued to hang over them. Sterling and Vance's search yielded no immediate results. The collapsed passage was unstable, and the network of tunnels was immense and dangerous. She knows those tunnels, Leo, Isabella said, trying to reassure him, and herself. If anyone can find her way out, it's her. But Marcus. Her voice trailed off. The legal battle intensified. Marcus's lawyers filed motions, demanding access to documents, challenging Sterling and Vance's representation of Leo, painting him as a puppet controlled by a firm seeking to exploit the Abernathy estate. The sheer volume of legal paperwork was overwhelming. Leo felt like he was drowning in words he didn't understand, fighting an enemy he couldn't even see directly. Then came the major setback the summary mentioned. It wasn't a physical attack this time, but a calculated strike from the shadows, leveraging Marcus's legal and financial power. Mr. Sterling called late one afternoon, his voice tight with frustration. Marcus has made a move, Mr. Leo. A significant one. Leveraging the uncertainty created by the lawsuit and the legal restrictions on the disputed assets, he's managed to secure a court order freezing access to the liquid funds held in certain legacy trusts. Specifically, the trusts Mrs. Abernathy designated for exploration and preservation of historical assets and management of associated ventures. Leo's blood ran cold. What does that mean, Mr. Sterling? It means, Sterling's voice was grim, the funds earmarked by Mildred to facilitate this very quest you are on, to cover the costs of research, travel, accessing private collections, and discrete operations like the search for Eleanor and maintaining necessary security, they are now legally inaccessible, pending the outcome of Marcus's challenge. He's cut off your primary means of funding the investigation into the legacy itself. He's preventing you from gathering the very evidence you need to fight his claim. This was a devastating blow. Not a general freezing of the entire estate, but a targeted strike at the specific resources Aunt Mildred had provided for Leo to pursue the true legacy and fulfill the first charge. Marcus had understood enough of the will to identify the funds crucial to the quest and had legally incapacitated them. He couldn't steal the chimera, but he could stop Leo from understanding it, from finding the other pieces of the puzzle, and from using the estate's resources to counter his legal maneuvering. The dramatic irony was acute. Marcus was using the legal system to prevent Leo from proving his worthiness, by freezing the very funds intended to help him do so. He was attacking Leo's ability to become the heir the will intended him to be. So, we don't have the money for the research. For finding Eleanor? Leo asked, his voice hollow. Not from those specific trusts, Sterling confirmed. We still have access to some general operational funds, enough for basic living expenses, maintaining the suite, my firm's immediate legal costs, but anything beyond that, anything related to the legacy activities specifically defined by Mildred, is now frozen. He's tied our hands, Mr. Leo. He's pushed us to the brink financially regarding the quest itself. The conversation ended, leaving Leo and Isabella in a stunned silence. The room felt smaller, colder. The weight of the setback was crushing. They had the chimera, they had the clues, they had knowledge, but they were stripped of the financial resources Aunt Mildred had provided to pursue them. Marcus had anticipated their moves, understood the structure of the inheritance better than they realized, and struck a crippling blow. This was the crisis point. Pushed to the brink, unable to rely on the inherited funds intended for this purpose, Leo felt a wave of despair. He had the treasure map, but the treasure was now locked behind legal barriers and financial restrictions. He looked at the chimera, its faint light a silent question. What did Aunt Mildred expect him to do now? The path was blocked, the resources cut off. He thought of his old life. Scarcity. Making do. Finding ways around obstacles when he had no money, no connections, nothing but his own ingenuity. That world had demanded resilience, adaptability, and a refusal to give up. He looked at Isabella, her face reflecting his own frustration and worry, but also a flicker of determination. They couldn't rely on the money. They had to rely on themselves. On what they had learned. On Leo's innate resilience and the skills he'd picked up along the way, both in his old life and this new one. Okay, Leo said, the word quiet but firm. Isabella looked at him, sensing a shift. The money's frozen. The lawyers are fighting Marcus in court. But we still have the clues. We still have the chimera. He walked over to Aunt Mildred's box, looking at the remaining maps and journals. And we still have to understand the first charge. We still have to find Eleanor. We just have to do it differently. He remembered the frustration of trying to access information in his old life, the walls he hit without money or status. But now, he wasn't entirely without resources. He still had a connection to Sterling and Vance, however restricted financially on the legacy side. He still had Isabella's network, her professional skills. And he had the knowledge he had gained. How to navigate certain social circles, however awkwardly, who to talk to, who to avoid. We can't pay for private investigators to search the tunnels now, Leo mused, thinking out loud. We can't bribe archivists or pay for expensive, private access to collections. But we can think like we did in the tunnels. We can find hidden ways. Workarounds. He looked at the maps. Were there less obvious access points? Were there people he'd met, perhaps one of the less judgmental ones at the galas, who might have knowledge or resources useful in an unconventional way, people who wouldn't expect payment or formal favors? He remembered the disdainful socialites, their focus on collecting rare items, on exclusive access. They might not care about the first charge, but they understood value, scarcity, and the thrill of acquiring something others couldn't. Could that be leveraged? He thought of the people he met, the ones who had dismissed him, and the few who had shown genuine curiosity. Could he approach them, not as the wealthy heir asking for help, but as someone pursuing a unique historical secret? Would the allure of the mystery itself be a currency? This was the test. Pushed to the brink, stripped of the easy solution of throwing money at the problem, Leo had to rely on his resourcefulness. He had to combine the knowledge gained from Aunt Mildred's clues and Isabella's expertise with the adaptability and lateral thinking honed during years of scraping by. The constraint imposed by Marcus's legal maneuver forced him to get creative, to see opportunities where others would only see closed doors. We need to figure out what the next clue points to, Leo said, picking up one of the journals. And then figure out how to get there, how to access whatever's there, without using the frozen funds. Isabella nodded, her eyes meeting his, a spark of challenge in them. We find unconventional access. We use our knowledge, our wits, our Abernathy and Vance ingenuity, I guess. She smiled, a tired but determined smile. Exactly, Leo said, feeling a surge of purpose amidst the exhaustion. Marcus thinks he's stopped us by freezing the money. But the real legacy isn't in the bank account. It's in the secrets. And we're the ones who know how to find them. He looked at the journals, the maps, the chimera. The adventure was far from over. The setback was severe, but it had also clarified the battle lines and forced them to rely on their core strengths. Marcus had successfully attacked Leo's inherited wealth, but he hadn't touched his growing understanding of the legacy, or the bond between Leo and Isabella. Those were the assets that truly mattered now. They began poring over the journals again, looking for the next lead, a different kind of search now, focused not just on the what but the how. How to access it without formal means. The chimera pulsed faintly on the table, a silent participant in their struggle. Outside, the city hummed, unaware of the ancient secrets buried beneath it, or the high-stakes legal and physical battle unfolding for control of its hidden legacy. Leo felt the weight of the challenge, but also a growing sense of his own capabilities. He wasn't just the unexpected heir anymore, he was a guardian, fighting for something he now understood was worth more than any fortune. Just as they were starting to piece together a possible location from fragmented clues, a notification popped up on Leo's new phone. An email. From an unknown sender. He opened it, his heart sinking slightly, expecting another threat from Marcus. The message was simple, chillingly concise. She is with me. Do as you are told, or she disappears forever. The chimera for her. Leo stared at the screen, his blood running cold. Eleanor. Someone had her. And they knew he had the chimera. This wasn't from Marcus. Marcus was in custody. This was someone else. Someone who knew about the chimera, about Eleanor, and who had managed to snatch her during the chaos in the tunnels or immediately after her escape. A new player. A new, terrifying threat. He looked at Isabella, then at the chimera. The legal battle, the financial freeze, the search for clues. It all paled in comparison to this. Eleanor was alive. And she was being held hostage. The crisis had just escalated beyond anything they could have imagined. Their leverage, their knowledge, their progress. It all felt secondary to the immediate, visceral need to save Isabella's mother. The ultimate test of his resilience, his capacity for guardianship, had just been delivered, brutally and personally. The cliffhanger was the agonizing choice laid before him, the ancient, powerful legacy, or the life of an innocent woman who had sacrificed her own safety for his. And who was this new, unseen enemy who knew their secrets and held Eleanor captive? The game had just become a desperate, terrifying race against time, with a human life hanging in the balance. The words on the phone screen burned into Leo's mind. She is with me. Do as you are told, or she disappears forever. The chimera for her. The message was a gut punch, a brutal, personal escalation of the conflict. The legal battles, the frozen funds, the hunt for clues. It all evaporated in the face of this immediate, terrifying threat to Eleanor. Isabella read the message over his shoulder, her hand flying to her mouth, her face paling. "Mom," she whispered, her voice trembling. The fear was raw, visceral. This wasn't Marcus Thorne. Marcus was in custody. This was someone else. Someone who had been watching, someone who knew about the chimera, and who had seized the opportunity during the chaos in the tunnels to snatch Eleanor. A new player had entered the game, a player who held the highest possible leverage. A human life. Leo felt a surge of cold fury, quickly followed by a wave of crushing responsibility. Eleanor had stayed behind for him. Now, she was paying the price. The choice was agonizing, immediate, and starkly personal. The ancient, powerful legacy of the Abernathy family, the chimera, the first charge, or Isabella's mother. The answer was instant, unequivocal. The legacy meant nothing if people were harmed in its pursuit. Aunt Mildred's first charge was about guardianship, not just of an object, but of people. Eleanor's life was paramount. "We have to get her back," Leo said, his voice low and resolute, cutting through the stunned silence in the suite. "Whatever they want, we have to give it to them." Isabella nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "But who sent this? And where are they?" The message was from an unknown number, the email likely untraceable, sent through a disposable account. Their new adversary was operating in the shadows, cold and professional. Leo immediately called Mr. Sterling, relaying the threat, reading the message aloud. Mr. Sterling's calm demeanor finally cracked, his voice was sharp with alarm. "A new player," he confirmed, his voice tight. "Damn it. This changes everything." Marcus being apprehended may have triggered this, alerted someone else who was watching, who knew about the chimera and Eleanor's potential involvement. "They want the chimera, Mr. Sterling," Leo said. "In exchange for Eleanor." A tense silence hung on the line. The chimera was the heart of the legacy, the object of Aunt Mildred's elaborate design, the focus of Marcus's pursuit. Giving it up felt like surrendering the entire quest, fulfilling Marcus's legal argument that Leo was not a true guardian. But Eleanor's life. "Mr. Leo," Sterling began slowly, choosing his words carefully, "the chimera is undoubtedly valuable, perhaps in ways we don't yet understand. It's the key to Mildred's legacy. Surrendering it would." "Mr. Sterling," Leo interrupted, his voice firm. "There is no decision. Eleanor's life is not worth the chimera, or the legacy, or anything else. We get her back. Whatever it takes. He wasn't the hesitant, awkward kid from the attic anymore. The events of the past week, the encounters with Marcus, the escape from the tunnels, the discovery of the legacy's true nature, they had forged something new within him. Responsibility. Determination. A fierce, quiet courage born not of privilege, but of understanding what truly mattered. This was his transformation, not just external, but internal, showing itself in the face of the ultimate test. Mr. Sterling heard it in his voice. The conviction. The non-negotiable stance. He sighed. Very well, Mr. Leo. I understand. We will prioritize Eleanor's safe return. Do not respond to the message yet. We need to try and buy time, attempt to trace the origin, even if it's difficult. This requires careful negotiation, a different kind of strategy than fighting Marcus in court. This was the implementation of Chapter 16's core theme. Leo, pushed to the brink, forced to rely on his innate resilience and adaptability rather than money or formal power, devising strategies against his adversaries. The legal battle with Marcus still raged in the background, a constant pressure, but the immediate crisis demanded a different approach. A negotiation, a gamble, a fight for a life. Sterling's team began working on tracing the message, contacting discreet experts in digital forensics and security. Leo and Isabella were told to wait, agonizing hours ticking by. They reread the threatening message, searching for any hidden clues, any subtle detail that might reveal the identity or location of the kidnapper. There was nothing. It was cold, professional, designed to instill maximum fear with minimum information. Isabella was a whirlwind of frantic energy and terror. She wanted to act, to do something, anything. Leo, though just as terrified, felt a strange calmness settle over him. He couldn't fight this with fists or money. He had to use his head. He remembered his old life, the constant need to think outside the box, to find unconventional solutions to impossible problems. He remembered the cunning Marcus employed, the layers of deception. He had to anticipate, to strategize. They want the chimera, Leo said, thinking aloud, pacing the suite. Why? What do they know about it? Are they connected to Marcus? Or the society? Whoever they are, they know it's important, Isabella said, her voice tight. And they know we have it. And they knew Eleanor was connected, Leo added. They must have been watching in the tunnels, seen her with us, seen her help us escape. They saw her value as leverage. He thought about Marcus. Even in custody, his power and influence were undeniable. Was it possible Marcus had a contingency plan, someone on the outside working for him? Or was this a third party, someone who had gleaned knowledge of the chimera and the Abernathy legacy independently? He looked at the chimera, resting on the table. Its faint glow seemed mocking now, a symbol of a power they couldn't fully understand, and which was now threatening someone they cared about. We need to communicate, Leo said decisively. We can't just wait. We need to open a dialogue, figure out what kind of people we're dealing with. Are they just after the object? Or is there something more? Against Sterling's advice to wait longer, Leo decided to respond. It was a gamble, a risky move, but inaction felt impossible. Using his new phone, under the guidance of Sterling's digital forensics expert who tried to put tracking parameters on the outgoing message, Leo composed a reply. He kept it brief, direct. We agree to terms. We need proof of life. And details for exchange. Sending the message felt like dropping a stone into a deep, dark well. The silence that followed was excruciating. Hours later, a reply came. Another anonymous email. It contained a short video clip. Grainy, shaky, clearly filmed on a phone in poor lighting. It showed Eleanor. She was in a chair, her hands tied, a gag over her mouth. She looked scared, but her eyes, sharp and intelligent, were open, looking directly at the camera. She was alive. Isabella gasped, tears streaming down her face, a mixture of horror and profound relief. Mom! The video wasn't just proof of life. It contained a subtle, almost imperceptible detail. A specific patterned wallpaper in the background, the sound of a distant, specific kind of train horn in the audio. Isabella, with her architect's eye and familiarity with the city, immediately recognized the wallpaper pattern from a specific historical building in an older district she knew well. The train horn sound was consistent with a railway line that ran near that building. This was the subtle, clever twist. Not a direct address, but a visual and auditory clue embedded within the proof-of-life video, designed to be recognized by someone with local knowledge, someone perhaps connected to the history of the society or the city. It was a direct challenge to Leo and Isabella, a test of their ability to interpret hidden information. "That wallpaper," Isabella cried, her mind racing. "That's from the old Blackwood Manor. My family used to visit there. It's a museum now, or parts of it are private." "And the train horn," Leo added. It sounded like the freight line that runs through the industrial district behind Blackwood Manor. They had a location. It was a long shot, based on subtle clues, but it was something concrete in the terrifying ambiguity. This was where Leo's street smarts and adaptability came into play. They couldn't rely on the frozen funds to hire a massive, formal search. They had to be discreet, resourceful. They had to leverage what they did have: knowledge, determination, and a willingness to operate outside of conventional means. Sterling's team confirmed Blackwood Manor was indeed a sprawling, historic property, parts of it open to the public as a museum, other sections privately owned, currently by a shell corporation with complex, untraceable ownership. Another potential connection to Marcus, or someone operating similarly. Security there would be tight. "We can't involve the police directly without jeopardizing Eleanor," Sterling warned. "Formal action might spook them, cause them to move her, or worse. We need to approach this, delicately. Like an infiltration." This was where Leo's transformation truly manifested. He wasn't just the awkward socialite anymore. He was a guardian, a strategist. He thought back to the tunnels, to finding hidden entrances, to using the environment to his advantage. "We need to get inside Blackwood Manor without being seen," Leo said, a plan forming in his mind. "And find Eleanor." Isabella, her initial panic replaced by a steely resolve, was already pulling up blueprints and historical records of Blackwood Manor on her tablet. "It's a huge property," she said, her voice now calm, focused. "Old, with multiple wings, service entrances, perhaps even old tunnels or hidden passages." Leo remembered the lessons from the tunnels, the keys, the hidden mechanisms. Are there any architectural features that might hide an entrance? Any symbols on the building that match Aunt Mildred's journals, or the society? They spent the rest of the night researching Blackwood Manor, cross-referencing its history and architecture with the information from Aunt Mildred's box. They found that the manor had ties to families associated with the Society of the Golden Ratio, though not the main Abernathy or Vance lines. There were sketches in Aunt Mildred's journals that seemed to depict parts of the manor, marked with familiar symbols. They identified potential hidden entrances based on architectural anomalies and cryptic references in the journals. They also speculated on the identity of the kidnapper. Could it be someone within the society who felt the chimera belonged to them? Someone Marcus had hired? Or a completely independent party? As dawn approached, a response arrived with the exchange details. A time: tomorrow night. A place: a disused warehouse near the docks, in a remote part of the city. Instructions were simple. Leo was to come alone, with the chimera. Any attempt to involve police or security, or any sign of trickery, and Eleanor would disappear. Come alone. With the chimera. It was a direct, personal challenge. A test of his trust and his courage. Isabella vehemently protested. "You can't go alone, Leo. It's too dangerous." "They want me," Leo stated, his gaze fixed on the message. "They want the chimera. And they have Eleanor. This is the only way to get her back." He looked at Isabella, his expression unwavering. "I have to do this." He knew it was a trap. There was no guarantee they would release Eleanor, even if he handed over the chimera. But he had to take the chance. He had to believe that somewhere, in this twisted game, there was a set of rules, an exchange that could be honored. This was the ultimate gamble. He was walking into danger, alone, with the object of an ancient legacy, risking everything for the life of a woman he had only known for a few days, but who was precious to someone he cared about. He was relying on his wits, on his ability to read the situation, to find an advantage in the face of overwhelming odds. He wouldn't go entirely unprepared. He and Isabella worked quickly, formulating a plan. They would use the information they had gathered about the warehouse and the surrounding area. They would try to anticipate possible traps. And Leo would rely on the skills he learned: observation, adaptability, and, if necessary, evasion. He wouldn't be bringing security, but he would be using his head. He wouldn't T have the frozen funds, but he would be leveraging his knowledge and courage. As the time for the exchange approached, Leo secured the chimera, its faint glow a quiet presence against his chest. He said goodbye to Isabella, the unspoken fear thick between them. "Be careful, Leo," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Please. Come back safe. With Mom." "I will," he promised, a fierce determination burning within him. He was no longer the unexpected heir. He was a guardian, a rescuer, stepping into the darkness for a woman who had sacrificed her safety for his, carrying the burden of an ancient legacy into a dangerous, unknown confrontation. He walked out of the suite, leaving behind the opulence, the research, the legal battles. He was heading into a different kind of fight, armed with nothing but his resolve and the object that had turned his life upside down. The city outside felt vast and indifferent, unaware of the life-or-death drama unfolding within its hidden corners. The cliffhanger was palpable. Would Leo survive the exchange? Would Eleanor be released? And what did this new adversary truly want with the chimera and the Abernathy legacy? The night was dark, the stakes were absolute, and Leo was walking into the most dangerous chapter of his transformation yet, alone with the weight of an ancient secret and the fragile hope of saving a life. The sleek black car, arranged by Sterling and Vance with hushed efficiency, cut through the night like a dark blade. Inside, Leo sat beside Isabella, the quiet tension in the leather-lined interior a stark contrast to the frantic energy that had consumed them back at the hotel suite. The chimera, wrapped in a protective cloth, lay heavy in Leo's lap, its faint, rhythmic pulse a physical manifestation of the legacy, the danger, and the agonizing choice he had made. He was going alone. That was the demand. No police, no security, no backup. A direct, personal exchange, the ancient, powerful object for the life of Isabella's mother, Eleanor. Sterling's team had done everything they could remotely, trying to trace the email, analyze the video, put subtle surveillance near Blackwood Manor, and attempt to get eyes on the warehouse location without being detected. But direct intervention was deemed too risky, likely to spook the kidnapper and endanger Eleanor further. Leo had to walk into the lion's den, armed with nothing but his wits and the object of desire. The chimera felt strangely warm through the cloth, a small, significant weight against his legs. It was beautiful, yes, but also terrifying. It had brought him unimaginable wealth, plunged him into a world of secrets and danger, and was now being used as leverage against someone who had helped him, someone who was becoming increasingly important to him. The dramatic irony of it all was profound. He, the man who had nothing, now held something priceless, but its true value was only becoming clear in the context of the human cost it demanded. He looked at Isabella. Her face was pale in the passing streetlights, her eyes fixed straight ahead, her jaw tight. She hadn't wanted him to go alone, had argued fiercely, but Leo had been resolute. This was his responsibility. Eleanor had risked herself for him, he would risk himself for her. "Are you sure about the warehouse?" Leo asked, keeping his voice steady. "Based just on the wallpaper and the train horn?" Isabella nodded, her gaze unwavering. "I know that wallpaper, Leo. It's distinctive. And that train line, there's only one place near Blackwood Manor with a large disused warehouse complex accessible to that line. My best guess, and Sterling's team corroborated the location as matching the general description in the email, is Pier 7B. It's a labyrinth of old buildings, forgotten by most of the city. A labyrinth. It seemed his life had become a series of them. The tunnels beneath the building, the legal battle, and now this. The car journey was a sensory descent into the industrial underbelly of the city. The elegant buildings of downtown gave way to grittier neighborhoods, then to empty lots, rusting metal structures, and the looming shapes of warehouses. The air changed, losing the faint scent of commerce and wealth, gaining the sharp tang of salt water, decaying wood, and industrial runoff. The rhythmic sounds of the city traffic receded, replaced by the mournful cries of gulls and the creaks and groans of unseen structures. This was the world where things were hidden, where transactions happened away from the polished surfaces. The car finally stopped on a dark, isolated street, the only light coming from a distant street lamp casting long, distorted shadows. Ahead, silhouetted against the slightly less dark sky, stood a sprawling complex of interconnected warehouses. It looked derelict, abandoned, the perfect place for a clandestine exchange. The air felt cold and damp, carrying the heavy smell of decay. "This is it, Mr. Leo," the driver said, his voice quiet. "Pier 7B. perimeter appears quiet, but surveillance from the water or adjacent buildings is always possible. Leo nodded. He had paid attention to Sterling's team's briefing on potential surveillance points, but there was little he could do about them. He had to trust his own observation once he was inside. He looked at Isabella. She reached out, taking his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Please be careful, Leo," she whispered again, her eyes pleading. "Don't do anything reckless." "I'll get her back," he promised, squeezing her hand. It wasn't a guarantee, it was a vow. He got out of the car, the cold air hitting him. Isabella remained inside, watching him, her face a picture of fear and hope. The car would wait, a silent presence at the edge of the darkness, ready to call for help if the prearranged check-in time passed without word from Leo. He walked towards the warehouse complex, the sound of his footsteps surprisingly loud on the cracked asphalt. The chimera felt like a lead weight in his hands now, heavy with responsibility. He approached the nearest building, a vast, windowless structure of weathered brick and corrugated metal. A single, heavy door, slightly ajar, seemed to be the designated entrance. He paused before the door, taking a deep breath. The air smelled stale, metallic. He pushed it open slowly. It groaned loudly on rusted hinges, the sound echoing into the cavernous space beyond. The interior was vast, dark, and filled with looming shadows. Dust motes danced in the faint shafts of moonlight filtering through unseen cracks in the roof. The air was cold and still, smelling of damp concrete, old wood, and something else, something almost chemical. It felt empty, yet alive with a silent, waiting presence. "Hello," Leo called out, his voice sounding small and alone in the immense space. His voice echoed back, swallowed by the darkness. There was no immediate answer. He stepped inside fully, letting the door swing shut behind him with another loud groan. The darkness was almost absolute, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of him. He pulled out his phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating piles of discarded junk, rusted machinery, and towering stacks of wooden crates draped in dust sheets. It was a perfect setting for a clandestine meeting, offering endless hiding places. "I'm here," he called out again, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. "I have it. I'm alone." A sound echoed from the far end of the warehouse. A metallic scrape, deliberate, meant to announce a presence. Leo turned his flashlight beam in that direction. Standing perhaps 50 yards away, partially obscured by a stack of crates, was a figure. Tall, slender, draped in dark clothing that blended with the shadows. They didn't move, simply watched. "Step forward," a voice called out. It was distorted, electronically altered, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female, young or old. Cold and devoid of emotion. Leo hesitated, then began walking towards the figure, holding the chimera out slightly. His footsteps echoed on the concrete floor. He kept his eyes fixed on the figure, trying to discern any details in the low light. As he got closer, the figure stepped fully out of the shadows. It was a person in dark, tactical gear, their face obscured by a hood and a mask. Behind them, tied to a sturdy metal pillar, was Eleanor. Eleanor was gagged, her hands bound, her eyes wide with fear and a fierce urgency as she looked at Leo. She seemed unharmed physically, but the terror in her eyes was palpable. "Mom." Leo started forward, but the masked figure raised a hand, stopping him. "That's close enough, Abernathy," the distorted voice said. "Place the object on the crate." Between them was a large, empty wooden crate. Leo walked up to it, his gaze fixed on Eleanor, then on the masked figure. He gently placed the chimera on the crate. Its faint glow cast a small circle of ethereal light in the surrounding darkness. "Now, release her," Leo said, his voice steady. The masked figure didn't move. They stared at the glowing object, a silent, intense focus emanating from them. "The object first," the distorted voice stated. "Then the prisoner." This was the moment of truth. The double-cross he had anticipated. He had to trust them, but his gut screamed caution. He looked at Eleanor. She shook her head slightly, a tiny, frantic movement, her eyes wide with warning. "Don't do it," she was trying to convey. But he had to. He couldn't walk away without trying to get her. He had to believe the exchange was real. "The object is there," Leo said, taking a step back from the crate. "Now, let her go." The masked figure still didn't move towards the chimera. Instead, they gestured towards a side door in the warehouse, one Leo hadn't noticed before, almost invisible in the shadows. She goes through that door, the voice instructed. Then you leave. Once we are clear, we will collect the object. Another layer of complexity. A staggered exchange. It minimized the risk for the kidnapper. Leo didn't like it, but it seemed like the only path forward. How do I know you'll let her go once I'm gone? Leo asked, trying to buy time, to assess the situation. You don't, the voice replied flatly. You choose. The object, or her life. Your choice defines you, Abernathy. This was the suggestive but classy dialogue in a twisted sense. The kidnapper wasn't being crude, they were being philosophical, challenging Leo's core. They were forcing him to prioritize, framing it as a test of his character, echoing Aunt Mildred's own criteria for heirship, but with a cruel, absolute demand. It was intelligent, unsettling, and underscored the belief that this person understood the significance of the legacy, even if their methods were brutal. They knew the first charge was about guardianship, and they were framing this as the ultimate test of that guardianship. Protect the person, or the object. Leo looked at Eleanor again. Her eyes pleaded with him, not just with fear. The air in the hidden workshop crackled with a dry, chemical scent, laced with the subtle, ozone hum of immense power. Fluorescent lights, surprisingly bright for a derelict warehouse, cast harsh shadows across workbenches cluttered with strange equipment. Oscilloscopes, complex wiring harnesses, consoles displaying intricate energy readings. In the center of the room, dominating the space, stood the core of Project Chimera, a larger, more complex version of the portable object Leo held, pulsing with a steady, powerful light that seemed to distort the air around it. This was the source, or a key component of it, the heart of the legacy Aunt Mildred had sought to protect. Leo stood frozen in the doorway, the smaller chimera clutched in his hand, its faint glow a mere whisper against the brilliance of the core object. He was trapped. 3 masked figures, armed with what looked like energy batons, had poured into the room, sealing his escape. Facing him was the primary masked figure, the one who had orchestrated Eleanor's kidnapping, their face hidden, their presence emanating a cold, calculating intelligence. Well, the primary figure said, their voice still electronically distorted, but with a new tone. Surprise mingled with grudging admiration. The rat finds the cheese. You're more resourceful than you appear, Abernathy. Breaking free, navigating the service corridors, impressive. A shame Mildred wasted her efforts on the wrong branch. This was it. The confrontation. Not with Marcus, who sat in a police station perhaps miles away, but with the true architect of Eleanor's kidnapping, someone who knew the hidden paths, someone who understood the legacy, or at least, sought to control it. The dramatic irony was sharp. Leo, the unexpected heir, the outsider, standing in the heart of a secret he had only just begun to uncover, facing someone who claimed a deeper connection but revealed their true nature through violence and manipulation. Where is she? Leo demanded, his voice tight, ignoring the masked figure's taunt. Where is Eleanor Vance? The primary figure chuckled, a dry, unpleasant sound. Safe. For now. Her fate, like the chimeras, depends entirely on your cooperation. They gestured to the chimera in Leo's hand. The object, Abernathy. Place it next to the core. It is designed to interface. Leo hesitated. The portable chimera was the key to unlocking the core's full potential, or perhaps activating it. Giving it up meant losing his only leverage, his only advantage in this room. What do you want with the chimera? Leo asked, trying to buy time, to understand their motivation. What is this? He gestured to the core object, the lab, the armed figures. We are custodians, the primary figure stated, their voice losing some of its flippancy, gaining a chilling seriousness. Guardians, in the truest sense. The Society of the Golden Ratio sought not just knowledge, but control. Control of the source, the energy that pulses beneath this city, this world. Marcus Thorne understands only power for himself. Mildred Abernathy misunderstood the Society's true purpose, believing in passive stewardship. We, however, understand the potential. The power this object holds. This was the battle of wits. A clash of ideologies, a debate about the very nature of the legacy, framed within a life-or-death situation. They saw the chimera and the source as something to be wielded, to be used to exert influence, perhaps even control the city's destiny. They were a splinter group of the Society, perhaps, or heirs from a different, more radical lineage, who believed the first charge was about mastery, not guardianship. You don't understand the first charge, Leo countered, finding his voice, drawing on the knowledge gained from the journals, from Isabella, from Eleanor. It's about balance. About ensuring the energy isn't disrupted, isn't exploited. Mildred understood that. The original society understood that. You're twisting their purpose. The primary figure scoffed. Purpose evolves, Abernathy. The world changes. Power must be seized, not merely observed. The chimera is the catalyst. Combined with the core, activated correctly, it can focus the source's energy. Imagine the possibilities. Influence on a global scale. A new era of guided evolution. You mean control, Leo said, the disgust rising in his throat. Manipulation. Necessity, the figure corrected coldly. The world is chaotic. It needs direction. The society's original vision was flawed. They merely built the engine, they were afraid to turn the key. Mildred Abernathy hid it. Marcus Thorne would have squandered it. We will use it. The conversation was suggestive, revealing their warped ambition, the intellectual justification for their ruthless actions. They weren't just greedy like Marcus, they were ideologically driven, believing they were the rightful inheritors of the society's true, hidden purpose. Place the object on the console, the primary figure repeated, their patience thinning. The armed figures shifted, tightening the circle around Leo. Now. Or we will persuade you. And persuasion can be unpleasant. For you. Or for Eleanor. The threat hung in the air. Eleanor. They still held her. That was his vulnerability. Leo looked at the chimera in his hand, then at the complex machinery surrounding the core object. He remembered Isabella's quick thinking in the tunnels, using the chimera to trigger the crate collapse. He remembered how its light reacted to the vault door, revealing a pattern. The chimera wasn't just an object, it was a tool, perhaps even a weapon, if used with the right understanding. He also remembered Aunt Mildred's warnings about deception, about finding ways to outmaneuver adversaries who operated in the shadows. He had to buy time, find a weakness, use the knowledge he had. I know how to interface it, Leo said, his voice steady, adopting a facade of cooperation. Mildred left specific instructions. It's not just putting it on the console. It requires a specific sequence. A resonance frequency. He was bluffing, improvising based on the hints he'd gathered about the chimera's interaction with its environment and Aunt Mildred's complex puzzles. But he hoped the technical jargon and the mention of specific instructions would pique their interest, make them hesitate to use brute force. It worked. The primary figure paused. A sequence, the distorted voice asked, a note of intrigue. Mildred's layers, of course. Explain. It's tied to the first charge, Leo continued, weaving truth with improvisation. To the Guardian's understanding. The chimera responds to alignment. With the core, yes, but also with the Guardian's intent. And a specific, harmonic frequency tied to the core's current state. He gestured to the monitors. Those readings, they're part of it. A baseline. He was throwing technical terms and concepts he barely understood, hoping to sound convincing, to make them believe he had the crucial knowledge they lacked. This was his battle of wits. Using his limited, rapidly acquired understanding of the legacy as a shield and a lever. The primary figure was silent for a moment, assessing his words. The armed guards remained vigilant, but their focus was also drawn to Leo, waiting for the leader's command. You will demonstrate, the leader finally commanded. Interface the object. Show us this sequence. Any trickery, and Eleanor Vance suffers the consequences. Do you understand? I understand, Leo confirmed, the cold threat chilling him to the bone. He had to perform, to make them believe he was complying, while desperately looking for an opportunity, a way to disrupt their plans or find Eleanor. Good. The leader gestured to the console next to the core object. Proceed. Leo walked towards the console, the armed figures fanning out to keep him covered, their energy batons held ready. He placed the portable chimera on the designated spot on the console. The chimera's glow intensified dramatically, the core object responding in kind, its powerful light pulsing in sync with the smaller object. Energy readings on the monitors spiked. Now, the leader prompted. The sequence. Leo looked at the monitors, at the complex readings, trying to remember anything from Aunt Mildred's journals, from Isabella's explanations, that might relate. He saw patterns on the screen, fluctuating lines, numbers. He thought about the puzzles he had solved. The hidden keys, the architectural riddles, the chimera's reaction to the vault door. It was always about observation, about finding the hidden logic. He looked at the core object, then at the portable chimera. They were interacting, communicating on some level. He felt the energy vibrating in the air, pulsing from the objects. He made a gamble. Aunt Mildred had said the first charge was about balance, about guardianship. What if the sequence wasn't just technical, but symbolic? What if it required an intent, an understanding of the legacy's purpose, to truly align the objects? He placed his hand on the portable chimera, feeling its warmth, its pulse. He closed his eyes for a brief second, focusing his intent not on controlling the energy, but on stabilizing it, on fulfilling the guardianship Aunt Mildred had entrusted to him. He thought of the tunnels, of Isabella, of Eleanor's sacrifice. He thought of Marcus Thorne, driven by greed. His intent was protection, not exploitation. He opened his eyes and, guided by instinct and a desperate hope, he began touching points on the console and the core object itself, not following a complex technical pattern, but responding to the subtle shifts in the object's energy, to an intuitive sense of where the balance lay. He was mimicking the way Isabella had used the chimera on the vault door, but on a grander scale, guided by his understanding of the first charge's true nature. The leader watched, the armed figures tense. They didn't understand what he was doing, his sequence wasn't technical, but they saw the objects reacting. The core object, S-light flickered, changed color, the energy readings on the monitors surged and then seemed to settle into a different, more stable pattern. The humming intensified, becoming a resonant chord that filled the room. "What is happening?" the leader demanded, a note of alarm in their distorted voice. "Balance," Leo stated, feeling the energy flow, feeling a connection to the objects, to the source, that was both terrifying and exhilarating. This wasn't about control, it was about connection, about attunement. The first charge is about maintaining the balance, not seizing power. He continued the sequence, his movements more confident now, guided by a growing understanding that felt intuitive, innate. The chimera in his hand and the core object on the console seemed to respond to his touch, to his intent, with increasing power and harmony. The leader realized something was wrong. This wasn't the activation they expected. This wasn't about harnessing the energy, it was about something else. "Stop him," the leader shrieked, stepping forward. His initiating a lockdown, or a dispersal sequence. The armed figures moved towards Leo. This was the satisfying action sequence, a race against time to complete his intuitive sequence before they could reach him, before they could disrupt the process. He had turned the battle of wits into a physical race, leveraging his improvised understanding of the legacy's true function. He moved faster, touching the final points on the console and the core object, focusing all his intent on securing the source, fulfilling the first charge. The core object's light flared, blindingly bright, filling the room with an intense, warm glow. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through the very floor. The masked figures shielded their eyes, momentarily stunned by the light and sound. His activating a protective protocol, the leader yelled, their voice filled with fury and desperation. "He's locking us out. Get him." The figures advanced through the blinding light. Leo felt a surge of energy, not from the chimera, but from within himself. He had done it. He had activated something. Fulfilled a condition. As the masked figures reached him, the entire core object pulsed one final, massive time. There was a wave of energy, non-violent, but powerful, that rippled outwards from the core, washing over everything in the room. The masked figures cried out, not in pain, but in disorientation. Their energy battens sparked erratically. Their movements became clumsy, confused. The core object seemed to project an aura of balance, of anti-chaos, disrupting their focus, their intent of control. The primary figure stumbled back, grabbing a workbench for support. Their mask, jarred by the energy wave, shifted slightly, revealing a sliver of their face beneath. Leo caught a glimpse. A pale, angular jawline, a distinctive birthmark near the ear. He didn't recognize it, but it was a physical clue, a detail. The core object's intense light subsided, returning to its steady, powerful pulse. The humming became less resonant, more of a controlled thrum. The immediate threat from the masked figures was neutralized. Not by force, but by the very nature of the energy Leo had activated, the energy tied to balance and stewardship. They were disoriented, frustrated, their tools ineffective against the source when it was in balance. "You fool," the leader gasped, regaining their composure, but their voice now laced with defeat. "You haven't seized control. You've locked it down, stabilized it. You've wasted its potential." "I fulfilled the first charge," Leo said, stepping back from the console, the portable chimera still in his hand, its glow now mirroring the steady pulse of the core. "I am a guardian, not a ruler." The armed figures, though no longer actively aggressive, were still blocking the exits. The leader was recovering, their fury returning. Leo had won this battle, but he was still trapped. "Where is she?" Leo demanded again, his voice harder now, empowered by his success. "Eleanor. Release her, or I will ensure neither you nor anyone else ever accesses the source again." It was a bluff. He had no idea if he had that power, if the sequence he performed gave him any control beyond stabilization. But he projected confidence. The leader hesitated, looking from the stabilized core object to Leo, then to the recovering guards. Their plan had failed. Their attempt to seize control, to understand the chimera's power through force and coercion, had been thwarted by Leo's intuitive grasp of its true purpose. Balance, stewardship. "She is secured," the leader finally admitted, their voice tight with suppressed rage. "In a holding cell, within this complex. Blackwood Manor. Blackwood Manor." Isabella's guess had been right. Eleanor was close. The location, Leo pressed, taking a step forward. "Give me the specific location. And the means of access. Now. Or I contact Sterling and Vance. The police already have Marcus. They are already investigating this complex." It was another bluff, leveraging the knowledge he had and the threat of outside interference. The leader stared at him, weighing their options. Their capture of the chimera and the core had failed. Their understanding of the source was incomplete. Holding Eleanor captive now seemed to serve little purpose except as an obstacle to their own escape or future plans, and as a potential liability. Leo, the outsider, the unworthy heir, had proven a far more formidable adversary than they anticipated, not through physical force, but through understanding and intent. He had fulfilled the condition Aunt Mildred had set. He had demonstrated his capacity for guardianship under pressure. Second sub-level, the leader finally conceded, their voice heavy with reluctant defeat. Section C. The entrance requires a key, hidden in a specific statue in the manor gardens. A weeping angel. They gave a few cryptic directions, clearly hoping to make it difficult, but enough for Isabella's architectural mind to likely decipher. The statue, it reacts to specific sonic frequency, a tuning fork, left by Mildred. Another layered puzzle. Another key. Another piece of Aunt Mildred's intricate design, revealed under duress. "And the guards?" Leo asked, glancing at the recovering figures. The leader waved a dismissive hand. "They will remain here. Their efficacy is compromised." They looked at Leo, their gaze cold and resentful. "You have won this round, Abernathy. But the game is far from over. The chimera, the source, its potential is vast. Others seek it. And Marcus Thorne will not remain silent forever." With that, the primary masked figure turned and walked towards a hidden panel in the wall Leo hadn't noticed, disappearing into a concealed passage. The remaining masked figures stayed in the lab, guarding the stabilized core object, watching Leo with sullen frustration, their attempts to stop him thwarted by the very power they coveted. Leo didn't hesitate. He had the location of Eleanor, and a clue to accessing it. He didn't waste time trying to capture the remaining figures, his priority was Eleanor. He held the portable chimera, its steady pulse a comforting weight. He had used it, understood it just enough, and fulfilled a condition, proving his worthiness not just to the society's ideals, but to his own conscience. His character transformation was complete. He was no longer just inheriting a legacy, he was actively defending it, understanding it, and prioritizing the human cost above all else. He turned and ran back through the corridor, leaving the high-tech lab and the stabilized core object behind. He burst out into the main warehouse space, the crash of debris still scattered from his earlier distraction. He ran towards the entrance, towards the faint light of the street, towards the waiting car and Isabella. He had faced his adversary, exposed their schemes, at least their immediate ones, asserted his understanding of the legacy, and secured the key to Eleanor's location. He had proven his worthiness under immense pressure. He burst out of the warehouse into the cold night air, gulping in lungfuls of fresh air. The car was still there. He ran towards it, towards Isabella. She leaped out as he approached, her face etched with terror and relief. "Leo, are you okay? What happened?" "I'm okay," he gasped, pulling her into a tight hug. "Eleanor, she's at Blackwood Manor. She's safe. I know where she is. And how to get to her." He looked back at the dark, silent warehouse complex, the heart of Project Chimera hidden within its walls, now stabilized, protected. He had faced down a dangerous adversary, not with violence, but with wits and the understanding of the legacy's true nature. He had fulfilled a critical condition of Aunt Mildred's complex will, demonstrating he was the guardian she intended. But the primary figure had escaped, his identity still unknown, his intentions still a threat. Marcus Thorne was in custody, but the legal battle was far from over. And the full power and implications of the Chimera and the source were still mysteries. He held the portable object, he had the clue to the next key. The statue, the tuning fork, the second sublevel. But the journey was far from over. He had proven himself worthy, secured a vital part of the legacy, and found Eleanor. But the labyrinth of the Abernathy inheritance, and the dangers it contained, still stretched before him. The next step was clear: find the weeping angel, find the key, and bring Eleanor home. The confrontation was won, but the war for the legacy, and perhaps something far greater, was only just beginning. The journey from the warehouse complex to Blackwood Manor was a blur of tense urgency. The car provided by Sterling and Vance, usually a symbol of quiet luxury, felt like a tactical vehicle, carrying Leo and Isabella towards their final destination, the rescue of Eleanor. Leo still held the portable Chimera, its glow a steady, comforting pulse against his side. He had faced down the kidnappers, secured the core of Project Chimera, at least, stabilized it, and obtained the crucial information about Eleanor's location and the key to her prison. The weeping angel statue, the tuning fork, the second sublevel. Mr. Sterling, alerted by Leo, was already mobilizing resources. Police were discreetly dispatched to Blackwood Manor, focused on the perimeter and blocking potential escape routes, but under strict instructions not to enter the areas indicated by Leo unless absolutely necessary, to avoid jeopardizing Eleanor or the sensitive nature of the legacy. Sterling's team was also coordinating with private security to create a more focused presence around the specific section of the manor Leo had identified. Blackwood Manor was a sprawling, Gothic structure, silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky. It looked like something out of a classic mystery novel, all turrets, gables, and long, dark windows. It felt steeped in history, a place where secrets could easily be buried. Isabella, her fear for her mother battling with her architectural curiosity, recognized the unique style, noting details that hinted at its age and the various periods of renovation, including, perhaps, the additions made by those connected to the Society of the Golden Ratio. They exited the car some distance from the manor, melting into the shadows of the tree-lined driveway. Sterling's security team was in place, subtle figures blending into the landscape. The primary concern was still discretion. They needed to get in, find Eleanor, and get out, without alerting anyone still inside, particularly if the kidnappers had left a rearguard, or if there were other players still lurking. Their task was clear: find the weeping angel statue in the gardens, find the key it concealed, access the second sublevel, and locate Eleanor in Section C. The clock was ticking. Navigating the manor gardens in the pre-dawn light was a tense, silent action sequence. They moved through manicured hedges and shadowed pathways, their footsteps muffled by damp earth. The air was cool, carrying the scent of dew-kissed grass and old stone. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, felt amplified, signaling a potential threat. They used the information from Aunt Mildred's journals and Isabella's knowledge of the manor's layout to orient themselves, searching for a statue that matched the description of a weeping angel. They found it in a secluded corner of the gardens, partially overgrown with ivy, a marble statue of a winged figure, head bowed, hands clasped in sorrow. It was weathered with age, its features softened by time. It looked peaceful, sorrowful, and utterly innocent, a stark contrast to the dangerous secrets it might hold. "The weeping angel," Isabella whispered, her voice hushed with reverence and urgency. Aunt Mildred, she hid the key here. She knew about this place. Its connection. Leo examined the statue, running his hands over the cold marble. The primary kidnapper had mentioned it reacted to a sonic frequency, a tuning fork left by Mildred. He hadn't found a tuning fork in Aunt Mildred's box, but he had found a few small, intricately carved wooden objects. He rummaged through his pocket, pulling them out. One of them was a small, oddly shaped piece of polished wood, resembling a miniature, stylized tuning fork. It felt smooth and light in his hand. "This?" he asked, holding it up. Isabella nodded, her eyes wide with understanding. "It fits." Aunt Mildred's method. Hiding the trigger in plain sight, disguised as something else. He held the wooden object near the statue, remembering the kidnapper's instructions about a specific sonic frequency. He didn't know how to generate a specific frequency, but he remembered the chimera, how it had responded to his intent, how its energy seemed linked to balance and harmony. He held the portable chimera near the wooden tuning fork, then held both near the statue. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing his intent on finding the key, on resonating with Aunt Mildred's design. He didn't know if it would work, if his improvised understanding of the chimera's abilities was correct. He felt a subtle vibration from the wooden object, a faint hum that seemed to echo the chimera's pulse. He pressed the wooden object against the statue's base. There was a soft click from within the marble. A hidden compartment, cleverly concealed within the statue's base, slid open, revealing a small, dark recess. Nestled within was a single, gleaming key. It was the same kind of key Isabella had thrown in the tunnels. Small, made of dark, smooth metal, radiating a subtle coolness. This was the key Marcus had been searching for in the tunnels, the one Isabella had thrown to create a diversion. The kidnapper had likely found it after Marcus was apprehended, confirming their knowledge of the labyrinth and Marcus's activities. Leo carefully took the key. It felt significant, solid, the key to Eleanor's freedom. They had the key. Now, to find the second sublevel and Section C. Using the directions provided by the kidnapper and cross-referencing with Isabella's knowledge of historical building layouts and Aunt Mildred's journal sketches, they located a likely entrance to the sublevels. A disused service door hidden behind climbing ivy on the side of the manor, far from any obvious entrances. The service door was old, heavy, and locked. Leo inserted the newly found key. It slid in smoothly, turning with a quiet click. The door swung open into darkness. They entered cautiously, using their phone flashlights again. The passage descended into the earth, a narrow, stone staircase leading downwards. The air was damp and cool, smelling of old stone and mildew. This was a different part of the labyrinth, connected to the manor itself, likely part of the society's hidden network extending beneath the city. They moved through the sublevels, navigating a maze of stone corridors, utility tunnels, and storage rooms. Isabella's understanding of architectural plans, combined with her innate sense of direction in enclosed spaces, was invaluable. Leo's ability to spot inconsistencies, subtle markings on the walls, or unusual structural features, complemented her expertise. They were a seamless team now, moving with practiced efficiency forged in previous challenges. They found the entrance to the second sublevel. A heavy metal grate set into the floor, almost invisible against the stone. The grate was unlocked, a chilling reminder that someone had recently used this path. They descended into the second sublevel. This level was different. The air was colder, drier. The passages were more deliberately constructed, lined with smooth stone, the work of skilled masons. Symbols, similar to those in Aunt Mildred's journals and on the chimera, were carved into the walls at regular intervals. This felt like a significant part of the society's network, perhaps a secure holding area. They moved deeper, guided by the cryptic directions, Section C. They passed sealed doors, empty chambers, and junctions where multiple passages branched off. The silence was absolute, pressing in on them. Was Eleanor being held alone? Or were there still guards here? They reached Section C, a short corridor with a few doors leading off it. At the end of the corridor, a single, reinforced door stood out. No windows, no visible lock. Isabella's heart leaped. This had to be it. How to open it? The door had no obvious mechanism. Leo held the chimera, its pulse steady. Was it the key? Had the act of bringing the chimera to this location, to this specific point in the labyrinth, unlocked something? They examined the door, the surrounding walls, looking for any hidden mechanism. There was nothing. Then, Leo noticed a small, almost invisible symbol carved into the wall next to the doorframe. The keyhole symbol they had seen on Aunt Mildred's chest and in the archives. And below it, a barely discernible pattern of dots. Another sequence, Leo murmured, remembering the vault door at the archives, and the core object in the workshop. Activated by the chimera? He held the portable chimera near the symbol, watching its glow. It pulsed faintly, as if waiting. He placed his hand on the wall, near the symbol, trying to interpret the pattern of dots. It felt like a simple code, a sequence of touches. He pressed the points, following the pattern of dots, focusing his intent on opening the door, on rescuing Eleanor. The chimera's glow intensified with each correct touch. On the final touch, a soft click echoed from within the reinforced door. With trembling hands, Leo pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, bare, illuminated by a single, dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling. And sitting on a cot in the corner, unrestrained now, looking tired but alert, was Eleanor Vance. "Mom!" Isabella cried, rushing forward. Eleanor looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and immense relief. "Isabella! Leo! You came!" Isabella enveloped her mother in a fierce hug, tears streaming down her face. Leo stood in the doorway, watching them, a wave of profound relief washing over him. He had done it. He had gotten her back. Eleanor held her daughter tightly, then looked over Isabella's shoulder at Leo, her expression filled with gratitude and something else. A deep, knowing respect. "You found me," she said, her voice hoarse but strong. "You figured it out." "It was Aunt Mildred's puzzle," Leo said, stepping into the room. "And Isabella's guess about the location." He looked at the chimera in his hand. "And this? It helped." Eleanor looked at the chimera, its glow steady now. "The chimera. You brought it. They would have wanted that." She paused, her gaze sharp. "Who took me, Leo? Who was it?" Leo hesitated, remembering the glimpse of the masked figure's face. "I don't know their name. They were connected to the society. They think they understand the chimera's true purpose, to control the source." He described the workshop, the core object, the confrontation, and how he had stabilized the core and learned Eleanor's location. They escaped. The main one, at least. Eleanor listened, her expression growing serious. "They are dangerous. More dangerous than Marcus. They seek power, not just wealth or misguided legacy. The society had factions, not all agreed on the first charge. But they know you have the chimera now," Isabella said, pulling back from her mother, her voice filled with renewed worry. "Yes," Leo confirmed, looking at the object. "And they know I can activate it. They know I chose Eleanor's life over their demand for control." This was the point of culmination. The rescue was successful, the immediate threat neutralized. Eleanor was safe. Marcus was in custody. The primary kidnapper had escaped, but their plan had been thwarted, the core of Project Chimera stabilized. Eleanor stood up, stretching stiffly. She looked at Leo, at Isabella, at the chimera in Leo's hands. "Mildred's legacy," she murmured. "She didn't just leave you money, Leo. She left you a responsibility. A duty. To be a guardian. And you have proven yourself worthy." This was the core of the resolution for this chapter. The threads of the story were being pulled together. Marcus's legal challenge, while still looming, felt less personal, less immediate, now that Eleanor was safe. The greedy relatives, the awkward social encounters, the labyrinthine tunnels. They were all parts of the journey that had led him here, to this moment, standing in a hidden room beneath Blackwood Manor, holding the heart of an ancient legacy, having rescued someone he cared about. "What happens now?" Leo asked, looking at Eleanor, then Isabella, then the chimera. "Now," Eleanor said, her gaze meeting Leo's, a profound understanding passing between them, "we finish what Mildred started. We understand the true nature of the first charge. We learn what it truly means to be a guardian of the chimera and the source. And we prepare. Prepare for what?" Isabella asked. "Prepare for those who still seek control," Eleanor said grimly. "The one who escaped, and perhaps others." Mildred knew this legacy would be sought. She built the puzzles, left the clues, found an heir she believed could face the challenge. "You, Leo. You are the guardian now. This was the acceptance of the mantle. Leo, the unlikely heir, had been tested by wealth, by social challenges, by physical danger, by moral dilemmas. He had stumbled, he had been awkward, he had been terrified, but he had persevered. He had prioritized life over power, responsibility over personal gain. He had fulfilled the conditions of the will in a way no legal document could measure. He was the guardian. They left the hidden room, making their way back through the sublevels, guided by Eleanor and Isabella's combined knowledge of the manor and its hidden passages. The return journey was tense, but smoother, their movements more confident now that their objective was achieved. They encountered no resistance. The kidnappers, their plan foiled, had evidently abandoned the area. They emerged from the service door into the pre-dawn light, greeted by the immense relief of Sterling's security team. Eleanor was quickly whisked away to be checked by doctors, and then, to a secure location provided by Sterling and Vance. The police secured Blackwood Manor, the hidden lab within its walls now evidence in the ongoing investigation against Marcus Thorne and, hopefully, the hunt for the escaped kidnapper. Later that morning, back in the security of a new, discreet location arranged by Sterling and Vance. A comfortable, but heavily guarded estate. Leo sat with Isabella and Eleanor. The chimera was safely stored, the legal battle with Marcus was being handled by Sterling, and the search for the escaped kidnapper was underway. Eleanor, despite her ordeal, was remarkably composed. She looked at Leo with a mixture of affection and pride. Mildred would have approved. "Leo," she said softly, "you faced the ultimate test. You chose wisely." It was terrifying, Leo admitted, the adrenaline finally starting to wear off, leaving him feeling bone-tired. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, Leo," Eleanor said. "It's acting despite it. You have that. And you have a good heart. Those are the true requirements of the first charge." She looked at Isabella, then back at Leo. Mildred's will wasn't just about passing on a fortune. It was about finding the right person to carry on a crucial responsibility. You are that person. The greedy relatives, the socialites, the awkwardness of his immersion into wealth. It all seemed distant and less significant now. He had found his place, not in society, but in a different kind of legacy. He had proven himself worthy, not by wealth or status, but by character and action. The resolution wasn't the end of the story, but a turning point. The immediate crisis was resolved, Eleanor was safe, Marcus was caught. But the escaped kidnapper was still a threat, the legal battle with Marcus was ongoing, and the full implications of the chimera and the source were yet to be understood. Leo had accepted his role as guardian, and he had a powerful ally in Isabella, and now, in Eleanor. He looked at Isabella, her hand resting on her mother's arm. Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement of the journey they had shared, the dangers they had faced, and the bond that had formed between them. It wasn't explicitly romantic dialogue, but the quiet understanding, the shared experience, the mutual respect and affection were palpable. This was the beginning of something, a connection forged in the crucible of chaos and hidden history. The wealth was still there, the inheritance a staggering reality. But Leo understood now that the true value wasn't the money itself, but the legacy it was meant to protect. He was no longer just the unexpected heir, he was the guardian of a secret centuries old, a secret tied to the very energy of the city, a secret that others still sought to control. The journey had transformed him, from a man adrift to a man with a purpose, from an outsider to the protector of a hidden world. As the sun fully rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leo looked out at the distant city skyline. Somewhere beneath it, the source pulsed, stabilized by his actions. Somewhere within its towers, Marcus Thorne was plotting his legal challenge. And somewhere in the shadows, an unknown adversary was likely regrouping. He had won a battle, secured a life, and found his place. But the war for the legacy, for the true meaning of the first charge, was far from over. He was ready. He was Leo, the guardian, and the next chapter of the adventure, the continued fight for the legacy, was waiting. The ending wasn't the end of the novel, but the end of a significant arc, resolving the immediate crisis and setting the stage for the next phase of Leo's transformation and the unfolding drama of the Abernathy legacy. The scent of the expensive hotel suite was different now. It no longer felt like a temporary, alien bubble, but a place of quiet reflection after a storm. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A constant, almost comforting presence that reminded Leo of the attic apartment, but also of the hidden, unseen elements that existed everywhere. He sat in a comfortable armchair, sipping coffee that was miles better than his old instant variety, the chimera resting on the table nearby, its faint, steady pulse a quiet heartbeat in the room. Eleanor was resting in a nearby room, under the watchful, discreet care of Sterling and Vance's team. Isabella was with her mother, a profound sense of relief and exhaustion settling over them both. The immediate crisis had passed. Eleanor was safe, the result of Leo's courage and quick thinking. Marcus Thorne was in custody, his attempt to seize the chimera and control the core of Project Chimera thwarted, his legal challenge now significantly weakened by his recent actions and Leo's counter-evidence. But the world wasn't entirely peaceful. Marcus's lawsuit still loomed, though less threateningly. The primary kidnapper, the masked leader from the warehouse, was still at large, their identity known to Sterling and Vance through the brief glimpse Leo had caught, but they had vanished into the city's shadows. The full extent of Project Chimera and the source was still a mystery. And the first charge of the Abernathy family was no longer an abstract concept, it was a very real, very heavy responsibility resting squarely on Leo's shoulders. He had time to reflect now, to finally process the whirlwind of the past week. He thought of his old life, the static hum of almost nothing, the endless cycle of work and survival. The cramped apartment, the leaky faucet, the constant financial worry. It felt incredibly distant, like a dream he once had. The dramatic irony wasn't lost on him. The man who joked about a non-existent fortune now possessed one, and the journey to claim it had involved everything but simply receiving money. His journey had changed him, fundamentally. The awkwardness hadn't vanished completely. He still fumbled occasionally with social cues, still felt a twinge of imposter syndrome in certain situations. But it was tempered by a quiet confidence, a resilience forged in unexpected fire. He had faced danger, betrayal, and the terrifying unknown, and he had survived, relying on his wits, his adaptability, and the unexpected connections he had made. He understood now that wealth wasn't just about money. It was a resource, a tool, but also a responsibility. The galas, the luxury suites, the expensive clothes. They were the outward signs, the polished surface. But the true value lay beneath, in the hidden histories, the ancient legacies, the potential for both great good and great harm. He had seen the greed of Marcus Thorne, the desperate entitlement of Arthur, the chilling ambition of the masked kidnapper. He had also seen the courage of Eleanor, the sharp intellect and unwavering loyalty of Isabella, the steady support of Mr. Sterling. He understood the true measure of worth was not in one's bank account, but in one's character and intentions. The legal battle with Marcus Thorne became his final, public action sequence for this arc. Not a physical fight, but a strategic, intellectual confrontation where his transformation was fully displayed. Sterling and Vance, armed with the evidence gathered from the archives, the society's documents, the details of Marcus's capture in the tunnels, and most importantly, Leo's testimony and understanding of the first charge, launched a counteroffensive. In court, Marcus's lawyers presented their case, framing Leo as an unqualified outsider, citing obscure society protocols, painting Mildred as eccentric and misguided in her choice of heir. They argued he couldn't possibly understand the first charge, the responsibility of stewardship of the true legacy. But then Leo testified. Not coached on complex legal jargon, but speaking from the heart, sharing his experiences. He spoke of deciphering the clues, of the journey into the tunnels, of discovering the chimera, of the true meaning of the first charge as guardianship, not control. He spoke of the warehouse, the kidnapper's ambition, and how he had used his understanding of balance, of intent, to stabilize the core of Project Chimera. He contrasted his actions, his choices, with Marcus's greed and attempt to seize control in the tunnels. He didn't just present facts, he presented his understanding, his experience. He spoke of Eleanor's sacrifice, highlighting the human cost of the legacy when it fell into the wrong hands. He showed the court, and the public watching the high-profile case, that he might not have been born into this world, but he had earned his place in it, not through bloodline or inherited knowledge, but through courage, integrity, and a genuine embrace of the legacy's true purpose. Sterling and Vance presented damning evidence of Marcus's illegal activities in the tunnels, tying his attempt to seize the chimera to his legal claim, exposing his fundamental hypocrisy. They argued that Marcus, by seeking to control the chimera for personal power, demonstrated his complete lack of understanding and worthiness of the first charge, while Leo, by prioritizing balance and human life, had shown himself to be the true guardian. The legal battle wasn't just about money, it was about the interpretation of an ancient legacy, played out in a modern courtroom. And Leo, the unexpected heir, won. The court dismissed Marcus's challenge to the core legacy, citing insufficient evidence for his claims of Leo's unworthiness based on the ancient protocols and highlighting Marcus's own demonstrated intent to misuse the legacy. Marcus's reputation was ruined, his legal and financial power significantly curtailed by the public exposure of his actions. The greedy relatives, seeing Marcus defeated and Leo firmly established as the rightful heir, and knowing he now understood the true nature of things, largely dispersed, their hopes of easy money dashed. Some, perhaps those who had shown genuine kindness, remained distantly connected, but the swarm had receded. With his claim to the full inheritance secured, the assets unfrozen, Leo didn't return to his old life, nor did he simply indulge in endless luxury. He embraced the responsibility of the first charge. He decided to use his wealth for purposeful ventures, guided by the understanding he had gained. He established a foundation dedicated to the study and preservation of hidden histories, particularly those related to the Society of the Golden Ratio, with Isabella and Eleanor playing key roles. He initiated projects to stabilize and understand the source's energy beneath the city, ensuring it remained in balance, not exploited. Some of the ancient properties linked to the legacy were repurposed. One became a center for historical research, another, once a meeting place for the society, was subtly opened to the public, its historical significance shared, not hoarded. His relationship with Isabella deepened into something profound and real. Their shared adventure, the dangers they had faced together, the intellectual and emotional intimacy forged in deciphering Aunt Mildred's clues and facing down adversaries. It had created a bond that transcended their different backgrounds. One evening, they stood together on the balcony of a beautiful, old building Leo had acquired. One of the legacy properties, chosen for its subtle connection to the source's energy lines, intended to be the new headquarters for their foundation. The city lights glittered below, a vast, complex tapestry of human life and hidden power. The portable chimera rested on a small table nearby, its faint glow almost invisible against the city's brilliance, but its presence a constant reminder of their shared purpose. "Amazing, isn't it?" Isabella murmured, leaning against the railing, looking out at the view. All this was hidden beneath the surface. Just waiting. Leo stood beside her, feeling comfortable, grounded. He wasn't wearing a tuxedo, just a simple, well-fitting shirt and trousers. He felt like himself, more so than he ever had in his old life, or even in the initial stages of his new one. "Yeah," he said softly. "Like the city itself. You think you know it, and then you realize there are entire worlds hidden beneath the streets, behind the walls." Isabella turned to him, her eyes shining in the soft light from the room. "You saw it, Leo. When no one else did. You looked beyond the money, beyond the surface." He met her gaze, feeling the warmth of her respect, her affection. "I had a good guide," he said, reaching out and gently taking her hand. Her fingers intertwined with his, a natural, comfortable fit. "You. And your mother. And Aunt Mildred, in her own, crazy way." She smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that reached her eyes. "Aunt Mildred saw something in you. Something none of us expected. But she was right." She paused, her thumb gently stroking the back of his hand. "This legacy, it's a lot. It's responsibility, it's danger, but it's also connection. To history, to the city, to each other." It wasn't a declaration of love, not explicitly, but it was suggestive, classy, steeped in the shared experience that had brought them together. The connection to each other hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Their relationship had blossomed, built on a foundation of shared purpose, mutual respect, and the quiet intimacy of navigating a hidden world together. It was a partnership in every sense. Intellectual, emotional, and hinted at something deeper, something romantic, growing naturally between two people who had found each other amidst chaos and mystery. Leo held her hand, looking at her, then back at the city lights. He had found riches, yes, far beyond anything he could have imagined. But he had also found purpose, belonging, and a connection that was worth more than all the gold in the world. He was Leo, the kid from the cramped apartment, but he was also Leo, the guardian, the unexpected heir who had transformed into the man he was meant to be, finding happiness and meaning in an extraordinary life he had never dared to dream of. The immediate threats were neutralized. Marcus was contained. The primary kidnapper was in hiding, their identity known to Sterling and Vance, but their full network and capabilities still a mystery. Eleanor was safe, recovering, and actively involved in understanding and protecting the legacy. The lawsuit was settled in his favor. The greedy relatives had retreated. But the story wasn't over. The source still pulsed beneath the city, its full power and nature still largely unknown. The Chimera held more secrets, waiting to be unlocked. The Society of the Golden Ratio, or its descendant factions, still existed, with differing views on the legacy. And the masked figure who had escaped, the one who believed the first charge was about control, was still out there, a silent, lurking threat. As Leo and Isabella stood on the balcony, the city lights stretching to the horizon, a subtle alert pinged on Leo's specialized, secure phone. A system set up by their foundation to monitor anomalous energy readings from key points in the source network beneath the city. A localized spike. Small, but unusual. In a section of the city they hadn't explored yet, far from the known locations of the core or the previous access points. Leo and Isabella exchanged a look. The quiet hum of the Chimera seemed to resonate with the alert. The legacy wasn't just history and responsibility, it was active, dynamic, and still attracting attention. Eleanor, having joined them quietly on the balcony, saw their expressions, saw the alert on the phone screen. She nodded, her face serious. "It seems," she said, her voice calm but resolute, "the journey of the Guardian is ongoing. Mildred's design continues to unfold." Leo looked from the phone to the Chimera, then back to the city, feeling a surge of that familiar mix of trepidation and exhilaration. The quiet life he, Dee briefly envisioned wasn't in the cards. His transformation wasn't complete, it was an ongoing process. He was a man of wealth, yes, but his true fortune lay in the adventure, the purpose, and the people beside him. Ready for the next chapter, he asked Isabella, his hand still holding hers. Isabella smiled, her grip tightening slightly. "Always, Leo." The city lights beckoned, hiding secrets, challenges, and further adventures. The Chimera pulsed, a silent promise of power and mystery. The escaped kidnapper was still out there, a shadow in the dark. And Leo, the unexpected heir, the Guardian, stood ready, his hand in Isabella's, the weight of the legacy resting on his shoulders, the next puzzle piece waiting to be found in the vast, intricate tapestry of the city above and the source below. The novel ended not with a final resolution, but with the clear promise of continued adventures, dangers, and discoveries, leaving the reader eager to see what lay ahead for Leo, Isabella, and the ancient legacy they were now tasked with protecting.